Aloha, stupid twat. Is he even there? Ooh. Hello, everyone. Where our illustrious leader has gone. Oh, have a little bicky. Sorry for sound effects here. So we've got CS80 and a V-Synth. I should make my icon. Hang on, I can do that. How you doing, Andy?
Howdy ho, everybody.
Who? Who? Kent has keys. Can I... what happens if I do that? There you go. Now we've got a Fairlight and a V-Synth and a CS80.
Yay. The trifecta.
Yeah. Keys work, mic don't. That's sorry. That's. Is it a case of this?
Yeah. Air between keyboard and chair.
Houston, we have a problem. What are you doing, Spong?
He can just emote with his music.
Is that what it is? Oh.
Yeah. instead of emoticons, he can just music stabs.
That's a good one. Sorry, just having my little treat.
So unfortunately, it looks like some of the seminars and presentations at Synthplex weren't recorded. Drew's wasn't recorded. But I went to it. It was very good. So
yeah, it would be, yeah.
And other ones like Suzanne's performance wasn't recorded, but it's hard to record it in quad anyway. You really have to be there. The quad, to hear that shit in quad was amazing.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So.
Yeah. Yes. Oh.
It was fun too because Manny and I were there looking at she just pulled out a 200E, totally unpatched, and she just went, quickly patched it all up for the night's performance, and it's a very elaborate patch.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a clever lass.
She does that stuff in her sleep. I mean, she's been doing it forever. So.
Oh.
But she also had very clever use of Animoog and some other stuff in her performance.
All right.
Does that work?
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
So you're living up to your name today, then?
Yeah. Do you know what it was? On the front of the Focusrite, you've got these two tiny little black buttons on a black fascia that do the 48 volt.
Yeah.
And when I adjusted the microphone volume, my knuckle hit the button, turned the 48 volt off. This is a little touch switch. That should be a push switch.
Well, my Focusrite's a little like illuminated thing.
It says 1 and 4 above mine, but the button isn't actually illuminated itself.
Dear, oh dear.
And I must avoid the words push switch. Can't fucking say it.
Oh,
push switch. Oh no, forget it.
So, are you going to explain to the lovely viewers why we're not seeing your Fizzog?
Right, you're not seeing my Fizzog because I'm an ugly-looking fuck. Well, more ugly-looking fuck than normal, because of a small accident that I had. So.
Oh no.
And where I was spitting out blood and teeth.
Literally.
Literally.
Oh my goodness.
I've smashed out, what was it, about 2 or 3 teeth?
Yeah, he said, yeah.
Well, 2, and then one still stuck into the inside of my lip, which makes it very difficult to solve.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
I had a friend who did one of those ATV rides a couple years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And he wiped out. His face got all messed up.
I tell you what, I had an interesting week. You know the GS1? Yeah, apart from
But from face planting.
apart from fucking headbutting a Mustang. Don't recommend it. Don't do it. You know the GS1?
Mm-hmm.
I got another GS1 in,
Yes.
to which I'd fixed. It had a severe issue. And then was informed when they came to collect it that they would be bringing another GS1.
That's
Making a
like
grand
all-
total of 3, count them, 3 GS1s.
That's like all the GS1s in the world, surely.
When I told Richard Hilton that, he goes, wow, did they sell 3?
This should be the one from Karma, and you can fix that one. That one's busted.
Yeah, that's 4. And I know
Well,
that.
This one, the one that was here today used to be Toto's.
Oh, it's that one. Yeah.
Yeah. The one that's coming belongs to Mark Knopfler.
Okay.
But the one that's up against the wall, I thought belonged to Mark Knopfler. It turns
Mark
out,
Knopfler, don't get Andrew Book started. So,
yeah. Yeah. Well, apparently, so's the one up against the wall,
Oh, dear.
which should be the name of a band.
Yeah.
Actually, one up against the wall.
Come the Revolution.
Come the revolution. Yeah.
That should be a name for a band. Come the Revolution.
So I have a list here of all the words I shouldn't say, and shouldn't is one of them. Because it comes
Honestly, I said to you earlier, you really don't sound that much different. I'm sure to you it does, but
yeah, you sound pretty. I hate to say it, you sound pretty normal, but if you're that messed up, that's not good. So
wow,
sorry
the
about
compliments they're flying in. Yeah, no, it's I actually went out there on
that. A little bit of a lisp, I think.
yeah, there's this shish sound going on quite unexpectedly now and again. No, it actually does hurt to talk after a while, but when was it yesterday morning? I think it was yesterday morning. I went out to the Mustang and cleaned all the blood off the wheel.
oh god,
where I had crashed into it at 1,000 miles an hour. So, yeah, but it was like it's like a film. It's when the bloke just spits a tooth out. You're gonna have to do better than that, son.
I would say the good thing about having dogs is they could clean up the blood for you, but I don't know, maybe they couldn't reach it.
No, I don't think that's their scene at all. They prefer chocolate biscuits. Hey.
Hello, stupid swat. Why can't
Right,
we
mate.
see you? What have you done?
I fucked my face up.
Oh, what have you done?
I headbutted a Mustang
Why?
because I thought somebody was stealing the cats off the
He was blasting some heavy metal and couldn't resist, so
Yeah. Yeah, I went running out the front. This is about 6:30 in the morning. Running out the front, armed with a walking stick, which really didn't help the situation much at all. Tripped over the smart car as I ran past it and went face down and face planted into the back wheel of the Mustang and smashed 3 teeth out.
No, Ken. Oh, you.
And they weren't trying to steal the cats off of the Chrysler at all. They were trying to get their petrol scooter into gear. You couldn't fucking make it. Fuck 'em. So they're trying to help me. I'm spitting out blood, can't speak properly, and I've got a walking stick. They must have thought it was about 89.
I just picture it in my head.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm all
okay.
dazed. I'm all dazed, can't speak.
Dazed
Like-
and confused.
Yeah, with my
Yeah,
walking
okay.
stick.
Song lyric for every occasion,
They're
Kent.
going, oh,
It has
he
to
needs
be
a
said.
Yeah, they go, oh, poor soul, he needs a walking stick to walk. And go, no, I was going to shove it up your ass. And I found out that you weren't trying to nick my catalytic converters. Because there's been a spate of them last week. There was a spate of them
Oh, I see.
just down the shops from me, you see. So I'm going, those little fuck cunts are outside the front of my house trying to nick my cat. I'm having them. I was only just woken up as well. It didn't help. It was just a bad combination of everything.
Oh, dear.
So I talk like my granddad used to.
Well, yeah. Oh, dear. Comes to us all. But never mind. No, that does. I mean, actually, chasing youths down the street for no reason doesn't come to us all. The poor youths, they must have thought, what the fuck's going on? And all
Yeah.
they were doing was their fucking moped had stopped.
No, they were really good. They came over and they helped me up. You're right, mate. You're right. Like, they go, oh, yeah, I'm okay. I'm just spitting teeth out. Like,
Oh no! Oh dear God!
can we help you? No, I'm all right. Don't worry. I'm cool.
No, you weren't cool. That was
No.
definitely not the definition of cool. But
No.
you have our sympathy. Oh, dear. Sorry, we shouldn't laugh. No,
Yeah, but they didn't even have the
Get well
decency
soon,
to
Ken.
be stealing the cats. It would have made it worthwhile at least. I did it for fucking nothing.
dear.
Fuck me.
Can I ask what her ladyship said?
Well, initially she was very concerned, but then couldn't stop laughing,
Well, okay, fair enough then.
and that went on for quite.
So
some
laughing,
time.
if
An
Fiona's
annoying
laughing,
amount
we
of
can
time,
too.
in fact. Yeah, she carried on laughing for quite an annoying long time about it, or would suddenly start sniggering for no apparent reason in the corner. He goes, what's the matter? She goes, I was just remembering what happened this morning. Shut up, woman. I was going, shut up, blah, blah.
Bless. That's not quite what we were expecting, Ken, but never mind.
So I was feeling very, very, very conscious about it all earlier in the week, and I said to Robbie, I said, look, mate, I don't think I'm going to be able to do any shows anymore because I can't speak. I can't talk today. Do lots of that, you know.
You can. You know, if you lose all your teeth, there are these things called dentures, and they do work.
Right,
I
let me
know-
point out the problem of agoraphobia.
You can't go to the dentist.
No!
Hello,
gets
good
me.
evening,
Yeah,
ladies and
you
gentlemen.
can't-
Bonjour.
Sorry to hear about this, Ken. I've just rewatched the first 10 minutes, so I'm up to speed.
You're up to speed.
I'm
Yeah.
up to speed. Actually, because I saw Robbie's comment yesterday in the chat room, and I almost texted you yesterday, Robbie, to say, is Kent all right? Because anyway,
Yeah, because
Yeah.
somebody asked in Sonic State chat, I was,
Yeah.
it's Kent, and I said, based on what I knew at that time, I said, I wouldn't be expecting any shows for a while, and then I said, I'm not at liberty to say, it's not my place to say. So
oh,
I think he goes and proves me wrong. Look,
Yeah, but
Oh,
then
good.
it was only sort of like this afternoon it occurred to me, went, oh, wait a minute, I don't have to turn the camera on. Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Duh.
No.
Because Richard Hilton was going on to me earlier saying, he said, yeah, but your show, it provides a service. I look forward to it. You know, I enjoy the show. And Ty's saying the same thing. He goes, oh, what? You're not going to do your show anymore?
It helps our mental health, if nothing else.
Yes, especially when you can hear that, I'm worse off than everybody else. They go, because you can
Not
go to
funny,
bed
but-
tonight going, well, at least I'm not that fucking idiot.
Well, I mean, I have to say, I've done something stupid
Stop
this
nodding,
week.
Robbie.
I've done
I
something
see you
stupid this
nodding.
week. I mean, this is ridiculous. I was offered a pneumonia vaccine jab, right?
What?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I've got asthma, and I thought, okay, well,
What,
let's
an
have the
oven
full
cleaner's
So
gonna
complement.
am I,
cure
not with
it?
me.
So anyway,
Yeah,
they
drink
offered
some
this to
oven
me.
cleaner.
Yeah, so I go and have this. I go and have this jab, and I sit. She sits me down, and I say, so are there anything I should really know about this in terms of how I will feel after it? She went, no, it's just like a normal vaccine. You might feel a bit achy, a bit fluey for a couple of days. Do you want it? I was like, oh, yeah, all right, I'll have it. Yeah. Well, literally this was like 10 o'clock in the morning when I had it. This was a couple of days ago. By tea time, I can't lift my arm above there. My arm's almost completely paralyzed. I mean, I can sort of move it, but it is absolutely so painful. And I was teaching yesterday afternoon, and I actually said to the pupils, I'm sorry, but I actually can demonstrate things, but I literally can't. I mean, it's better today. It's a bit better today. Still aches. I mean, I'm never having that again. I can tell you that because I've never felt anything like it.
I didn't know there was
Nothing-
such a
nothing in
thing
the
as a
same-
pneumonia vaccine.
Exactly.
No, I've never been offered one.
funny, that, isn't it?
I've never heard of a pneumonia vaccine because
It was.
I'm no expert, but it's not pneumonia is not a viral.
Well, I mean, it came out of because I had my yearly asthma review about 10 days ago, and she said as part of that, they go through a lot of questions. She says, "Oh well, I can offer you this vaccine." I said, "Oh, all right." I said, "What does he?" She said, "Oh, just come in. We'll just book an appointment. You come in and see me." You know, so
Yeah.
it's exactly what I did do, and I'm saying to people, don't go and have it because it was bloody painful.
Wow.
Not the whole process was easy, like
Yeah,
any
yeah.
vaccine, but I have never felt pain like that in my arm. You know,
Wow.
So you
Oh,
had
dear.
to keep explaining to people that you'd had, a vaccine and you weren't suffering from wank arm at all.
Yeah, you wanked yourself stupid.
well, and I'm left-handed as well, so I didn't right arm.
Well, that's the stranger. So
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to sit on that one for 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Oh dear.
Oh dear me.
but no, I'm sorry about your. Is it a fall?
Yeah, well, I was running
I'm
out there.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Trip over one car, headbutt the other. It's fucking unbelievable.
Ouch,
And,
that sounds
what I did
painful.
is I hit the hub of the rear wheel.
Oof.
ouch.
Yeah, so it's cut all the inside of my mouth is cut to ribbons.
Ow.
basically. But it was funny spitting teeth out. It was like, oh, puh, what's that? Oh, it's a tooth. Puh, what's that? Oh, fuck me, it's another one.
Oh man.
Well,
I mean,
at least
do
you didn't
you
do what
have
my
a-
grandparent did, where before he went to World War II, he had all of his teeth pulled out, put dentures in, because
Yeah.
he never took care of his teeth.
Right.
Well, in all honesty, I've never been able to get to a dentist since I was about 19. So the inside of my mouth wasn't exactly a fucking theme park to start with. Do you know what I mean? But this hasn't helped at all.
Can I just say, Ken, maybe this happening is a reason why you actually should find a way in which you can, because having these big open wounds in your gob is probably not a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't the first time. I mean, obviously it's for these teeth, but this isn't the first time this has happened. And
You should at least do like a warm saltwater rinse for your mouth there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I've been doing all. Yeah, I've been doing all that.
PCP, which is quite horrible, but
Yeah.
it's an antiseptic, so
I tell you what, it don't
I'll
half stink
finish
to
with
start
that.
with. But yeah, so I was checking out mobile dentists, and they've cut the mobile dentist service in Surrey quite recently.
I didn't know there was such a thing. I mean,
Well,
here
yeah, there
in
is.
East Yorkshire, I can't get a dentist. I can't get a dental appointment.
Yeah, now you'd
There's
think, no offence here, but there are certain parts of the country that would benefit from having a mobile dentist.
Oh yeah.
Where money's tight, etc., etc. Rundown areas and stuff like that. So of course Surrey is seen as being it's all Tory voters. I mean, we won't need one of those things going around advertising the fact. Yeah. So but the woman I spoke to said it was more to do with national health cuts.
Yeah.
And they pulled it from areas that where they don't get a lot of call for it, which kind of makes sense. But also at the same time going, yeah, but not everybody that lives in Surrey is a fucking millionaire. Yeah, whatever. Expected.
I mean, there is in your case there is a health reason to have a mobile dentist.
It might,
You know.
I mean, the thing is, you'd say in that case, well, go to A&E, but you can't.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's one of those catch-22 situations. I must admit, I've got this lovely VSOP Remy Martin brandy that's helped greatly. So I've got back into brandy again for the first time in 30 odd years.
Oh, Grace,
Sorry, have you seen what Inky said? Her daughter's been on this
Yes.
for 10 years and has had to go private. I mean, Jane broke a tooth the other week and had to go private. So 100 quid, managed to find somebody in York who would take her or see her.
Yeah.
It was a 10-minute appointment. I think it's about 100 quid. and all they didn't infill it; they just filed it,
Yeah.
so it wasn't as sharp, as sharp
Yeah.
as it had been.
Yeah.
You know.
Well,
So-
I've done that with a Dremel myself before now. So
Yeah, I didn't fancy doing that to her.
self-care.
To be fair.
Yeah,
yeah, I
self-
didn't,
By the way, don't recommend it.
no,
No, don't.
yeah.
Just remember, if your mobile dentist comes to the door and asks, "Is it safe?" Shut the door on him.
Yeah.
Now, there's a possibility we might be able to get a mobile dentist from Kent.
Ironic.
Ironically, yeah, to come over from across the border into Surrey, but it can only be done privately, and I can only start to imagine how much that's going to fucking cost. So, but no, I must admit I've been looking at the 3D printer this week quite favourably. It's going to put my own bridges in. That should be interesting.
Dear, dear. He just,
That's
you
not
know,
a plan, Kent.
I was coming back from the hospital today, and every time I leave a hospital or a GP surgery or a dentist, I often think to myself, God, I'm glad I don't live in America. And I'm not, I mean that
Yeah.
from the most sincere place, because
Yeah,
when it's available,
from a healthcare point.
from a healthcare perspective,
Yeah.
when it's available, I can literally walk into my GP surgery, have an appointment, get a referral, just walk into that, get the treatment, walk out of it, no paperwork, no money changes hands. It's just, when it works, it's seamless,
Yeah,
and it's
exactly.
brilliant. And I count myself lucky. I mean, I hear horror stories, like the one you just said, Kent, about not being. I count myself so lucky that I have
Well,
an
it's a-
NHS dentist, I have NHS services all around me, and me and my family have benefited it from greatly. It's just amazing.
Takes me a month to get a doctor's appointment at GP surgery.
It's getting slightly worse. I mean, we've got a surgery in the village that serves the village and
broken.
a small
Yeah, it is
surrounding
broken.
area. And before the pandemic, I could call up 8:30 in the morning and say I need to see a doctor, and I'd be in sometimes as soon as a couple of hours later. If not, I would have been seen before the end of the day. Now, obviously, when the pandemic hit, it was everything was done over the phone, and you only went in in extreme cases. But once everything had started to kind of calm down with the pandemic, and they were doing more face-to-face appointments, is still, even now,
My GP isn't.
yeah,
Still isn't.
they still are only sort of like when because I went to the hospital to have my my toe looked at. I've got this, it's a long story, but it's got this horrible toenail, and it started bleeding. And obviously, as a diabetic, when you have problems with your feet, you need to get it checked. And so I had to go and see a doctor, because there's no, you can't say, this is what it's doing over the phone. They needed to see it. But there's when there's not an actual need to be physically present, they will always go that way now, which they never did before. And even now, we're starting to experience, we can't get you in until such and such a time. So
I mean, it's been like that for quite a while here. I mean, they have a really, really good booking system, an online booking system, which I've used
Yeah.
for the last 4 or 5 years, EMIS system. And so you could have a continuity of care. So I would always try and see the same doctor. If it might be months between appointments, but I would always try and see the same. Can't do it. They've just scrapped that. You can still go online, but you can't actually book it. You can't book an appointment. You have to phone up now. There's no point
Right.
walking in. You have to phone up. And I mean, it was a month for me. I have got a doctor's appointment which I booked 5 weeks ago, and it's next week. And a guy, when I was in to see for my booster, the guy turned up to get an appointment. She said, we can't book in for at least a month. So you're looking at.
I think a lot of
end-
GPs.
Sorry, go on.
I think I'll say a lot of GPs have now taken the opportunity that COVID provided for kind of forcing them to make a bunch of changes to the way they do their stuff. I think that's what's happened here. We've still got the same amount of GPs in the surgery, and the village hasn't grown, and the catchment hasn't grown at all in the last couple of years. I think they've just said, hey, do you know what? We could actually maybe deal with more people and deal with more important cases sooner, because there's going to be a lot of people that just, oh, I've got a bit of a runny nose, or I've got a sore throat, and it is literally just a cold. And there's those kind of unnecessary appointments. And I think that's probably what we're dealing with now, is that if it can be dealt with safely on the phone, and there is no need for an in-person thing, maybe it's, I mean,
And I'm all for that. I mean,
yeah, absolutely. And
yeah, I mean, I've had plenty of decent phone conversations with
Yeah.
doctors over the. I don't want to go in unless, actually, a couple of reasons. I don't want to go in because people are ill.
yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
and
I'm more likely
the
to catch
resources are
something.
tight, and you don't want to be a
and I
drain
don't
on
know
that when
when's
there
their
could be
time,
somebody else. Yeah,
I mean, they do
Yeah.
still offer phone consultation, which I am actually going to see this doctor because she'll need to look down my throat. 'Cause I'm still
Yeah,
having trouble
exactly,
with
yeah.
sore throats. So, but if it wasn't something like that, I would happily take a phone
Yeah, yeah.
conversation. But
But you're talking
Yeah.
about cost. The last time I got 2 fillings redone, it was $1,200. So
whoa,
that was
Yeah.
fun.
If I have both
Jeez.
of those fillings done in one sitting, do you know how much it costs us?
You have a copay or anything?
46 quid.
46 quid.
oh, £6
Yeah.
quid. Yeah,
23
that's if
pound
you're
each.
NHS. It's probably double, if not double and a half, to about
Yeah,
100,
probably.
150 quid if you're private. I mean, there's going to be a new. We've got 2 dentists in town. There is going to be another one opening up early next year, so we're looking at signing up with them. It'll be private; it won't be NHS. But,
We were really lucky because we had when we moved here, which is now, oh God no, many years ago. There was a waiting list for the dentist, and we eventually got into one, and they were very good, and we remained with them. And then they sent a letter around saying that they were shutting the business down, but they're shutting the practice down, but they'd sold the business to another dentist, and it was a commercial operation, so it's one of these chains, dental
that's what
design
ours
studio or
was. Our
something.
private was. Our
Yeah.
NHS one was. Yeah.
But they took all the NHS patients on, and
they didn't.
instead of having just 2 dentists and 1 hygienist, they got something like 4 or 6 dentists and 1, so they could see so many more people. And we've been on the NHS with them ever since, and they're brilliant.
Yeah, what they did with us
lucky,
was
yeah.
they kept cancelling our regular checkups, so we didn't have a regular checkup for. I went once in the pandemic, so and that was because I had I was having some problems. But then the regular checkups got cancelled, and it got cancelled again. And then they sent a letter around to everybody saying we're closing the practice. The nearest practice is actually about 30 miles away, which I would be happy to go to. It's not in
30?
York. Yeah, it's in other direction. It's up near Beverley, right? Happy to go there, but we weren't allowed because we hadn't been for over a year. Through no fault of our own, because they kept cancelling the appointments. They weren't going to take any of the patients that they hadn't seen in the last 2 months.
Yeah,
So
Yes.
we were stuffed really.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's-
So they haven't closed the whole place down. They've only closed down the Pocklington branch. The Pocklington branch. It is one of these chains, but
yeah.
you know.
But this is it, defund the NHS or defund the public service to the point where the public go, oh, it's bloody awful. Oh, yeah, we can solve all that by privatising it. And then everybody pays more
That's what
for less
Brexit was all
quality.
about.
And
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not just it's not just the last 10 years, 12 years since the Tories took over. I mean, they started privatising the NHS under Gordon Brown and Tony Blair.
Yeah, it's my podiatrist today, we were having a good old natter about Brexit, and then of course I said, oh yeah, whatever happened to that 350 million for the NHS? Oh, we had a laugh. It was funny because I walked in, the first time I've been there. He was about 6'8". He was a Sikh from Brum, And he was the loveliest guy, lovely sort of rounding Brummie accent. And he's like, how you doing, mate? How you doing? And then he's happily chiseling away at this monstrosity of a toenail that I had.
Oh.
And he did all the checks and everything. We were just chatting away. It was really, really nice. But yeah, when we got onto the subject of Brexit and the 350 million, he started, oh, don't get me started on that. Quite funny, actually. But yeah, it's true. Yeah, where
It's probably going to get worse, isn't it? Because because of the way that Truss screwed up our British economy, and they're not going to be able to invest in the NHS.
Can you believe what damage she did in a week?
in 2 weeks? I know, because I mean,
it's incredible. We've got
If
an
you saw-
interest rate rise of 1%, and that doesn't sound like a lot, but it
No,
will
but it's a lot.
add an awful lot back. Oh God!
and because Robert Peston's report this evening on the ITV News was so damning about what she did in those 2-3 weeks, that we're going to be living with it for certainly for years. It's not going to get any better anytime soon. So it's all depressing.
Yeah.
And she continues to get paid, right? So it's even better.
I agree, Simon.
Yeah, 115,000 a year. For the
Is she
foreseeable
taking
future.
it?
Well, of course she'll take it. She's not stupid.
Thanks.
We've not heard that she's
No.
not taking it. So.
And then there'll be her honours list, won't there?
No,
It's-
no, I
sorry?
don't believe it. I don't. I do not believe that they will do any. They will not. They can't possibly.
They will.
No.
'Cause
Yeah,
as
we've
a
said
Prime
that so many
Minister-
times about the
please.
Tories. They can't
They were going to
possibly.
take Boris
prime-
back.
as a
Tell me
Prime
what
Minister.
they can't do.
Yeah.
Yeah, as a Prime Minister, although she was only the shortest Prime Minister ever, she still got
Well, she's only that
you
big.
know,
Yeah, she's only
Yeah,
three,
exactly.
3'7". Bless her.
short. Yeah.
Somebody walked on her.
The only saving grace is that technically her political career is over, although she's still a bloody MP.
Yeah.
Of course, she's still an MP.
Just up the road from here as well.
Just,
There is a
and
chance that
that's
she probably-
all. That's all
might lose a seat.
because. Yeah, she will. I don't think.
Vote for a better future. Vote lettuce.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the lettuce was great. Actually,
Yeah, had better policies.
it did. Yeah, it looked better. He had a nice smile.
Fresh.
Something like Liz Truss is actually a really good argument for dictatorship, and that's what's really scary.
The annoying thing is that the people we have to blame, and I'm sorry if there's anybody in the chat room who voted Tory, but you are to blame for, first of all, voting for Boris Johnson, and for all of those Tory members that actually did vote in the election. You are to blame. The rest of us didn't have a choice.
None of us, nobody here had anything to do with Liz Truss making an absolute royal fuck up of
Really?
everything.
It was, what was it, 200?
It was a very, 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 very tiny select number of people.
It's either 150
And that's
or
what makes it wrong.
200,000 members. Yeah.
Yes, I think it's about 160.
I want to
something.
know,
Yeah.
where were the civil servants that are supposed to help steer these people into not fucking up?
No, you're right, Grace. I didn't really mean what I just said. So, but,
What did you say?
because in my opinion, give someone like our recent leaders actual unlimited power. No, you're right. I mean, I don't really mean it, but
No, it doesn't mean it. Dictatorship.
I'm stuck in my classical world. You see, of when the dictators were appointed in the Roman Republic and why they were appointed and what purpose they had and what happened there. Ultimately, the appointing of the dictators, which was done for public protection in times of crisis, led to the ultimate demise of the Roman Republic and the rise of the emperors, which actually was a catastrophe, really, if truth be told. But that's
I mean, the
anyway.
big problem.
That's classes.
the big
I'll shut up
problem-
now.
Hasn't the
The big
US
problem
got
we do
half
have-
terms coming up?
is
Midterms,
we've-
yeah, next
Midterms.
week.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, in America.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Next week we could be looking at, the land of white Jesus. It's
Oh
gonna
yeah,
be-
Trump's
Well,
coming back, of course. The piece of
Trump's
shit.
coming back,
so.
but and that
Oh,
worries me
sake.
because I mean, Biden with the best will in the world. I'm sorry, but the gentleman is too old. Really,
I
He's
think
not-
he's a great individual. He's got a great track record.
I mean, he's had a
but-
fantastic political career, and
Yeah.
but when he
Yeah.
was appointed, I thought he was too old then. You know,
Right.
and it's. But our problems, first past the post politics doesn't work.
Oh, that's yeah.
It hasn't done for decades.
Hasn't done for decades.
Well, it
you
does
know.
work,
I don't-
but not
and-
not for the right reason.
And the change
that's true,
and the
Rob.
change that was made from it being every 4 years that you had to have an election to the prime minister choosing when they think when whichever party's in power think they've got that think that they can win. Well, that's not
That's
not
Yeah, but
democracy.
there's a
that's
5
not
year.
democracy. Yeah,
There's a 5 year.
because
on that, so-
all they're doing now for the next 18 months is trying to turn it round.
yeah.
There are people in
You know.
Scotland right now going, "Aye, well, you know it's been, now you know what it's like for us for the last 107 years."
Yeah.
FX.
Yeah,
No, the
Because
Tory
they-
party at the moment. The Tory party is now looking to, because they could. I mean, they absolutely feasibly could turn it around enough to sway. Obviously, your die-hard Tory voters will never vote anything else but Tory.
No.
You'll never change them. But there's a large swathe of,
Morons.
for want of a better phrase,
a lot of Labour.
Robbie,
a lot of Labour
sorry,
voters-
there's a large, sorry, Ian. There's a large swathe of Tory MPs right now who are cacking their pants because they were voted in 2019 across
The
the
Red
Red
Wall.
Belt,
yeah.
Yeah,
and they're going to lose their seats.
they are
Well,
going to lose this.
one-
End
would
of.
hope-
They're not
one
going to
would
be
hope.
re-elected. They're not going to be re-elected.
All we got to, our best hope is that those people in the Red Wall areas remember this in 18 months' time.
Oh, I think they will when their mortgages
And-
are going through the roofs and,
And
they're
also
sliding
that,
said.
because I mean, they're talking about this. This recession is now going to be the longest recession we've had. It's going to go into
yeah.
the election period. That could, hopefully. I mean, it sounds awful that you're sort of hoping that something as bad as a recession will be the cause for the fall of the Tory government. And let's just hope that Labour don't fuck it up, because they have fucking track record of fucking it up.
They have. I mean,
Unfortunately.
I'm no fan of Keir Starmer, and I don't think he's the
Me
right person
either.
to be the leader. And
But what choice have we got with our system?
exactly.
Can I ask why not? Because interestingly enough, I think of all the politicians who I see in front of me on the day-to-day basis, on the news, on the television, on the radio, and so on, or here on the radio, that Keir Starmer is the one that actually comes across as statesmanly, a potential leader who sounds right. Yeah, I know he's
No,
not. I know he's
no.
not the red flag waving, Corbynite that some may wish. But he
Oh, it's
actually
never-
sounds like common sense to me whenever I hear him.
Yeah, but that's when you put him up against everyone else, Jesus, a lump of jelly would probably have more common sense. But
I'm not. No, I don't. I'm not convinced that's fair. All right,
Well,
if,
just
if
like
I-
over here, even if a hopeful gets in power, they get corrupted. So
Yeah, well, yeah.
Starmer is quite bland in many ways. But
Yeah.
I do agree that he's the only one at the moment that makes sense, because what other chance have we got of ousting those people?
Well,
but
the thing is, he may be bland, but you know what? Boris wasn't bland.
no, he
and that
wasn't.
went
That's
well,
why he
didn't
won.
it?
That's
yeah,
why
and
he
that
won.
went well. Didn't it?
Yeah.
Give me bland and someone with fucking
Bless you.
sensible policies.
The problem with
Sorry.
Boris was it was celebrity politician, because
Yeah.
I think I probably said this
Yeah.
before, but Matt edited the book about the Red Wall, and when the election was on, people were Johnson was going to these towns and these cities which had been in the Red Wall for forever. There've been Labour, or left wing voters forever, and everybody was treating him like a rock star.
But
So
he
they
also
proved-
went in and said, "You all voted for Brexit. You want it delivered?"
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Do you?
that's it. So his little sound bites of "Get Brexit Done" is the idea of these 3 words, sound bites that he does, which is what's that got to do with policies, But yeah, no, he was,
Big guy for president. Stephen Fry for Prime Minister. Get my vote, that's your head. He really would.
Yeah.
Far too sensible and clever to be.
To get involved in that fucking
Exactly,
game.
yeah.
I'll take it back under it. Let's have a dictatorship.
no.
Abduct Tiltonius and install him in Downing Street. Yeah, Richard.
never thought.
Richard, you're needed. We want you in 10 Downing Street because what's a true gent and a man of common sense, he would do it. He would sort it, but
It would be a funky time.
it would be a funky time. No, but
Boom, 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 boom,
boom, boom, boom, boom.
ding.
Yes, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Strap yourselves in
Oh,
for
either
the next
way.
18
Well, it
months.
doesn't matter what
No,
happens.
get ready for strikes
No.
because they're coming.
Yeah,
All the
Yeah.
public sector unions have all voted on strike action, and it's all going to be yes.
It doesn't matter who's leader. It doesn't matter
Is
who
it-
gets in power at any one time. You're going to get a dry twig up the arse.
We're in the 70s again, aren't we? We've fallen back into the 1970s.
And
Yeah,
the ironic
I
thing
was-
is,
Where's
2
Procol
years
Harum?
ago, two or
Where's
3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, the warning message from the Tories was, "You don't want to vote for Corbyn because he'll take us back to the 1970s."
Oh God, I know. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I mean, I was never a fan of Corbyn, but I actually I didn't believe some of the media bollocks that was going on
It was terrible.
around him.
Grace, stop it.
What's he saying?
It's about Richard, I think. Power will go his head and all be complaints.
you know. So I mean, it was interesting at questions, PMQ's questions, that Sunak is still going on about when Starmer was
Yeah,
basically supporting Jeremy Corbyn, which is what you do when you've got a leader.
but
You
did
know.
you? Yeah, did you see Jezza's response? I think it was either yesterday or today. He raised a point of order.
Sorry,
in the
Jezza
House.
is Jeremy Corbyn.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Jeremy
yeah.
Corbyn,
He raised a point of order in the House, saying because there is a protocol. Obviously, there's lots
Yes.
of protocols in there, and one of the protocols is that if you are going to mention another member of the House in a debate or in that you inform that member ahead of you doing so. So if I'm going to mention Jeremy Corbyn, I would. Through email or whatever, I say I'm going to be talking about this and I will be mentioning you and blah blah blah, and it's a common courtesy. It's not like a hard and fast rule, but it's one of the rule sort of the protocols.
Point of order. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Sunak obviously didn't do that. So Jeremy did this thing where he raised this point of order and he said, "I'd like it, to bring to the attention and." Whatever, and he then said, but seeing as the Prime Minister wants.
It's our future Prime Minister. Hi, Richard.
Wants to live rent free in my head. He's more than welcome to do so. And it was just this exquisite piece. I mean, look, I'm a big Jeremy Corbyn fan. Always was. He spoke to me. He his principles are pretty much the same as my principles. I don't, however, think he was leadership a nation's leader. He didn't have that about him, which is a big shame because on the basis of principle alone, he could have made some significant and positive differences to this country. That's my opinion.
I'm waving, by the way.
But so
One stupid twat waves at another stupid twat, and our future Prime Minister just sits there looking very dignified.
Yeah, we need Richard. We need you.
Yeah, we've been hatching plots to kidnap you and install you in 10 Downing Street.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck that! I should be Prime Minister.
No.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
chance
behind
to the
that.
executive, mate.
Don't leave
Sorry,
me
you're
in charge
chance
of
to
the
the
money.
executive.
What?
Leave me in charge of
A man
money.
who's what? A Porsche, an Audi R8, and things lives in a massive. No, God, no fucking way.
Porsche he didn't want.
Absolutely
Money.
bloody not.
Money is
Porsche
not my
he
friend.
didn't want.
Yeah, okay. Stop it, Rich. Stop it.
Uh,
Hello, everybody.
Hi,
Hey,
yeah.
man.
Right, let's stop talking
see you.
politics and start
Yeah,
talking about
because
things
it's
that are
very British
light-hearted and
Because we-
good for.
we
But
have- we have American
my
colleagues.
question is that what the fuck, Robbie?
Stop
Sorry,
it.
just-
Yeah. Excuse
the,
me.
the signal.
Excuse me.
changed.
The stupid twat was
Is that-
talking.
Yeah. Which? So this is a question, Ken. Have you actually been on camera at all?
No.
Is it that bad, mate?
Yes, I look like fucking Johnny Vegas has been fucked up by a horse.
Can I just point out that I look like this all the time,
Well, there you go.
Yeah, but people are
and I
used to
still
it.
have to go. I still have to go out on the streets.
Have you got
think
teeth
that-
in your gob though?
Yeah, but that's about all I do have.
People think
know.
I haven't bothered to take me Halloween costume off.
Oh, Ken, honestly, mate, I mean it. Come on.
Fuck it, you do it. Right, there you go.
Matt-
What the f...
Matt got one look at the likes of us and bolted.
Even though...
You between
Oh,
friends.
no.
Hey,
Ken.
Matt. I just wanted to make sure you're all right, Ken, in the sense of that.
Yeah,
there's
I
nothing-
think.
Yeah,
Do you know
I'm,
what?
I'm,
No.
I'm okay. Psychologically, I was a bit fucked up at the beginning of the week, as Robbie
were.
will tell
Yes. Yeah.
you. But both Robbie, Utai, and Richard have kind of helped me come down out of the trees a bit.
Damn.
So I'll be wearing my Darth Vader mask for the rest of the season.
Do you know what? Everyone loves you for who you are and what
Yeah.
you are, not the fact of whether you look like a gummy fucker.
Yeah, but I'm fed up with people throwing up in front of me. It's getting very boring now.
I honestly, I would not. You know.
Can I hear your Elephant Man voice?
Yeah, just say I am not an animal. I am a human being.
There
So
you go, Andy.
I am not acceptable.
Look, it's not like you're gonna have to use
I could
fucking
do that
stupid
before,
word
yeah.
like. It's not like you're gonna have to use fucking stupid words like, you know, synthesizer or anything stupid like that on a
Yeah,
regular basis.
exactly. Yeah. 'Cause when
Can
I
you
said-
say
Hey up, Matt.
Odyssey?
when I said synthesizer to you on the phone? Was it
Synth-
Tuesday? It was like,
Synthesizer.
I literally said to Ty, I go,
Scheiße.
yeah, it was something about a synthesizer, and I went, oh, for fuck's sake. He, like, what? Oh, nothing.
All right, how's this? You can lie on the floor. I just want to see Hans.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there's an idea. And I just pretend
Cut
that
a little
I'm-
thing there, and then you can just do that with the
Maybe
mouth.
get a
can't
couple
you?
of
make him
dogs up.
talk.
You know, there's got to be something there.
Yeah,
a
make
lot
him-
of life around that place.
Yeah, I could make him talk, couldn't I?
just draw a couple missing tooth on Hans, and that'll be fine.
Get a sock puppet. Get a sock puppet. And
Andy,
do
that's
this
quite
from
funny.
off camera.
You're twins. Yeah.
It's not bad. I missed my Kermit the Frog puppet. Oh, God, that's... He's giving away more. than
Change
I
your
have.
caption. Change your caption to "You should see the other guy."
Yeah, yeah.
Kent should put Fiona on camera and make her lips move.
Oh,
Sorry.
Oh, I've got to play that back to her.
It's a
Go and stand in the naughty corner, Matt.
Matt, it's a
Go
good
and
job
stand
you're
in
in
the
another
naughty corner
county.
right now.
Do you know what? Do you know what?
Big trouble now, Matt.
I'm
We
going to
have
be
a
up
naughty
in.
corner.
I'm going to be up in Twickenham in June next year for the mode gig.
Is that a euphemism?
Up the Twickers.
Yeah. I was actually going to say, is it okay if me and my boy come by at some point, Kent, and see you?
Of course you can.
That's all right. Just
It
wanted
You
was-
to
better
Okay,
wear
then.
a suit of bloody body armour after what
I was
you've
gonna say,
just said.
it
Because
wasn't
she'll
until you
take
just
you
made-
apart bloody limb by limb, Matt.
I know she will. I know she will.
he's kind of hoping that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll say, oh, well, yeah, well, fill your boots then, Matt.
One of the decent.
She'll do that too.
Oh, shit.
So Ty, what are you up to?
Episode
Don't,
2.
don't ask him, Richard. Honestly.
Yeah, I will ask him. He's up to He's up to stuff.
He's got to lie down now, look.
Because he's got a naughty twinkle in his eye, you can see.
Should I lie down
Over.
too?
Does it involve ice cream, Ty?
Oh my God.
Go on, you
No,
can
but-
explain it, because I can wank away furiously without even knowing.
Oh, this has gone down. This has gone downhill.
What do you mean, it's gone?
Oh, no.
No.
Right, it is
Ow.
downhill. This is just...
It starts off at the bottom.
I tell you the only thing. I tell you the only thing that was funny is the fact that if you want a slightly awkward moment from a few weeks ago, so there's a story about which I'm not going to go into detail. There's a story about me in my late teens involving strawberry yogurt and an old girlfriend. Okay.
Oh no.
That you can. I'm not even going to go into it, but you can imagine whatever you want to imagine. But it's basically what you're imagining.
Yeah.
And so I told Pip this story about it's a funny story. I don't come out of it well. I come out looking like a complete dickhead, and so that's why I can tell the story. And so this story is told, and it's fine, but it's quite
Should that
it's
be
quite what
furry?
you expect it to be.
Wagyu.
So
Oh,
but what's worse
yeah.
is that Pip then kind of made me tell the story to her parents.
Made
What?
That was part of. That's what you call awkward.
Yeah, but
Tried
how
to
did she
explain a story
make
like-
you.
Well, I say make me, because I was turning around. It was leading into a whole other story, and of course she turned around. Oh yeah, tell them about the strawberry yogurt. With me going, by which time it had gone so far. You're there going, well, it's only going to go in one direction. It wasn't the direction I was comfortable with going. But anyway, it went that way. But anyway, we won't talk about strawberry yogurt. We won't talk about ice cream. We'll talk about what I'm up to, and all I'm up to is still finishing that fucking job. But
Yeah.
Oh my God. Still on.
but Kent will. Yeah, Monday was a. What kind of mood was I in on Monday? Do you remember, Kent?
Oh yes. An interesting mood, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I told several people to fuck off.
Yeah.
I'd cut
Regular
myself
day.
off on one video call. Later in the day, I told someone else to fuck off. And when I say fuck off, I don't mean in my normal jokey way. I mean genuinely shutting down
Shit
video
and die,
calls.
yeah.
Shutting down video calls, walking away, basically turning around and going, I'm going to have to just stop this call, otherwise I'm going to say something I'm going to regret. And it was, one of those days where just everybody and whatever they do just winds you up, just annoys you. And I don't deal with incompetence at the best of time, and it was just a day full of incompetence. And since then, I kind of put my foot down as to what was going to get done this week, and I've done what I said I was going to do and no more. And but I've got one more week on it, and that's it. Then I'm away from it. I'm away. Yeah.
What, away finished or away and then coming
As in,
back?
no, as in finished. As in that's
nice.
it. As in done, dusted, never to be seen again. Yeah, that's that. And then even the next job, I think I told you about the Paul Whitehouse thing, and even that they've turned around and agreed to what I wanted, so I haven't got to do anything on that till next year. So
Yeah.
Good.
So I just literally cannot wait. I literally just cannot wait.
So you're going to get some downtime?
Yeah. Lots of downtime, and I love.
Yeah.
Again, I've told you all this. I love Christmas, so it's going to be great. So
Good.
lots of
Good.
downtime, lots of yeah,
Very good.
doing nothing. Thank you, Rich.
I wish you good luck in finishing this. What seems like, how long has this been going on?
La, 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 la.
No, I'm just curious.
Episode 1 went into the edit in January.
Okay. Wow, it's been going on all year.
Yeah,
Wow. Same
yeah,
project.
yeah.
Oh, it's
Finished 3 months
multi-episode
ago.
serialized.
4 episodes.
kind
It's, only,
of-
it's not even. We're not even talking. For that kind of thing, you probably took in what 7, 8 episodes. No, this is 4 episodes. It's 4 45 minutes. That's all.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it's been writing and rewriting and rewriting and rewriting.
It's
is that
been.
what that is?
It's been. Yeah. It's been.
All
I've never had anything like this. And the thing is, it's not the rewriting because of me. It's the rewriting because of what they.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. It's nothing to do with me. So.
I once made a movie where the director had no idea what the score should be, and one day it was classical music, and one
Yeah,
day it
no,
was
we've-
jazz,
we've-
and one day it was something
we've-
else, and it was.
We have had this conversation,
And we
it's
were the
just-
fourth ones on the movie, I believe it was. Third or
Yeah.
fourth group on the movie score, and in the end he used bits from everybody. It's
I'll tell you how bad it is though. So 2 of the episodes have been locked, and one of the episodes I had to look at today to do all the paperwork, all the cue sheets, and so one of the episodes which is now locked and has gone to them, and it's all finished, completely sorted, and I made the mistake of I gave them a locked score, and I made the mistake of, because I had to do the paperwork, I got them to send me a split track so that I could just hear just the music that they in the final thing,
Waving.
and everything else, and so of course I can suddenly hear all the edits. I could hear everything they'd done with this score that was absolutely written to a supposed lock picture, and I mean, honestly, it's, imagine a brain surgeon walking in with a chainsaw.
The edits that the music editor made subsequent to your submission.
So basically, everything had gone. It was called locked, and then I have to say the mix itself was a good mix. That, you know, the mix was a good mix, but the changes they'd had to make to what I'd given them and edited, and fades and all this kind of thing to make them crossfade, and it was just fucking painful, and I had to just switch my head off and just go, okay, just don't listen to it. Do what you've got to do. Don't listen to it. And but it was literally like, yeah, it was the equivalent of, you know, kind of if you went to a really bad wedding, you had a really bad DJ doing really bad crossfades
of material you recorded.
Of material that was your material.
Yeah.
It was like that. I mean, some of it
I
was
understand.
literally atrocious. It was just atrocious. But there we go.
Well,
It is what it is.
I hear every edit in Coming to America, and it seems to have done pretty well.
Yeah.
In fact,
no,
I'm
it's-
insufferable to watch it with, because I'll tell you about what was there before every time.
Yeah.
you know,
Oh,
it
yeah.
goes by.
Yeah.
So when
Yeah.
picture lock isn't picture lock, basically.
Well, this is the thing. You've hit the nail on the head, but it's and the problem is with this particular. I've said this to you before. The problem is with this particular project is it was been made clear that there will never be a picture lock. Literally, I will never see a picture lock, and
Yeah.
this is proof in the pudding. Like, you
Yeah.
know, I was told it was a lock. It wasn't a lock.
Yeah.
And
Can you tell us, who are not initiated into all of this, what that means? What is a picture lock?
Picture lock
Oh,
is
so
when
ba-
all the editing is
Done.
finalised, and you can just work
Agreed.
your
They're
soundtrack
done.
to
It's
the
your
picture.
turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
There's
basically.
going to be no more edits.
So
But it doesn't
nothing-
happen. It's all fictional,
No.
and I don't think I've
No.
ever seen it adhered to even once on a movie that I worked on.
No, do you know what I have to say? I have to say, in the BBC's defence, the BBC are very good. The BBC,
think.
when they say you've got a picture lock, you may get a lock, and then they may turn around in a few days and go, oh, actually, we just made a few tweaks, we've made a few changes. But generally speaking, if you say you've got a lock, you've got a lock, and which means this is where it goes wrong. So what it basically means is, to make life easy, you, rather than supplying individual tracks across the entire, where they all have to be placed, you can supply complete tracks that go from the beginning of the film to the end of the film, because nothing's going to change. You're literally writing exactly to that picture. Now, the problem is that a lot of that stuff is frame accurate, so it's written to within, like a 30th of a second, which means all the builds, all the moments, all the strikes, all the reverses, all the hits, everything, it fits
Based on the
frame
cuts.
accurate.
Based
It's
on
right
the
to the
cuts.
cut. The moment they change anything,
Everything is
It's
wrong.
all out.
everything
Yeah.
is wrong and out of time.
Yeah.
And so what basically happens is you give them this, and so what you want is you want to be given a locked picture, so that you turn around and go, okay, that's it, now it's finished. Go and work your magic. Send us when it's finished, and it then gets laid in at the dub, and everything lines up. But the moment they change anything, it's now not a locked picture, and they then they don't know quite where what you've done is meant to fit and meant to, so they do their version of events. The worst one I ever
I'm with
did
you.
was quite early in my career. I did there was a BBC series where I was told it was locked, and no one told me it wasn't locked. And when it actually went out, there was only one bit somewhere in the first 5-10 minutes where they just lost a few frames. That was all. It was only probably half a second. But all they
everything
did
else was
was they
out.
just went, oh, it's fine. So they changed all the visuals. So from that point onwards, the next
Everything
50
was
minutes,
about a beat out.
Everything is
yeah, every hit, every reverse, every slide, everything was about half a second out. And believe me, that's soul destroying, because I know how long it takes to make all of those things fit. And from that point onwards, every single thing was wrong.
And no one in the edit noticed it didn't fit anymore.
That's what I don't get.
Yeah.
Nobody in the dub just went, do you know what? It almost seems like every single hit is just
slightly out.
And then going, now did we change some of the pictures at the beginning? Nobody did that. They literally just chopped
The
some
denials come flying fast and furious. I think the enduring lesson about this for people who have never been close to it is what a low totem pole job providing music for a movie is to the grand scheme of things and in the mind of the director and the producer.
Yeah.
Your shit is absolutely modeling clay from the minute they receive it until the minute the movie's released, and if it fits, it fits, and if it doesn't fit, they like it, it's fine.
And you're last on the list and have the most pressure to finish.
Yeah,
so it's like
quite often, right? They've all put this part off, and now they're in a hurry. All of a sudden, they've been laboring over this shit forever.
I tell you the thing that always used to get me is that I realised years ago that when I was doing stuff in the early days, that my budget for the music on this was less than the budget for the after show party. Whoa. That's when I just thought, fuck me, Yeah, I mean, I worked on this BBC. It wasn't a BBC series, it was an indie series, and it was an ancient history thing, and one of the scenes wasn't quite sitting, and it was a bit of CGI, and I found out afterwards that they went in to just do one bit of CGI, and my entire music budget across the entire series was less than them to go in and change 5 seconds of CGI. And that was my entire budget that I killed myself for months doing was less than one little bit of CGI.
And the CGI guys got tortured for an hour.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, and it was just like it's at that point.
For half a year.
I really am just a piece of shit. But
no, we sign up for this.
I know. Do you know what? This is the thing.
Need better management.
I mean, well, no. You see, this is the thing. I do. No, I sit there and go. I have got the best job in the world, and I have got the best job in the world. And I'm really fortunate that it pays bills and I do okay for it. But on some of these projects, if you literally worked out on a per hour basis, and how much you get, honestly, it's like less than the minimum wage sometimes.
Can I ask you, Ty?
Yeah.
Perhaps your opening question was, what's the budget for the after show party?
Yeah.
And then say, that's my fee, doubled.
Doubled, yeah. Exactly.
So, that's my fee, doubled.
Yeah.
You're obviously doing all right as it is, but when they say, okay, so the after show party fee is 225,000 quid, and you go, okay, fine. My fee is £450,000. That's my fee. If you want me,
what kind of after show parties you go to, but it's obviously different in Sheffield.
I'm a fucking
like big
school
piles
teacher.
Of snow or what?
An after school party involves people bringing in cake, right?
And paper plates.
You wouldn't.
That's an after. Yeah.
They're better after show parties than Ty goes to, I can tell you that, though.
Cake? What's cake? Yeah. No. But
I understand why you would be annoyed about such a scenario. When you think, I've been paid X amount and they've spent, 75% more on a 3-second segue.
I tell you the thing that annoys me more than anything right at this moment and this particular scenario is the fact that it's so basically you've got to bear in mind, so because this project's overrun by forever, so directors and editors and all the other people on the last episode, they're all basically being pulled in and they're still being employed to finish this series off. But they're being paid as directors, as editors, they're being paid their wage. So, if they haven't got another job to go on to, they're sitting there going, well, it means we're now being paid for another month edited, we're another month directing or whatever. And it's the annoyance then is the fact that I sit there going, I've already done so many more minutes on each episode than I should have done, and I'll be getting the same fee, whether I'm on this for another month, another 6 months, another year, whatever. And when they turn around and go, yeah, but we're all in the same boat, and you're there going, we are not fucking in the same boat, because if I finished this job like 3 months ago in terms of money, so I will just keep working on this and not being paid a penny for it. Whereas every second that you're doing on this job now, you're being paid a salary, you know.
So you're basically getting an all-in deal from the front,
completely.
And there's not a half a point or any such thing.
There's no clause. It's the same for most, almost all.
Understood.
You,
But I reckon you've been doing a lot of these for these people for a long time, so it's
Yeah, exactly.
possible that you might have gotten over that hill where you actually benefit from the big picture. But
yeah, the
but
main
no.
reason is no, of course not. But I won't. You know, things will change with this bunch. It's fine.
No, we
It's
do
fine.
this because we love it. Like I said, we choose this. I mean, we didn't choose the circumstances, but we choose to endure this.
The thing is, you don't get many really shit ones. You get ones where there's obviously a lot of stress. You get ones where there's, you know, kind of it's.
Yeah, but it's hard fucking work, and you
It
forget
is,
when
it
when you've been doing it since January. But let me remind you that what you're putting in is hard,
No, I know.
freaking work all the
Yeah.
time, constantly, month after month after month,
Yeah.
and it's absolutely, as you say, it's crushing over a period of time when you're making a fixed salary to deliver something, and they just can't seem to get their shit together.
The biggest problem is very simple. Is the fact that the thing that makes the music good really is motivation and spontaneity and creative, you know, juices flowing and all this kind of thing. When you write it the first time, that's there. When you change it a bit and rewrite it again to the same pictures but slightly different, and you have to rearrange all the timings,
Yes.
it's still there a little bit. By the time you're rewriting it fourth, fifth time, all of that is just out the window. You are literally just doing it by numbers.
Yeah.
And if you're rewriting it because you're the problem, in other words, if it just wasn't working, then that's fine. But the fact of the matter is, it's nothing to do with the music working or not working. It's just that they keep changing the goalposts. I'm chasing my tail constantly because they just keep changing it. It's nothing to do with me. And so
This
I'm
gets to
literally
the
now-
heart of that totem pole I was describing earlier,
Yeah,
where we're
yeah,
like
yeah.
down by the soil.
Musicians
dogs
and
go.
composers, but musicians and composers have always had to
Always.
fight.
Always.
I mean, even,
I don't know.
no
I think,
different.
am I
from
right
what
in
I
thinking it was-
understand, Bernard Herrmann could sit down at a piano and play a director a score, and in a reduction, and the director would go, "Wow, that's great. Go ahead, make that."
Yeah.
There was a day, in other words, that it
Yeah.
didn't used to be, but
the-
given
Certainly.
more possibilities, like with automation
not-
and things
Am,
like
am
that.
I right in thinking?
It's-
I might have got this wrong, but am I right in thinking that when we held the Olympics in 2012, that everybody got paid apart from the musicians? I'm sure I read that somewhere.
I don't know.
That can't be. It seems to me that can't be. I don't know.
I mean, I
what
might
the
say, and maybe some of the chat room will
union,
know,
the
but-
musicians' union, is
Yeah.
like in Britain. Although I should, because they take my money
well.
every year. But
Yeah.
somebody. So there has to be an agreement where people get paid to do stuff like that.
Oh, I
Now,
mean, I've
maybe
stood-
there's
I've-
all in.
I've studied venues,
deliverables.
and you know, I used to be a member of Equity, a musician member of Equity,
Right.
And I've stood in venues fighting for, with the contracts in my hands, saying, "Look, we've agreed for you to pay us this evening. You're paying us. No, you're not paying the agent 3 months down the line. It's a cash pickup." And I remember having loads of those conversations, and sort of politely explaining to the club that we are our union can blacklist this venue, and now it never ever worked out like that. But the reality is the threat was often enough because you were dealing with some sort of little upstart who didn't really understand what was going on. But we had a contract that said we were going to get paid 700 quid tonight, and you pay us in cash, because that was the deal, or a check, But I mean, I remember having loads of them.
I can't see a scenario like that where people get paid and musicians.
I mean, like I say, I may be wrong, but I read somewhere and I was quite appalled.
No.
It might have been something, you know.
As for the bit that Rich was saying about it, there was a day. He is right. I mean, and even at the beginning part of me career-wise, the biggest problem, it was easier, but because the biggest problem right now is the fact that the final decisions have become more committee-based. They used to literally be a director, a producer, a commissioner. You know, they would all sit there and they'd basically kind of go yay or nay, and everyone knew where they stood. But now there's so many there's series producers, there's, you know, executive producer, there's line producers, there's, you know, there's all of this, and everyone wants to have their say. And it's not even that they want to have their say; it's more a case of everyone. Sometimes people almost need to justify their jobs.
Yeah.
They need to justify their position, and unless they have an opinion,
especially line producers,
I can't possibly comment on this particular job. But they all have to have a say. They all have to, you know. And the problem is
justifying their roles.
That's it. And the thing is, it's like, so. I mean, I remember. I really can't say what it was, but I worked on a job years ago, and I think I may have said this before. That basically their biggest problem was there were too many execs on board, and none of the execs actually liked one another. And when I say too many, I mean you're talking like half a dozen, and they didn't really certain ones didn't like one another. So basically, an episode would be signed off, and then when one of them then went off on holiday, the others would then turn around and kind of get together and go, oh, actually, we'll change the film now because I never liked that section that they liked anyway.
Yeah.
And then when they went off, fucked off, and the other ones came back. And it's like that, and that kind of shit. It's not good for anything. And it's also, there was a day when the producer or the exec or whoever it was would just turn around and go, yes, that's it. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's it. Now you have to wait. So as the films go off, you're gonna have to wait for everybody to do their viewing. And this is the biggest problem. And again, I can't say what the project was, but the project I did at the end of last year, where the biggest problem was the exec just never got round to looking at it. So we're all sitting there waiting, you know, kind of to get things finished. And they go, oh, I'll look at it on Monday. Come Monday. Oh, I haven't had time. I'll do it on Wednesday. Yeah. You're thinking your job is just to watch the fucking film.
And then all the execs agree, and then the commissioning editor doesn't like it.
Doesn't agree.
To change something.
That's the whole point. And so that's the difference. There was a day where there wasn't the different levels, and it was down to, you know, 3 or 4 individuals that decided everything, and now it's more like 20 individuals that decide everything, and of course nobody does, so no one will sign things off.
Can I jump on that point and tell a story that helps illustrate it? In 1988, when I started my job with Nile Rodgers, and I was working on the movie Coming to America, and we had spent 3 weeks of 7-day weeks, 16, 18-hour days preparing against rough cuts what we were going to do. It came to be the first day of the orchestral sessions, and this is the single most unprofessional thing I've ever done in my life, but I had been in the studio until 4 a.m, and I overslept. And when the phone rang and I picked it up out of a dead sleep at 9:10 on a morning where I was supposed to be there at 9 o'clock, the person at the other end was the producer of the movie.
Oh. Sorry, a little bit of shit just came out at that moment.
Yeah, right? Lovely, lovely person named Leslie Bellsberg. And I went, oh, shit, I'll be there in 10 minutes. And I just ran, got through. I was there. Fact is that the orchestra had plenty of things to rehearse without me. But I was there essentially to babysit a click track that's coming out of the synclavier that's playing along with the tracks that we've already mocked up and created that they're going to essentially play to. And so I needed to be there. But yes, it was the producer of the movie. It wasn't like somebody call Rich.
Yeah. It's as Rich said.
And related to another point you made, back in the old days, and I'm talking really old days, we're talking 1978, 1979, there was a bar owner who used to employ us, and he would come to us at the end of the night and he'd say, guys, I had a really rough night at the bar. And, the suggestion was, how about I pay you half? And I said to him, when you have a really good night at the bar, are you going to pay us double?
Yep.
Am I now an investor in your bar? Have we just
Well
accepted
said.
stock shares in your interest in this
Yeah,
place?
no, well said. Absolutely.
mean, how
He
did you
looked at
want
me
to-
like I was a wise ass, loudmouth little kid. Is how he looked at me.
I did once say to somebody, if you took a taxi ride, would you pay a taxi driver at the end of it? They went, yeah. So I said, well, you booked us. Why don't you pay us?
Right.
We agreed to play. We've played.
Services rendered.
Yeah.
It's a service
You wouldn't-
business.
You wouldn't just get out of the taxi and not pay them. So pay the band.
Yeah.
Apparently, it seems I was right about the Olympics. Steve Elbow found it. It was a lot of musicians, superstar musicians, were paid £1 because they figured it would make loads of money, being increased record sales and exposure. So that's what,
Well,
that's what it was.
Yeah, but then they make you sign some form before you go on that says that you relinquish your rights to any further remuneration from this point forward. It's so many DVDs of live.
Oh, yeah.
I just don't even know if I should say this out loud on the air, but I've never seen a penny from any released Chic live performance DVD or
Really?
any of that. Now, somebody probably has, but I certainly haven't.
Well, the next time you go into a hi-fi shop and you want to buy a hi-fi, and you go, "Can I pay for this with exposure points and lights?"
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's like when sort of a bar owner says, "Oh, it's good exposure or whatever." Go, "Oh, brilliant! Well, I'll tell you what, I'm having a party this weekend. Why don't you come along? Bring a load of beers. It'll be good exposure for your bar."
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway,
even then, he's making money hand over fist on every ounce of beer that comes out of that tap, whereas you're, as a performer, not in any way benefiting from his filled bar full of drinking patrons, other than what was originally agreed upon. So it's not even analogous in that way.
Yeah.
No, we just signed up for this shit. Is the only way I can justify
We did. Yeah.
justify this.
I'm not going to argue
Is
that.
I agreed to this, and however ridiculous it may seem to me at the moment, I love what I'm doing, and I'm just going to go ahead and do the best job I can.
I'm going to go. I literally did want to just
On
pop
that
in.
note.
No, I'm gonna go.
No, fuck you.
I'm going.
I literally.
I'm
I just
going
want,
10 minutes.
I
All right, we're
wanted
all
to
going.
jump in and show my support for Stupid
Okay.
Fight in the Corner.
Oh,
That's
face
all.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, at some point, you and I, Kent, will have a quick FaceTime, just so I can have a look, and then the next time I come in, I will literally just sit there going, no, nobody ask him, no, you don't want to see it. You don't want to see it.
You don't want this. You
Yeah.
don't want
This
But-
week's theme is Ken Spahn, can you show me what's wrong?
No, Richard.
Very good.
where to start.
Where's Rob's bass drum and snare when you need it?
Said that.
Come on, Rob. Yeah.
There you go.
What a wanker.
And on that, hey, Colin, come on, you could at least wait until I'd fucked off. Okay, guys, have a great one.
All right.
Bye, Si. Take care, chap.
Yeah, I'll speak to you all
Bye.
soon. Cheers, guys. See you later. Bye.
What a wanker.
Timing is.
That was just for Kent.
Yeah.
Play that one again, Rob.
That's great.
I have no idea what it's. It's just like
It's Sylvester.
Yeah.
Suffering
Succotash.
okay.
Does it hurt? Does it hurt when you laugh, Ken?
It hurts all the time.
Oh man.
What's up, Ken?
Oh,
It
my
also,
God.
it also hurts when I
what's-
go, "You're despicable."
Oh.
Yeah.
Have you not heard the story yet, Jim?
No, I haven't.
Oh, right. Go on then. Go on then, stupid twat. Off you go.
Once upon a time, there was. It was early.
Rob.
It was early.
Simon Bates.
It was early in the morning.
There you go.
Yeah, on Monday, and I was feeling low. But no, went and had a shit, sitting on the bog, and I could hear a
Much
small,
information.
a small petrol engine, not unlike one you would hear on a chainsaw.
Right.
And then my mind decided to put two things together, which was there'd been a lot of catalytic converter thefts down the road here,
Yeah.
and they use a petrol angle cutter.
Yeah. Still sort of thing. Yeah.
So, grab trousers, run down the stairs, grab walking stick, run outside, and there's two kids standing by the Chrysler with this little petrol engine going, and as I rush at them, I trip over the smart car.
Oh.
And then,
It's that small.
yeah. And then face plant myself into the hub of the rear wheel of the Mustang and smash all my teeth out.
Oh, jeez. Oh, gosh, Kent.
So they come over to me, going, "Are you all right, mate? You all right?" Like that, as I'm spitting blood and teeth out. And it turns out they were trying to get their little petrol scooter to go into gear.
Oh.
Oh,
And so I went indoors feeling like a stupid twat, would you believe? In a lot of pain, cut all the inside of my mouth and missing several teeth. And now I must avoid words like push button, synthesizer.
It's going to be awkward for you to avoid the
Yeah.
word synthesizer.
Exactly.
Kent.
And push button.
So anything with P's and S's in. You're despicable.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Kent. Oh,
we all
Indeed.
been sorted.
yeah.
So it didn't even have the decency of actually trying to steal the catalytic converters, so it would have been actually.
You could have just
worthwhile.
turned to the kid and said, "Look, just help spare my blushes here whilst I
Just
bleed out
nick
on the
it."
driveway. Just take the catalytic converter and you know I won't say anything to anyone."
The thing is, though,
Yeah,
I
oh,
remembered
yeah,
how
sure,
much the
mate, sure,
fuckers
mate.
were.
Sure, mate. What's a catalytic converter?
Yeah, exactly.
About 25 quid down the pub.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Are they hot items? They're being stolen in this country like crazy. People.
Yeah.
Platinum.
Yeah.
They
Because
have
they contain
the
metal.
filters are covered in platinum.
Well, it's not only that. The actual part itself is ridiculously expensive, even on the used market at this point.
Because of the platinum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're either sold on or.
Strangely enough, the price of platinum's gone down. It's quite cheap, relatively. Probably
Well,
because people are nicking all these cats and
Well, the interesting thing
reclaiming
is
the
that,
platinum.
our roads are paved with platinum instead of gold.
Yeah.
But apparently there's this thing that people are doing now where they're getting their catalytic converters removed and having these cheaper ones fitted, which have next to no platinum in them. So when they're nicked, they're very cheap to replace.
Do they work for whatever a catalytic converter is supposed to do?
Probably not as well. So at least the Mustang's safe because it doesn't have them. But
No, it wouldn't.
yeah. So because there was a video actually I saw on YouTube where a guy put his car up onto a ramp in the garage, and he had all these plates welded all over where the exhaust access would be with "fuck you" written on them.
Brilliant.
Embossed in the metal. So yeah.
Oh, you Brits are so clever.
Actually, no, that was an American guy that had done it.
When
How
I,
clever.
when I worked in Nikon, a lady's catalytic converter was stolen in the middle of the day at work. They're so brazen, they don't care.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
They
yeah.
do it here.
We see, and just up the road from here, 2 weeks ago, an old geezer was hit in the head with a bottle while they were trying to steal his catalytic converter, and he's now in an induced coma in hospital
Jesus.
and not expected to come
Oh,
out.
bloody hell.
Oh man.
Fucking hell.
He was 79. No, he was 70. I do beg your pardon.
Jeez.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. So I should have taken the
Well,
7.
I'm gonna wrap my catalytic converters with a bow. Don't take me, please. Let's leave me alone.
Yeah. Mind you, it'd be a good excuse to have straight pipes on the Chrysler. That'd be quite nice.
the drop of your.
Now you're getting personal.
Well, this is not the same price as a fucking injector for a VW diesel.
Yeah, I can't believe they're that expensive. For fuck's sake.
How much?
This is for my wife's Golf. 550 quid
Oh,
for one injector.
I can believe it.
And that's the non-genuine part. The genuine is another 100 plus VAT on top.
I mean,
That's what you want to be paying somebody to go and nick.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I just put my car through a service and MOT yesterday, and I could have ordered a Mini Freak.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
we bought this Golf for her earlier on in the year, and loads of service history, loads of receipts and everything. I'd say that an injector going is not. When they go, they go. You can't predict. So I'm not blaming this on the seller at all. But when we bought it, it had a couple of chips in the windscreen, which I knew were going to be MOT fails. So I thought, well, I'll get that. So that's on the insurance is 115 quid for a new windscreen. Took it in for its MOT, thinking, it should be fine. And they found the rear coils were on their way out, so had those replaced. That was 300 quid. Again, it's an 11-year-old car, 12-year-old car.
Yeah.
Well, you don't want to get him pregnant.
Exactly. So get the coils done. So I wasn't too. But then literally that was on the MOT was on the Thursday. On the Friday, she drives around the corner here. I was in the middle of the show, and the injector just died. That whole cylinder stops firing, and she's like this. But this is the bizarre thing, right? So about what we're thinking, about 10 years ago, I had a VW Passat, and she drove it with my son to go and take him to kickboxing, and it broke down. On Friday, she broke down not within half a mile, within half an inch. Had she literally stopped in exactly the same place about a mile? It was just bizarre. There's something about that corner.
Or her driving.
Or her driving. Yeah. No, she's unlucky. I mean, So before that one broke down,
See, it is a simulation. It's just code.
Well, we're in the
routine
Matrix
happened again.
Yeah, not too far. I would say probably about a quarter of a mile from that spot. A few years before, she was driving the car we had at the time. The cam belt went, and 10 of the 16 valves just went bing, and that was a write-off. And then in between that and the Passat, she takes a corner at about 35 miles an hour and rolls the Mondeo into a field. She's just not got a lot of
35 miles an hour.
I know. It was wet, and she just lost control, and it skidded. And when the back wheel hit the verge, it flipped the car, and she just went like
I was going to
one
say,
and a
you can
half
only
rolls.
do that in a Cadillac.
Yeah.
If I was you, I wouldn't buy your wife another car.
Well, the thing is,
Right, on that cheery note, folks, I'm going to go to bed now because I've got to be up at stupid o'clock. So, lovely to talk to you all. Not that I've done a lot of talking tonight, but listening to the tales of woe in the film industry, and then comparing it to the world of work that I'm in, and thinking, yeah, dream on.
Yeah, I've
Right,
worked in a
so-
school. I know.
Yeah, dream on.
Yeah. I'm going to, but only for an hour. I'll put back about 11.
Anyway, see you all in see you all chatties. I'm sorry I've
See
not
you
typed
later.
much tonight. I'm off. Right, anyway,
Cheers,
take care, everyone.
Bye.
Tra-
Bye.
Night, Ian.
All right.
Stay well, bud.
Will do.
What a wanker.
That's right. Oh, dear.
so yeah. So my wife said, because my daughter started this new job of hers, and she's doing shift work, and 2 of her shifts this morning and yesterday started at 5:30. And she hasn't got a car, which is why she's got a job, because she's trying to save for a car. And my wife said, "Oh, I'll do those," but of course now the car's broken. She refuses to drive my car because it's too big and it's too complicated. And quite frankly, with her track record, I'm glad.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd keep it that way.
Yeah, I'd rather get up at like 4:45 in the morning. It's weird because I drove literally 7 miles away, so I drove my daughter in, and it was like pitch black, and I come back and I go back to bed for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and I woke up, and I thought, when did I take? It felt like I'd taken my daughter to work yesterday. Because it was dark and now it's light, and I'd been to sleep and I'd woken up, but it was weird. I was a little bit spaced out for about a couple of hours, thinking, when did I do that? But luckily she's on a 12 till 5 tomorrow, so I'm going to worry. Although saying that's a bit too close to the start of the show, so hopefully she's not late.
In other news, I do have something. Oh, hang on, that didn't work. What have I managed to do?
Are we waiting for the big reveal here, Jim?
Hang on. Just
You've
unplugged
turned off your
something.
video. I'm almost afraid of what's next.
It's synths, Jim, but not as we know it.
Hang on.
Right. He's dressed as a chicken.
Yeah. How long does it take to get your trousers off?
I don't know, Kent. You tell us.
Well, not this long.
Hang on.
Oh, the batteries have
What am I
gone
doing
in.
with this? Right, let me try
He's a
that again.
guitar player. Give him time. Just kidding.
Right, are we back?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And we're back.
Thank goodness.
Here we go,
it's
here we
still
go, here we
closed.
go.
We're on that's the wrong camera. That's no bloody good. Settings. Okay. Oh,
Ceiling.
There he is.
okay.
And Anti-Andy.
Oh God, this lead really isn't long enough. I don't know if you can see here.
Something over
Hang on,
there.
hang on,
The
let me
keys
just-
on it.
I'll make you full screen. Hang on. Here we go.
Mm.
Okay.
A little new second-hand thing is the SHO1A boutique.
I was going to say that's
Ah.
the boutique keyboard, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
I put it in with,
Very nice.
complete with my Boss CE20 and Specular Tempest.
Very nice.
Ooh.
Yeah, that sounds amazing.
Good.
Excellent.
I see.
I keep telling everyone the boutiques are good, but they keep complaining about them. So
What's that?
boutiques are great. I mean, not all of them are excellent, but I mean the VP is weak, but the rest of them are pretty awesome, actually.
But yeah, playing around with that, I'm just like, yeah, it's really cool, and especially being I'm controlling loads of stuff over MIDI from the Digitact as well. Which is cool.
Cool.
Oh dear me.
The D50 one's really good because you get tons and tons of sound banks, which normally were hard to track down. And they also have a clean mode and a classic mode. So
Anyone else update Logic yet?
No.
Yeah,
Don't use
of
it.
course.
It's a good update.
I haven't actually launched it, but I did pull it down.
For what is effectively a point release, it's 10.7.5.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff in there.
It looks like they put in a lot
What's
of
useful?
stuff related to the surround implementation.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
personalized spatial audio. There's able
do
to
any
link
of us
support.
care about spatial audio at all? Yeah.
I wish I'd like to,
Oh,
but I can't.
I'm
at the
with
moment.
I'm with Nigel Godrich on this. It's just kind of like, stereo is optimum. It's
How? Why?
for music.
Again,
It's
how?
just
Why?
the placement of two speakers at the front and stereo field, and it sounds tight and punchy and it has emotion. Having loads of stuff spread around, like some fucking keyboard over there, it's just like
Well said.
He's a
who gives a crap?
Well said.
Yeah,
But I have heard from friends of mine who I trust and admire, who have told me that in a proper room that plays it back as it is, it's actually a fantastically enjoyable medium to be working in, especially as it relates to creating material rather than reprocessing old material.
yeah. I think a
So-
lot of the remixing for spatial it's just kind of like, I mean, it can make things easier to like, oh, I'll place this over here. I've got all this extra room to work in, and I think that's what appeals to people mixing it and stuff.
Yeah, but if the whole ship is floating on this idea that you can fold all that shit down to a pair of earbuds.
Yeah, no.
Now that's where I think the whole thing falls apart.
Yeah, it sounds like shit when I've listened to, stuff in Atmos.
So I heard a proper Atmos demo at Synthplex, and Bob Margulieff was there. He did a Atmos remix of Devo's Whip It, and it was phenomenal.
Okay.
And was it 7.1.4? Is that the terminology?
Yeah.
There is a 7.1.4.4.
And it was phenomenal.
Cool.
And Bob was there talking about it, and Gerald Casal was there talking about it.
Oh, wow.
And it was pretty fucking amazing.
Excellent.
So I think I'm a convert. I'm not going to necessarily make my own now, but it is cool to listen to it. So.
Well, I really do think that the fact that the whole thing is floated on this premise that you're going to fold it down to a pair of earbuds in stereo and have that all be apparent to you and try to envision that while you're working in it, that's just really weird.
Well, you had the Boss, what is the VSS and the older systems that was
Well,
decent.
you had a proper playback experience in
Yeah.
a space that was set up for that number of channels. But the whole commercial side of that business is based on folding it down into stereo.
Yeah.
And what's
It's
that?
like-
I mean, I agree with Jim at that point. It's way punchier if you just mix it for stereo
Yeah.
than if you fold down 25 channels into some kind of faux surround scenario.
And it's going to affect all your sort of production and arrangement decisions. So you're going.
Well, if it does, in other words, if it does turn out to be a creative stimulus and bring about new material well suited to it, that's where I think there may be possibility here. But this idea that it's nothing more than a way to resell you the same catalogs one more time.
Well, there are also guys there talking about making new stuff in that mode. So.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Exactly.
How many people are watching TV stuff in 3D now? Okay, Robbie's like just
one.
Yeah.
I enjoy 3D. It's
Yeah,
just
like-
not everything is out there in it.
My entire system downstairs is an Atmos system.
Yeah.
And I've got a 5.1 system where I play the video games as well. And I've been into it for over 2 decades in its various guises. And when a surround mix of a piece of music or an album is done badly, it's awful. I mean, I'll give you the 5.1 mix of Pet Sounds is atrocious. It's absolutely atrocious because it's a bad mix. But I can play you any number of 5.1 mixes and some Atmos mixes that are stunning. If you listen to it in the right environment, it's stunning. Now I agree with Richard. This thing about folding it down into this faux stereo or this faux Atmos image through a set of headphones. It's better than it has been. I mean, I was listening to DTS. They had a thing called DTSX, which predated Atmos, I think, by a few years, and they were doing 11.2 mixes, in a set of headphones. And it was all. It was similar in a way that the Roland RSS system would position things and phases and so it would appear that, and it's that kind of thing. But it didn't work as, say, listening to it with physical speakers in a room with an amp that's calibrated.
And with the shape of your ears that you've.
But I think there was one of the music magazine Facebook groups posted this interview they'd done with Jean-Michel Jarre just recently, where he's going on about it's the future, this is where it's all going, and then there's loads of people commenting, oh well, we've only got 2 ears, so stereo is the best. Well, no. Because we hear sound in 360. Well, we hear it above, we hear below, we hear. We can position sound anywhere. And if you're listening to music in a room, whether it's an EMOM or a rock gig or a concert venue, you're not just hearing. The sound emanates from there, but you're also hearing all the reflections and everything else around you, and it gives you. But if you're going to take a mix and say I'm going to put the synthesizers over there and the drums over there, and then you're missing the point of what multi-channel audio is for music. In films, it's a completely different matter because you're positioning audio to reflect motion and stuff on the screen. But with music, you can place the audio pretty much. You take something like one of Stephen Wilson's 5.1 mixes, where he will only really use the rears for mostly ambience and occasionally placing certain like effects if there's an effect, and it works really well by doing that. But there's like Queen's Night at the Opera, when you listen to Bo Rap on that, it's quite spectacular. I'm not saying it's great, it's spectacular because it's quite animated. And then the whole "Let Me Go" oh does the round around your head, and to some people that's a travesty, and to others it's whoa, this is. But
isn't it a bit like VR though? I mean, it truly is amazing when you experience it, but ultimately the barrier to experience it and to entry is so high for a lot of people that I can't honestly see it widely being adopted.
No. I mean, either,
it's the argument that's been had. I mean, I've been crazing my wife and actually my ex-wife with multiple speakers around the front room for the last 20 odd years. I haven't.
Might be a lesson in that.
Yeah. The wife annoyance factor. But yes, you do have to have to properly experience it. You've got to have a proper system, and you've therefore they've got to have a room that allows you to fit that in. Yeah. And if you want to go full Dolby Atmos, then you're putting speakers on the ceiling. And so that comes with all of its, inherent complications. Of course, if you're lucky enough to be able to build a room from scratch, you can build it all in. It's lovely. But yeah, it does require a certain amount of investment, and not everyone's able to do that or willing to do it.
And that's not going to be happening in these times.
And that's why this whole spatial audio thing that Apple introduced, a lot of people thought that might have been a watershed moment, because if you can create a spatial experience with a pair of stereo headphones, and maybe later they'll do something with speakers, and it's comparable to a physical multi-speaker setup, then maybe there's a big future in it. I mean, the industry are investing heavily in it, and obviously Apple are investing heavily in it. Whether it'll actually stick around, it's never gone away, but it's never been mass market. Every attempt has always fallen by the wayside.
So I really enjoyed the Atmos demo, but I have to admit the quadraphonic 70s technology demo that Suzanne Ciani did in a live performance was way better. That was incredible.
I mean, Orbital did something like that in the
because it was created for that.
There.
Exactly, and it's just it's very immersive as well. It's just not above you and below you.
Everything else is just colorized movies, and I just think it doesn't give the medium a fair hearing or showing or telling.
It's kind of like 3D. It's like so you've got all these in the cinematography of 3D. You've basically everything is in focus at whatever distance. That completely obliterates all the old school feeling of bokeh and depth of field and those sort of devices. And it's kind of like that's what kind of makes it magic. And I think the same is true with sort of stereo. It's like you can compress it and really sort of like Nigel Godrich says, cook a mix in stereo with compression and stuff. And like trying to do that multi-channel, it just doesn't feel the same. It doesn't have the same emotion.
When you unglue all the ingredients of the cake and try to rebake it, it doesn't come out to be the cake that you knew.
No,
can't.
A lot of criticisms of these reworkings in 5.1 from old material is that it takes away what a lot of people have come to know and love over the last 20, 30 years, however old that album might be. What I've found is that yes, that can. Well, no, what it does is you've grown up over the last, let's say it's a 30-year-old album. You know that album inside out. You know exactly what you're hearing, and then you hear it remixed in in say 5.1 or Atmos, you're going to hear some things that you may not have sort of heard before, maybe, or you've only heard, maybe it's more pronounced in the 5.1 mix, because again, a 5.1 mixer is going to sit there with his ears or her ears and interpret it slightly differently.
Right.
Sometimes, like Wilson does a lot of his stuff with the original artists, with the original producers, and gets them to sign off on it.
Yeah, I know. I've heard Wilson's work, and I don't like it.
Okay.
In fact, I find the whole 5.1ization of the catalog to be a tremendous travesty and almost never works for me.
Mm-hmm.
For the reasons I detailed earlier about colorized movies. I'd prefer something that's created into that medium, because I honestly believe the medium is part of the message, as I said. And so when you have a black and white movie, it works as such.
Yeah.
It was created into that medium. And getting back to my comments about unbaking the cake.
It's authentic. That's the thing. It's
well, things combine to make a thing that's beyond what the two component, greater than the sum of the parts and all that.
Yeah.
And then when you decombine them and shove one of them in the rear channels, which is what I've heard Wilson do umpteen times, it disconnects me from what made it work to begin with, and that bugs me. I wish it didn't. I wish I liked it more.
There are some mixes that I feel exactly the same. I think, oh no, case in point, that whole Beach Boys Pet Sounds was just. I thought, oh wow, this. I had great expectations, and it was just.
You'd think that would be a good one to do, and
but it's not. However, one of its peers, Sergeant Pepper, I thought actually worked quite well. And I know Richard would probably spit feathers, but I actually really kind of liked that 5.1 mix. But there you go. I'm at the moment I am horribly disappointed that the Revolver 5 or the Revolver Atmos mix has been exclusively released on digital and not on physical.
So I listened to the Revolver album in stereo, and here's what I hear. They have nothing above 8K, so what they do is they boost 5 to 8K on everything. And that produces a particular result that some people might refer to in certain cases as harsh. In other areas, it doesn't sound that bad. It's not that disconcerting sometimes, and that's the best I can say about it is it's not that disconcerting sometimes.
Yeah.
There are other times, which including what opens the album, that I find it nearly unlistenable because all of that 5 to 8K is just slicing my frickin' head off, and I'm not enjoying it. And it doesn't make up for all the 12K and 15K you ain't got. But that's what they have to work with, and that's what they have to do to try to make it playable in a playlist with other modern music, just because otherwise it just sounds like it comes from.
It's fun to have the experimental options, just as long as they don't get rid of the originals.
Right,
Well, no,
that's what I meant about before. You can't take that other shit away.
No.
I still have Sergeant Pepper across the room there. So no matter
Well,
what,
in the
they
case of
do
certain
to it-
movies, certain cuts are gone forever because director cuts took over, and you
Star
cannot
Wars.
get the originals anymore.
Well, there's plenty of recorded examples of that too, where you can
Exactly,
get to the masters. Yeah.
But yeah,
That's the bad thing.
I'll always have, like when I bought a mono copy of Pet Sounds, and I'd not listened to that album for a long while because I think the 5.1 experience had really spoiled it for me. And then I put the mono mix on, and it's just like, that's it. That's it.
Well, the Beatles
That's
stuff
definitive.
is all mono up till like Abbey Road. It was all conceived for mono anyway. Maybe the White Album.
You guys remember all the Ted Turner colorization stuff?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's colorized movies.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, I have to go cook dinner because it ain't cooking itself. And love hanging out with you. And I hope if you're still here later and I'm here later, then we'll be here later.
Cool. Cheers, Richard.
See you
Love
later.
that.
Cheers.
Yeah, my first experience of spatial audio was just something. I think it was a William Orbit album. I think on Apple Music on my phone that I listened to through earbuds, and yeah, so it wasn't something I'd ever heard before in stereo anyway. And I started listening to it, and I was just like, this just sounds shit.
Yeah.
like wrong.
And that's the problem,
It-
because it's compressed. It's
Well,
to
it
get
just sound-
to get
it,
a,
it didn't sound cohesive. you
It's
know,
not a
that's
great
the whole
way-
thing.
if your introduction to that multi-channel audio has been what's happened in the last couple of years with with Apple and spatial audio. That's, I mean, I'd love I'd love to sort of get people like yourself and get them come and sit in my front room and let me put on some of the Depeche Mode stuff or Talking Heads, which is stunning in 5.1, XTC.
Yeah,
Jeez,
but
that's amazing.
equally, some of this stuff is stunning in stereo on a good stereo.
Yeah.
And that for me is like just.
Yeah,
that's what I want to hear.
So what is it?
Naturally, my ear will pick up, slight reflections and stuff like that. I mean, stuff sounds incredible in here because this room's really flat.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
So in the early 90s, they even had 3D surround audio inside of Electric Image Animation System package that John Knoll used to make some Star Trek animations for movies and stuff. And you could actually put 3D speakers in there and wander around the environment and hear spatial audio. It was pretty awesome, although it was primitive.
You can actually buy, or you still can, but you could buy multi-channel headphones that actually had multiple drivers in each can pointing in different directions, so that you could it would it's odd, but at the end of the day, it's an option that you can have. Yes, it's the record companies trying to get you to buy something over and over again, which we will do if we want to, and if we don't want to, we don't have to.
Anybody want to buy a 3D TV now?
No, exactly. But then this is the thing with 3D TV and anything with 3D visual. Right now, to get a decent 3D visual effect, you've got to be wearing a headset at the very least. And even then, that's not perfect. Then you've got the fatigue and everything of wearing that stuff.
And the convenience of it. I mean, it's
It's I don't know. I don't know if it's something we'll ever conquer or ever produce something that will be agreeable to everyone as a regular TV and a regular stereo hi-fi is and has been for many, many years. But I can tell you from selling, I mean, Richard's obviously sold way more high-end systems over the years. I sold 5.1 systems, and the biggest obstacle was, unfortunately, the people that were buying it were the husbands, and the biggest obstacle were the wives. It was, where are you going to put all those cables? Where are those speakers going to go? All this kind of stuff, rather than, it might sound nice.
I'm a long way away. We got our first TV 2 years ago, so.
Oh yeah, because I remember you saying, stick with it. Yeah, stay there.
Yeah. Did you see the new? Speaking of 3D VR and that kind of stuff, the new headset from PlayStation being announced?
Yes.
Did you see the price?
Yes.
I mean,
how much?
600.
Yeah, 550 US. So,
it's more expensive than the PS5 at this stage.
Well, I paid. What did I pay?
If you can get one,
yeah, I paid about 500 for my PS5. So but by all accounts, it's rather good. But
I'd love one. But
yeah,
do I $600 want one?
I will probably get one, but it won't be for a while.
No.
Especially, it's no, it goes.
Aren't we all going to be living in the metaverse?
Well, oh god,
I am.
have you seen how much money Zuckerberg has lost?
We're going to look like Mies from 10 years ago.
It was the demonstrations like, really? Oh wow, no.
It's very sad.
Yeah. Well, it is and it isn't. Because it's him. Fuck him.
Yeah.
Fuck him. Fuck Musk.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a great name for a perfume.
What? Fuck him. Fuck Musk.
No, fuck Musk.
Oh, fuck Musk. In other news, everything but the girl have got a new album coming out next year. Everything but the girl. Tracy Thorn. Ben. That'll be good. excited about that.
Not S Club Junior then.
S Club Junior.
Channel 4.
Nice. Copyright strike.
Yeah.
Boom.
Right, I'm going to duck off for a bit anyway. I might be back later. I need to get my body clock back in order. It's ridiculous. I've been
Needs
like
rewinding.
Oh,
still
by the way,
awake
before
at-
you go, what's the
Go on.
name of the guy that owns Dubrek Studio?
Oh yeah, did you see him on the news? Jay. Yeah, it was on BBC Breakfast this morning, and then
Yeah, that's
Sky
when I
News
saw
at
him.
lunchtime as
Yeah,
well.
I saw on
So,
the breakfast. Yeah. I thought,
So, yeah.
I know that shirt.
Yeah, no, he's a dude. No, he's really,
Yeah, he's a
really
good
good
guy.
bloke. Yeah, no, he's awesome. It's a wicked venue as well.
Mm.
Really is. Really cool. But yeah, Jay Dean.
Cool.
But yeah, it's funny because like someone I know on Facebook was just like, I'm on holiday in Iceland, and I think I must be like delirious because I've woken up to see Jay on BBC News on BBC Breakfast. Like, what's going on? Am I still asleep? But no,
Nice.
wicked. But yeah, good points he made as well. You know, just fucking hell.
Yeah.
At the moment, I'm treating, Dolby Atmos and what they're doing to some of the albums is, sort of like taking your favourite car and then putting 16 wheels on it, and I hope it'll be better. Some cars will
Yeah.
benefit from it. Other cars will go, but that's stupid.
Oh, absolutely. And
Yeah.
also it's down to the mechanic as well.
Yeah.
If the person that's doing the mix,
It's just gluing them on the wings.
Yeah, they put like 12 of them all on one side.
I mean, there are some people, when you see the name of the person that's done the mix, you think, I know I like this because they respect the material.
Yeah.
Like Elliot Shiner is a guy in the US that does and has done a huge amount of stuff. Like the first half of Elton John's catalogue he did, and that's pretty spectacular stuff. Yeah, I mean Yellow Brick Road in 5.1. Whoa. Stephen Wilson's another one, although Richard doesn't like him. But he,
Well, the analogy I think that works for me with this Atmos is when you mod a synthesizer, you're bringing it screaming into the 21st century, and sometimes MIDI really improves them, or a USB drive in it instead of a floppy, etc., etc. And I get that, but then there's other mods that are so difficult to do because they were never meant to be modded when they were created, and what you end up with is a mess that doesn't quite work.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what Atmos is like. You don't really know whether it works for whatever album you're going to remix until you've remixed it. Get a load of people listen to it, and if more than 60% of them going, well, that's fucking shit, then you know. So not everything, because the way the Beatles was mixed, I can't see how Atmos would make that better. It would just make it different.
Yeah. I mean, you do listen to that stuff, and I mean, when I listen to the Depeche Mode stuff, which, I know most of that like the back of my hand. I know what I'm expecting in stereo, and then to hear it in 5.1, the guys that did that did it in a very sympathetic way, and it's one of the few mixes, or those 10 albums that they did, the first 10, where you don't have to be sat, because another thing that people hate, like, you've got to sit in the sweet spot. Well, yeah and no, because what they've done is they've kind of interpreted the 5.1 mix as, well, okay, look, we've got these 5 speakers and we know that they're going to be in roughly the same sort of position in the room that the people are going to be listening to this to. Can we maybe use that? Not because mixing music in 5.1 should never be about positioning first. It should always be about how you utilize the ability to fill the air with the sound. So I say so many 5.1 mixes, the rears are literally just ambience. They're just reverb, which in a lot of cases works. It works quite nicely.
Get some nice comb filtering on the back wall. That's what you need.
But if you mix it in some, like the Depeche Mode album, so it's difficult to kind of talk about things that you really need to hear to experience. But I could listen to that album and move around the room doing stuff and still benefit from that 5.1 mix, because all it's done is it's just allowed each instrument, each element, to breathe a little bit bigger. It's got a bigger stage to breathe in. Now, again, that might not, Jim alludes to this, this tightness, this focused thing of stereo, which I get. But also, I like to be able to hear things playing off each other, which I maybe couldn't because they were too tightly packed, maybe in a stereo mix. And the source material has a large effect on it. Pet Sounds, you would have thought something like that, where it's so multifaceted, would have benefited it, but it doesn't. And some source material just doesn't benefit from it, or it makes it worse. So it really is kind of, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. Sometimes it's easy, but a lot of times, sometimes you miss, and it just doesn't stick. But
it's nice to have the option. I'm not going to go out of my way to seek it out, but when it's there, it's cool. So.
When I buy those Beatles box sets that have got the original mix, the mono mix, the original stereo mix, the new stereo mix, the 5.1 mix, I will listen to the 5.1 mix every now and again. And that's mainly because my 5.1 system is in the front room, and that's being used for other things a lot of the time, like, watching telly. So most of the time I am listening to the monos or the stereos.
I think a lot of these technologies really suit gaming rather than...
yeah, absolutely.
The most out of any kind of format. They tend to suit gaming, like sort of 3D, spatial, surround stuff.
Movies and gaming. Yeah,
but it's the same way that multi-channel audio suits movies, because it's not only about creating an all-encompassing environment, but it's also about emphasizing movement of objects or the camera within the shot, so it emphasizes the movement, and that's great. And locking speech as well to the screen is very important in films, and that's where
you should hear Facebook Meta in surround. It's amazing. It's so much better.
Is there a risk though we might find like different mixes of the same songs by different people? This is the Beatles mixed by this person, because the technology will probably advance and evolve at some point, and will change yet again. Oh, nicely done.
Yeah, no, it will. I'm sure, in 10 years' time there'll be something else, and there'll be another mix done by somebody else who was or wasn't around at the time. Yeah. Especially with legacy material, you don't always have. You can't maybe get the permissions to do it, or you have to get sign off. Like I say, I'm only speaking from what I know about people like Stephen Wilson, who
good luck getting stuff signed off from previous conversations.
Yes, quite. But yeah, I mean, some artists will only agree to do it if they have the final say. If those artists are no longer around and the estate doesn't feel it's worth messing around with, then fine. In other cases, the artist might no longer be around, and the estate is just looking to milk. And
I was going to say, if there's money to be made
Exactly.
for an estate,
Yeah.
I mean, in the case of this Devo, when they did, they obviously had to get the stems, so they got permission to use the files. So.
But then, see now technology is changing again, because Revolver was all they had was like a stereo, or the 4-track. That's all they had. So all of these instruments had been recorded and then dubbed, and so there wasn't anything to mix like there was with Sgt. Pepper, Abbey Road, White Album. There weren't multi-tracks. So what they actually, there's been technology around that can split out tracks.
There's an haptic pitch map.
Yeah, but now Peter Jackson, his team developed this technology to use in Get Back, the movie, where it analyzes, and it's all AI and machine learning and stuff, and it can extract individual tracks from the mix in a very clean fashion. And that's what they gave to Giles Martin when he did the new stereo and the new Atmos mixes of Revolver. So we're now getting to a point where we don't necessarily need the multi-tracks, because you remember, how many years ago was it that the Universal warehouse went up in smoke, and so many masters and multi-tracks just went poof, gone. So all we have now is, you know, copies of copies of copies, but they're all stereo masters. So the technology will get better, and we will have the ability to extract multi-tracks from just a stereo master, and then, you know, people will then go off and do stuff. Yeah.
Just wait till the Plastic Ono band comes out in Atmos.
Oh, please no. I think actually didn't. I'm just trying to remember, because the Lennon reissue series has kind of been slowly plodding along, and I know they've done some of that stuff in Atmos. I don't know if they've done the Plastic Ono Band album yet, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Right, I'm going to check out.
All right, mate. Oh, you mentioned Orbital, by the way. Before you get, the new Orbital album is coming out in Atmos, and it's mixed in Atmos by Mark Ayres at the Radiophonic Workshop.
All right.
And the Orbital guys reckon it's amazing. So who knows? Anyway,
We shall see.
yes.
I'll hear it in stereo. Cool.
All right.
Cheers, guys. Might
See you later.
Cheers.
Yep.
Bye.
See you later.
Yeah, mate.
It's always
Yeah, I
a
might get-
contentious issue.
I might get back to work as well. It was a nice
past
break.
10.
I know.
No, I know. I was up till when the Synclavier news dropped. Jesus, I was up until God knows when, writing that up for Gear News just to get it out in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get enough time to play with the Synclavier module, but it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it seems to be very Marmite, as we say over here. Either people are like, "Wow, yeah, new Synclavier."
Well, a lot of people don't even know what that thing produced, right? They know
Yeah.
Beat It, they know a few other things, but I mean, I think not Heartbeat City, but the couple albums before that for the Cars were made on the Synclavier.
It was, yeah.
And,
they actually used it in Live Aid, didn't they? I think the Cars
Yeah,
used
it's all
it.
over the place. So it's
Oh yeah,
not just FM; it's also a mixing monster. You know.
exactly. I mean, it was a faceted thing. I mean, it started off as an FM additive synth, and then along came sampling and hard disk recording.
And that Sonic State demo they did in that hotel room, that was really nice. There's some great sounds in that.
I think it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
I was saying to Kent earlier before we came on air that all these, there's a lot of people sort of going, "Oh, it's got that slider and that's awful." But if you remember the original, when you on the
it's an alpha wheel. You want the
it's
alpha
a wheel. It's a load of buttons and a wheel. So this is just a load of buttons and a slider.
More expressive than a wheel. Yeah.
Exactly. And I think Manny was saying that, because he spent some time, he had about half an hour with it. He said that once you get used to that, and it doesn't take very long to get used to that slider, you can get really very accurate very quickly.
Right.
So I'll take his word for it.
And it has MPE support, and it has multi-timbral up to butt, and it has tons of polyphony, and it's nuts.
And it has the ability to to be upgraded, and so the whole resynthesis thing that is obviously missing now will likely come as an update. So yeah,
exactly. And it's not even that expensive when you consider what it does. So and a DC power, so it's mobile. You can use it on your park bench.
Oh, that was the other thing that people were getting. A lot of people were getting quite pissed off the fact that it was a USB-C connector. Even though it's a mains, it's literally, it's not a data connection. It's a main, it's a power supply connection. But they used USB-C, which I suppose is quite clever because it has that click, doesn't it? It has
going that way, aren't they?
Well, yeah, exactly. So what? I mean, it makes damn sight more sense than.
I think
all
there's
the
a
other...
barrel connector too, wasn't there? I'm pretty sure there was also a DC barrel connector.
No, it was USB-C. And they made the mistake of putting the website up and putting an image of the back plate without the MIDI connections on, which it does have. It has TRS.
The TRS,
MIDI.
TRS-B MIDI, yeah.
But it does have it as it's just not just USB. So that's nice. And it's got. They didn't make a big thing of the fact that it's got a VESA mount in the base, so you can put it onto a monitor stand.
Like the
Yeah, I mean, it's just I'm very excited. I mean, I'm speaking to them and hoping that we might be able to get one, or if one comes into the country, might make a stop here. We'll see. We will see. Yes,
that was pretty much that was a pretty well kept secret, right? I mean,
it was.
Yeah, nobody knew about it.
Nobody outside of a very small group of people knew about that. Yep.
I saw that name and I go, what? Wait a minute, what?
Yeah.
Those guys are here.
But I think Manny said to me, because we were talking about it, and he said that you can, they a little while ago they did the knob. Do you remember?
Right.
They did
Yeah.
the big silver knob on a little stand that you could plug in as a USB controller. So that, I don't know. I never really looked much into it because I could. What's the point? I haven't got any use for that. But Manny said, I think he spoke to them. He said, yeah, if you've got one of those, you can plug it in the USB port and then use the knob as the controller of that. But I went onto their website and it looks like they don't make it anymore, which is a shame. So I think they should.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Well, with all the stuff I have that has an Alpha dial, like the Alpha Juno and what's the other one? Bunch of that older stuff. They're handy when that's all you have. But when you have options, a slider is always better. So
I kind of.
But can't you map any device you want anyway to it?
Of course, yeah. CC's all over the place.
Yeah, I think they said that in the Sonic State videos that if you connect a controller that's got.
Yeah, I was watching Loopup's video today.
Yeah.
But unlike something like the Arturia controllers, where those sliders can't get in the way of your keyboard playing and you hit them by accident, there's no keyboard on the unit, so you're not going to trigger it by accident.
Yeah. It's gonna be fun. I mean, compare that to the price of, say, a third wave, which I guess is sort of comparable. It's digital and uses wave tables and stuff. It's a lot cheaper. I mean, obviously it doesn't have a keyboard that comes with it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's that comparable, but I don't think it's horribly priced. It's priced for what it is these days, and the price of components and
there are plenty of other options. If people don't want that, you still have Synclavier Go, and you have the UVI library, the Beast. So
and you've also got the Arturia.
That's true. That's right. They added
which is written by Cameron as well. So it's as authentic as you can get in a piece of software, and it's actually a really nice soft synth. So yeah.
Any sign of a let up for component availability and prices?
They're saying, aren't they? They're saying it's getting better, but I mean, I know from in my industry where we're making card readers and card printers, and we have facilities in Malaysia, and Kyocera make all of our print heads, and we're now able to source a lot more than we were 6 months ago.
Okay.
But the prices are still quite high, and the grumblings in our industry is that we're having to put the prices of everything up to cover the costs. Otherwise, if we don't, we'll just go bust. But I think things are getting slightly better, but I don't think it'll be. I'm not even sure it'll get back to what it was. I think it'll just be a new level that we accept. It's like petrol prices. They reckon now that they've gone up so much that when they come down to like 180, 170 a litre or something, that we'll just accept that. Oh well, that's better than it was, and we'll now take that as the new norm, rather than it going back down to what it was before. So.
That's the £173,000 CS80 syndrome.
Indeed, yeah. As soon as somebody puts, I mean, I was looking through the Vemir auction. There's that guy still trying to flog his DX1 for 75,000. And there's a CS80 on there for 35, and I'm thinking, well, I know which one is more sensibly priced, and it isn't the digital one. But even so, 35,000 for a CS80 is still.
Yeah, but people don't balk at it like they used to.
No,
because of
it's
the
been normalised.
overinflated pricing. Yeah, which is a shame, I must admit.
Yes.
Hopefully, with the recession, people will need heating money, so they might sell stuff for cheap.
Seriously, I have a radiator in here. It's never on. I just have it turned off because I just don't need it all year round.
Well, it seems to be a massive rush on people selling their analog drum machines. I've had 12 come in the
Really?
days. Yeah. 909s, 808s, CR78s, CR8 and 5000. Yeah. Just bucket loads of them.
think we're going to see a lot more of it. I don't know. I mean, I wonder if it's going to go like the second-hand car market, where the used products are just going to go up and up and up and up.
Yeah.
So, because that, you know, like my next door neighbour's been waiting for his car since I think he ordered it a year ago.
Mm.
It's a VW ID3, so it's, you know, fully electric. And they had some guy come round about January of this year fitting, you know, the socket on their garage wall, you know, so they can plug it in and everything. And me and the missus, every time we went out, I said, what is that they've had put on their wall? We couldn't figure it out because it got a little glowing light on it. We're like, what the fuck's that? We thought it was like an outdoor hand gel dispenser, you know, for COVID. But maybe because they're getting on a bit, maybe they're just taking it. But it turns out he said, "Oh yes, you know, I'm still waiting for my car. I ordered it in November of 2021." Because apparently some of the main components for it come from Ukraine.
Yeah.
So
I tell you, it was quite funny. I had a customer come in. He was a really young kid. He was about, well, I say he's really young. He was about 19, 20 or something like that. And we're chatting away, and the iRobot Hoover fires up and starts cleaning the front room floor. And he was really impressed that we had one, let alone know that they existed. Because we're such old fuckers. You went, no, I didn't think you'd have any, you know, like modern technology. Fuck off.
What?
Let me show you the studio.
Yeah. Oh dear.
But I kind of see where he's coming from. You know,
Yeah,
you wouldn't go round your nan's and she's got like an argon laser in the kitchen or something, you know. But it's that, you know, that kind of thing. Oh wow, you got a robot Hoover. I think
it does seem to be a
you know, they didn't have a robot Hoover.
Yeah, but there does seem to be a cut-off point, isn't it? That once you get to a certain age, you're just not expected to keep up with, you know, technology. And
I work on 50-year-old keyboards, and the rest of the time I'm making fairy cakes. Apparently,
the amount of kids that have told me I'm too old to be playing video games.
What?
Yeah, I know.
Crazy.
I know. Especially when you kick their ass.
Yeah.
Frag you, bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before I forget, Ollie, hang on a second. I've got to find the
Actually, I
name
have stuff to send you, Robbie. I completely forgot.
Oh.
Yeah. Those Yamaha brochures.
Oh, yes. No, I'd forgotten about those too, so don't worry about it. Have I asked you about this place in Brittany? Oh, God, I forget what it's called now. San Tugduan? Tugduan? It's like tug, or it's probably pronounced obviously completely differently. So forgive my assassination of your native tongue.
Well, we do like a bit tug.
Rub and tug, yeah. There you go.
Who doesn't?
No, in Brittany, no. I don't. Is that a holiday place?
What it is? Yeah, it's an Airbnb that we've found. Tugdual, Tugdual, San Tugdual or something. It's like in the centre of Brittany.
I got it here.
The place that we wanted to go was it literally went up 250 quid, like overnight.
Oh yeah, so it's north of Lorient.
Yeah. Lorient is like
that area is actually very rich in traditional Breton music.
Okay.
The Scarf is near, and yeah.
There seem to be a lot of old medieval towns and stuff.
Yeah, it's a very well, the whole of Brittany, to be fair. But that area is in the those Breton, what do they call it, mountains? They're hills.
Yeah.
But it's quite pretty. Yeah.
Yeah, it looked nice, and say it was a small kind of cottage that had been renovated, and they've got an outdoor pool. And they've got a pool table and a table tennis table indoors. They've even got a home cinema system in there. So I was like, yes,
nice. Is it 500?
And it was really very well priced. So we thought, yep, snap that up.
When are you going?
August.
Okay.
Yeah. So
And I'd see you what, an hour from the sea?
Yeah, about that. And we're going to drive down, so that'll be nice.
Yeah, lovely. My dad has his boat in Lorient now.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, that looked like a really nice place to go visit. So.
And you go on the just south of Lorient, on the coast. You got that sort of weird bay that it looks like it's almost a lagoon, but it's
yeah,
and that's stunning. It's that's where my dad is now.
Okay.
And the Morbihan area, yeah, very stunning. And you got the Carnac stones in that area as well.
That's right. Yeah. It looked like there was plenty to go and see and do and stuff. So
yeah,
nice.
We're on the other coast. We're on the north.
Okay,
coast when we go there. Saint-Malo, we have a house there. So.
No, I was just scanning through Airbnb and this place came up, and I thought
nice.
It looked a bit too good to be true, but it's managed by a large company that have lots of properties, all around Europe, and so loads of good ratings. And as soon as I said, it's got a swimming pool, the kids were like, "Yeah, we're going."
Yeah, it's hard to go wrong in Brittany anyway. But France is very easy for tourism anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
At that time of the year, it's pleasant. We're off to Lanzarote actually next month.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Right time of year to go. I'm just trying to book a trip back to Italy. We've got to do my dad's ashes, which we've had to put off since COVID.
Yeah.
But I was looking at flight. I think because the family village is in the northeast in the Alps, north of Turin, and unfortunately Turin Airport is more like a regional airport than you get international flights in, but from the UK maybe it's not that great. So you generally have to fly into Milan, either Bergamo or Malpensa, and then that's another 2-hour drive back into past Turin and up into the mountains. So I thought, do you know what, fuck it, I'll drive, because I've done that trip a number of times, and I'll do it in 2 days, and I'll stop somewhere near Dijon or maybe a little bit further down overnight and do it in 2 days, and then I'll have my own car and I won't have to worry about hiring a car at the airport to drive 2 hours there and back, and we're only going there for a few days. And by the time you add in all the flight business, like you go on like Ryanair, oh yes, we'll do a ticket for $25.99, and would you like to take a suitcase? Oh well, that's going to cost you more. Would you like to pay for your or would you like to have check-in included? I thought check-in was a standard thing, but apparently you have to pay to check in and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, literally every aspect is now monetized. Yeah. So by the time you add that all up and then get to hire a car and then think about the fuel on the car, you might as well just drive yourself and do and it's a much more interesting journey because you get to see everything.
What's the typical food in the Turin area?
Typical food, Italian.
It's so different everywhere you go, though. So what's the?
Yeah, well, one of the traditional dishes of that part is a thing called bagna cauda.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, which is awful. I hate it.
What is it?
It's fat upon fat upon fat.
No, bagna cauda is ground anchovies and other things. So basically, you get this kind of ground gritty paste.
Is olive oil and butter melted in there?
And then oil, like
a
few inches of oil, and then you have it. It's like warmed over, some tea-light candle type thing.
Kind of like a fondue thing.
Yeah, and then all around the table are small bowls of chopped vegetables and bits of bread and olives and all this kind of stuff. And you just you use your tong thing and you dip it and you scrape up a bit of the anchovy stuff and you eat it. And I remember nobody told me that it was anchovies, and I really don't like those kind of little salty little fishes. And it's one of those things, when you get pissed on something at a young age and you never want to touch that stuff again because you remember how awful it made you feel. It's still like that. I probably love it now, but I daren't. But yeah, bagna cauda is one of the main things. But no, I mean,
do they have a specific pasta shape from that region, or is it just whatever?
I'm not aware of one. No, I mean most of the stuff that's produced gastronomically there is the wine, because it's Barolo region. So, and not Nerodavla, Barolo, Barbera. They're the sort of the big wines and breads. Lots of breads and hams and salamis and that kind of stuff. But no, it's all most of the thing you go into. Even the local deli in the village, and it's just what you'd expect in an Italian deli, but just better than than anywhere outside of Italy, because it's it's proper.
Right, I'm off. Thank you,
Go on.
lads.
Thank you.
I got 2 pieces to finish.
Cool. Enjoy.
See you, Ollie.
How do I get out of here again? It's been a while.
See you
All right,
later.
bye bye.
Control Alt Delete.
Oh, where's the time? That's not
Yeah, I need to go to Italy one of these days. I haven't been to Europe at all, so
Italy is a fantastic place. I think
I love the history and the music and the food and the art and all that stuff.
It's like most of the.
Come enjoy our recession.
Don't worry, we're gonna have some shit coming. Trump's going back in office. I guarantee it. So
What?
guarantee it.
Oh God, that can't be good.
Oh, sorry,
man.
sorry, Ollie. I didn't give you the.
What a wanker.
There you go. He's complaining in the chat.
Yeah, it's traditional now. Don't want to get left out.
Well, I like Ollie a lot, so I don't want to call him wank.
It's tough love.
It's tough love. No, I think if you go to any of these kind of the classical European countries, Central Europe, I guess, really. It's each, whether it's France, whether it's Germany, whether it's Italy, Spain, Portugal, they're rich in their own cultures and, gastronomies, and there are similarities, but there are also some real big difference, and in everything, and it's wonderful to certainly I always think that that we are incredibly lucky to be. Well, I still think we're part of that, even though fucking Brexit. We are still part of that. I am. I've always considered myself a European rather than a Brit.
Well, and even the way the royals shared everything, right? I mean, they were always connected. Yeah.
But even the royal families and the perceptions and the traditions associated with those in all the various countries is a little different, and they're fantastic places. Well, they're saying that. I mean, I took the wife to Berlin for her 50th a few years ago, and we walked out of the hotel straight into an Italian restaurant in the centre of Berlin, and we were very happy with that. There's not many. You don't get many sort of traditional German restaurants. Although I went to one in the south, Kloster E. Oh, it's basically an old cloisters, and it's been converted into like a hotel and restaurant and stuff. And we got taken there by the company, and it was all South German food. So traditional German food is often quite heavy. So there's lots of dough and lots of suet, and it's like, once you've eaten, it's your center of gravity drops about a foot. It's it's nice, it's lovely. Don't get me wrong. It's just I'd never experienced food that heavy before. Yeah, it's lovely.
You ever been to one of those little? One of my friends went there a lot. He talked about these little towns. Like one's called San Gimignano or something like that, with all these towers. All these families competed with building towers, and it's like a pissing contest who could build the best tower. And there's towers all over town. So funny little stories like that.
The only place I've been where I've seen that on open display was Dubai.
Oh yeah,
downtown Dubai, and every tower is like, we're gonna be bigger and wackier than the last one. There's one there that looks like Big Ben, or no, Elizabeth Tower, to give it its proper name. But it's basically the clock tower in the Houses of Parliament, but it's like 10 times as big. and it stands next to some of these other much more modern all glass constructions, and it just I used to look out the hotel window. We used to stay in the same hotel, and you just look up this big freeway essentially that's just going straight through downtown Dubai, and all of these buildings, every single one looks nothing like the next one. And they're all trying to literally outdo each other in terms of their style, of their size. And of course, just to the back of that is the Burj Khalifa, which just towers over them all going, fuck you.
Yeah, there's one of those Apple TV screensavers that shows the aerial shots.
Yeah.
There's one of Dubai that goes over some waterway, and it's just amazing.
Yeah, that's just Dubai Marina. Yeah.
Oh, man, it's just crazy.
I mean, everywhere I've been in Dubai, every time I go there, I'm just like, wow, this is amazing. And then you realise, how that stuff came about.
Sure.
In terms
we
of
paid for a lot of it.
Well, the amount of people that died.
Sure.
And the conditions that they keep the workers in.
Yeah.
Once you, it kind of it did spoil it for me, and rightly so, because I went there initially and was like, this place is amazing, and it's a Muslim country, but it's very relaxed in its enforcement, and So
here's the thing, though. It looks nice now, but was it built well and it's going to last, or is it just going to fall apart?
I mean, a lot of what's there has been there for some time now. I think
because a lot of the new China construction, just to put on a good show, they put a lot of shoddy stuff up that looks nice, and in 10 years it's starting to fall apart.
I think the thing with that whole kind of Arab Emirate thing is that it's all about quality, and they're not short of the money to put into it. So I think it's it will probably last. I mean, it's one of these kind of spectacular places, but it's also one when you understand what sort of lay behind all of that.
Oh yeah.
It's a little bit disturbing.
Well, and subjugation of some of their own citizens. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It is. I mean, I'd love to go back because it is a great experience. I recommend people go and just to even the Dubai Mall is wow. But then when you're walking through the mall and you've got it's so obviously on show. You have a family and the women are always walking behind.
Oh yeah.
And it's just little things like that, and you just
wearing a tent, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. It's, but saying that, because it is quite a liberated Muslim culture, because they had to, to attract the businesses they do, they had to, relax a lot of their, what other countries like Saudi Arabia, that's that Dubai and Saudi Arabia are kind of quite different in many ways.
Sure.
But I remember, I think it was the first time I went to Dubai. I got there on the Sunday. I flew on the Sunday morning, so I left my home about sort of 3:30 on the Sunday morning, and I'd only landed from Nairobi on the Friday night, so I literally had like 36 hours from landing from Nairobi to then going back to the airport and going off to Dubai. And it was the first time I'd ever been, so I wasn't quite sure what to expect. And I arrived there, so it was about sort of 5 o'clock in the afternoon, just before prayers. And I arrive and it's stiflingly hot. It was in the 40s centigrade, so whatever that is, well over 100. Really, really fucking hot. I get to the hotel and I'm knackered, and I go up to my room. The first thing I notice is a big silver disc on the ceiling with an arrow. And I think,
I'll tell you where it is. Yeah.
Oh, what's that? It's Mecca.
Yeah.
And then it was like weird, because as soon as I noticed that and realised what it was, the call to prayer happens, and there's a mosque not far away from the hotel. And of course, it's all amplified. And this combination of being in a really weird place and being so tired, and then hearing that very emotive call to prayer.
Sure.
I burst into tears.
It's beautiful stuff. Yeah.
I mean, it was tears of exhaustion and tears of like, but it was just like, oh, this is just too much.
Also makes me think of the opening of Hellraiser. So
it was, and then I found out the next day that the waterway that I could see from my hotel window was the Persian Gulf, and on the other side of that, which you could just about see, was Iraq. And then then all of a sudden your brain is kind of centered, because obviously Iraq has been part of our news for so many years, maybe not so much now, but, and then people were telling me, yeah, if you keep an eye out, you'll see the various boats going up and down, and they stay their side of the so-called line that goes down the middle. And yeah, it's just bizarre place, but
it's wild.
Yeah, lovely too, in its own way.
Yeah, the one funny thing about when you see a bunch of people with the burqas on, you'll see them taking group photos. I'm like, who knows who's who in the picture? Yeah. They're all posing.
It's all done by height.
I guess it's like, like the clean room people. I work in the clean room a lot at work, or I have in the past, and you get to know people's body shape pretty easily from the clean room garb when they're fully suited up. So
it was funny. I saw a post today on Facebook. Propaganda, the band.
Yeah.
So the two girls, Suzanne and Claudia, have kind of reformed as ex-Propaganda, and they're touring at the moment in Germany. And somebody posted a picture that they took with them at a gig last night, except they're all wearing masks. And you had to sort of like, who's who? Because they've all got their COVID mask on. I think, I'm not sure I'd want a picture with some of my favourite musicians with all these masks, because how are you going to tell?
It's true. Yeah.
In fact, you could probably start a business up by putting masks on people and taking pictures and then claiming it's somebody that it is.
That's what's so nice about Synthplex, is very few people wearing masks, because it's not totally safe, but it's safer now, so you can actually see people and find people, and
Yeah, nobody was wearing them at Synthfest. It was odd actually going to the hospital today, because they still insist, in hospitals that you wear them, and that was weird seeing people walking around with masks on again, because it's now so like used to not seeing them again.
Yeah. My favorite is a lot of people wearing them with the nose exposed. I'm like, what's the point?
Oh,
don't even bother wearing the damn thing.
No, exactly. Yes. Oh.
You feel better, Kent? A little bit?
Yeah, it's
brandy
alright,
kicked
it's an
in?
ongoing thing.
Got some alcohol? Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's that.
Talking of which, I might go and get myself a snifter.
You don't have a stash of Quaaludes somewhere? So...
Steady Eddie.
Oh, what the hell's this?
Somebody wants to extend your Volkswagen warranty.
Oh.
Go on.
Maybe not.
Oh, the intrigue.
No. I get these emails from, I'm not going to mention names. They're from somebody quite important and well respected in this industry.
Uh-huh.
And they forward me all these emails without really much explanation. I think I'm supposed to work it all out by myself. Jesus, this.
Are they dick pics? Come on.
So I had no.
Or some political nonsense or whatever.
Oh my word. Anyway, no, I had somebody forward me an email because they'd been contacted to see if they'd got any Fairlight keyboards knocking around. Like one does, Well,
Yeah,
actually, there are one or two of us that do. But and they basically said, I shit you not, the email was like, "Hi, my name is whatever. Well, I can't remember. I'm a musician music producer, blah blah blah, entrepreneur. Yeah. And I was wondering if you had any old Fairlight keyboards, as I'm looking to start something on social media, and I want to have a Fairlight vibe in the background. I think that was the term they used. They wanted a Fairlight vibe. So in other words, you want to pretend that you've got a Fairlight without actually having a Fairlight. That's what you want to do. So you want a keyboard to stick in the background.
Exposure, Robbie.
Oh, yeah. But so this person forwards that email to me with the words, "You need to speak to Rob. He'll be able to help you out." And I'm like, "Well, no, won't."
Yeah, thanks for that commitment.
Yeah, I've got I've got 3 Fairlight keyboards here at the moment. 2 of which are with systems, and sorry, they're not going anywhere. And the other one is just the keyboard mechanism out of one that failed. You can have that, because that's worth its weight in shit. Because it got damaged, got smashed at airport.
Oh dear.
So you can have that.
Was it badly packed or just so heavily damaged from transit? So.
Yeah, it was mostly damaged from transit. It'd been packed very well, and particularly around the ends of it. But for some reason, it must have taken an almighty whack.
It's amazing how they do that shit. Just...
Yeah. And I think 3 or 4 keys at the top end had been smashed beyond repair, and the metal framework was all bent up and everything. That I managed to straighten out, but the keys were fucked.
When he did the reissue, did he make spares that are backward compatible, or not really?
No, everything was done. Surprisingly, all the metalwork of the keyboard, the mainframe, the Alpha keyboard, and the monitor shroud were designed and made by the same guy who did the originals.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, a guy called Alan Galt, who sadly is no longer with us. But yeah, Alan, he commissioned Alan to do the new versions, but no, the new versions, and the music keyboard I think could be used with an original Fairlight because it's MIDI.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have any of the original connectors or anything like that, so you could essentially use that. But
so that was just a DIN 5. It wasn't some fancy thing coming off of there, except for like CRT or whatever. Or CRT was just off the box itself.
It wasn't even a CRT. It was a Wacom touchscreen.
Oh, okay.
Because did you? I don't know if you heard the story. I had somebody contact me a while back.
Oh yeah, it wasn't connected. The pen wasn't connected.
Yeah, because it's a Wacom tablet, so literally the coiled cord was
like
just
a Cintiq tablet. Yeah.
And I sent the email to Peter, and Peter said, "Yeah, it's just time to cut it off." And I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, it's nothing. It's just a cord.
It's magic.
Cord."
Yeah.
And then he told me, because I remember getting the email from him when he cracked what he was going to do with the screen, because he thought, well, I need an LCD or TFT panel, but how do I make a touch screen with a pen to make it like? And then he landed on the idea of using the Wacom, and he said, I've figured out how to do it. And I thought he'd come up with some technological thing, and I just bought a Wacom tablet.
It's called SWAT. Sell what's available today.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I've just got this raft of emails that I've been forwarded, and I have no idea why. Unless there's another one to come that says, I've sent you all these emails. This is here we go. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh. Okay, right. Yeah, that all makes sense. Now there was a follow-up email that explains everything. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Cool. Oh. I was told this time last week. I was told that my Mini Freak would be shipping last Friday. And I was like, oh, great, it'll be here next week. And I still haven't had the tracking number yet. But they have assured me it's coming, so looking forward to playing with that.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my desoldering station. It's 2 months now.
Oh my god.
So,
yes, but then I got told I'd be receiving my copy of the new Bukes book, the Roland one.
yeah.
And I got a tracking number, and it said 2-day delivery. So I put the tracking number into the app, and it confirmed it. It says 2-day delivery, and if I tap on it now, it says your parcel status is we're expecting it. That's it.
Cool.
Is it going to one of those shops like that other guy's sent?
Well, funnily enough, it is coming via Every, but I think is it Whistle or Whistle, WHISTL? They're the shipping agent for these things, and then they use Every as the final leg, so to speak. But yeah, it still says we're collecting it rather than it's on its way.
Should be sitting in a sweet shop in Bromley.
Well, the thing is, Robin got his today, I think. So he probably got it. Well, it was ordered around the same time. So
It seems nice. I just don't use the micro enough. I don't want to get a mini if I'm not using the micro that much.
oh, I don't know. I'm hearing some stuff about the Mini Freak. It is just incredible. Yeah.
But it's almost all the same engine stuff, right? Did they add anything else to it?
I think
other than the polyphony?
Yeah, I think there's more going on. I think there's more modes, whatever they call them. I think it's got like 20.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
21.
I ran out of time to play with it at the show, so I just walked by it.
I've been reading some people's sort of reports on it, and they say it's one of the best things. They reckon it's one of the best things Arturia have done, and it's got to be good.
It's so funny. I kept running into Dina Perlman like over and over and over again. Like I was outside hanging out with some guys talking about some stuff, and she came and goes, "Have you seen so and so? What are you still doing out here?" I'm like, "I don't know. I'm just hanging out." She goes, "Oh, okay." And then we had a little chat. We're going to have a little snack on the last night with some people that were there, and just it's funny. You keep running to people over and over again at a small event like that.
Yeah. Now Dina's a ball of energy.
She's cool. Yeah, she's really cool.
She's great fun. Yeah. It was nice to see Michelle as well.
She is much more preoccupied. She seemed a little more. She had more going on, I think, because she's just very friendly as usual, but she was not out and about as much.
No. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Michelle and her project is much further down the line than where Dina is at the moment. And Dina has aspirations, and I think she'll do a great thing. But yeah, I think the obviously the Moog interest is.
Well, I hope she releases. Dina did a really cool talk. Some more history stuff and more videos of her dad and such that were really cool. I hadn't seen before. Hopefully she releases that at some point. That was really nice.
We got Synthposium.
Oh, that's right. She mentioned that too. Yeah.
Just got my invite today, I think.
What's the topic of that one? I forgot.
Odyssey.
Or Odyssey. Okay.
Yeah, because it's the 50th anniversary.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Please, it's this Saturday, isn't it? Yeah. Starts at 10 a.m. Eastern, so that's going to be 4 hours. We're going to be 4 hours ahead.
Yeah, cool. Glad I saw that.
So that's 2 in the afternoon, so that's good.
I guess I'm not going to get any sleep after Ramsey then. Normally I'd be sleeping at that time.
Well, I got an email from Dina the other day, quite out of the blue, although she says, as promised, myself and my editor from Sand on Sand have now been added to their list of supporters on the program or something. Is we now get our own little mention, which is quite nice. She's gonna send me a poster. It's gonna have it on. So quite nice.
Cool stuff.
That is interesting. Sorry, no, yeah. I wish I could tell you what I'm reading right now, but I can't. Actually, I've got some very juicy news that I'm under strict NDA not to disclose, and it's so tempting, but I can't.
How about this? Is it update or is it new stuff?
How shall I say? A little from column A and a little from column B. But it just like we got the email through and we're like, oh really? Okay, that's interesting.
Morning.
Hey there.
Good afternoon.
How are we all today?
Yeah, not bad, thanks. You?
Yeah, fine. Just come back from vacancy.
From the what? Sorry.
Vacancy. Vacancy. Michael Rother, 50th anniversary of the first Noi record.
Okay.
It's been exciting.
Blimey, has it been that long? Jeez. Yeah. Good.
I apologise for my ears still ringing.
Well, that's all right. We can't hear it.
Was it properly retro or was it modernized?
It was quite modernised, but it is still missing. I mean, his two guitar sounds, his DI fuzz and his DI sound. You can it's always him because his playing.
Yeah.
You can still always hear him. There was a nice encore with Paul Weller as well.
Oh.
Stephen Boyd.
Nice.
Cool stuff.
So one of the things that happened at Synthplex was funny. So Jean-Michel Jarre was supposed to perform, and then he couldn't do it. So Gianni stepped in. Jarre still had a live conference with Michael Boddicker. That was really fun. And walking around his studio, talking about some tech he's working on and some new things. And of course, his Wi-Fi kept dropping out during the walk around the studio. So it was like, Michael's like, Jean-Michel. He's like, he's like breaking up, and then the video keeps breaking up, and then you get little glimpses of, oh, here's this little room here, and like, there's this massive room of stuff, and then down the hall, there's this little room here, and he has this massive room full of stuff. But he had some.
How was his gimbal protocol? His gimbal stabilization protocol.
I think he was holding his phone, basically, or iPad. I think he had an iPad, so it was a little more stable. But he had a little room full of toys and stuff and weird experimental stuff. He even had one of those little blip box things, the black one, the little kid's toy that's a synth.
Oh yeah.
He had one of those in there. It was pretty funny.
I spoke to somebody who did some tech work for him, Danny from Hideaway Studios, and they said when they went round there, they got an invite to his studio. And it was like walking around, and there was all these different places, and there were like drapes and curtains that if you pulled back, there was stuff, classic synths just lying, sitting up against the wall somewhere.
Yeah.
And it really was an Aladdin's cave of good stuff.
He even had one of those really cool wooden resonant speakers that they often hook up to a Hawken Continuum. I forgot the name. It's a French name. It's like 4 words.
Ooh la la, no.
Yeah, it's just wooden resonant speakers. I saw them at
Ollie.
NAMM, but I forgot what it's called. But they actually had one at Synthplex as well. I forgot the name of it. Interesting design. He had some other thing. It was kind of like kind of like the resonant garden thingy that you get for like the what is that called? Something tech, Ploak Tech, whatever, where you have these little metal rods that you can touch and tweak and stuff and hook it to modular. But this one you actually play. You kind of
What do you mean, the microphonic soundbox?
it's this weird thing of like these vertical rods, and you kind of play them like you would a Quika, you know, the rod on a Quika. But there's a whole bunch of them.
Probably a microphonic soundbox.
Yeah, it was really cool. He had a funny name for it, but he was actually playing that, and it made some wicked tones. It was really interesting.
Was it this, Andy?
That's the wooden box, yeah.
Yeah, that's the resonator.
Yeah, that's the wooden box resonator. But this big metal thing he mentioned, I have to. I think I actually did an audio recording of it for my own purposes. I have to go back and listen to the audio recording, what he called it. Yeah, it was really interesting.
I was going to go and get a little glass of something. I should be back.
But yeah, it was a shame that as he was starting to talk about some more juicy stuff in his studios, the audio and video kept cutting out. So all that tech and the stupid Wi-Fi ruins everything.
Oh well, it's the world we live in.
Well, they're also using Zoom for the call, and Zoom isn't always the best either. So
I mean, out of everything, it is relatively decent. But of course, it could have been done properly with VMix and just have a proper camera for Terranex connected to a solid wired internet connection.
Yeah.
Just have a proper two 600 megahertz frequencies that do your video.
Oh, with him, I'm surprised he didn't have like the body cam on, like a GoPro body cam, so his hands free, and he could just walk around and just didn't have to keep
That would
holding
require
the iPad.
forward planning.
Well, but he was only planning to be there for weeks, right? So yeah, I'm not really complaining. It was cool. It's funny to hear him talk about various things. But he was going on and on about VR for a while, which is kind of hit or miss with some of the stuff he's done. But then he made a nice comment about there was a dancer who lost the use of her legs and was able to enjoy simulating her dancing in VR because she couldn't do it anymore. It was kind of a touching moment,
Well, he seems to like for his VR chat.
Well, yeah, the Second Life kind of stuff. That one concert he did with the techno stuff.
He's done a few of them now, hasn't he?
Yeah. It's unfortunate it doesn't work that well.
Yeah, I mean, it could be worse. He could be trying to use Meta.
Yeah, the Wii's dancing around, little Wii Miis. Yeah, I don't know. I just remember a clip I saw from the last one he did, and the idea is interesting, but the end result doesn't look so great or sound so great. So.
Well, that's why it is. Try to be
I mean, it's better than nothing, right? It's just, so he is trying to push the envelope and do some new things, but it doesn't always work out the way you think it might be. But he was talking about composing live in an Atmos configuration. So while you're composing, you're already in that space.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's just a bit weird that anything beyond mono is annoying when you're moving around and to use different pieces of equipment but want the sound to come from somewhere else. It's even annoying trying to run a studio in mono with lots of kit.
Sure.
When you then have a proper big discrete multi-channel setup, it becomes even more annoying when you're on the other end of a studio, but the sound is coming out somewhere completely else.
Well, he can pay guys for that, so he doesn't have to worry about that. Just throw money at it. But his typical tech guy was hanging out there. The guys at all the shows with him.
What Rambert and
The guy's kind of a bald guy. I forgot his name.
Dominique. I can't remember.
Dominique or Francois, something like that. I forgot.
Well, there's Francis Rambert who has been sort of a second keyboarder since early 90s. And I think Dominique is studio guy and also sort of musical director, I think.
Yeah. The performance with him, right, on stage.
Occasionally, I mean,
This is one of the guys I've seen on stage with him. I forgot his name, but
actually, to go back to Francis, he did a great record in the 70s, sponsored by Korg, which was like the front cover was like pretty much everything that Korg did. It was like a 3200, 3300, some MS stuff, series stuff, and all the other stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, Hampton Bridge.
yeah. So it's been COVID, unfortunately.
COVID Bridge.
So, controversial topic.
Oh.
Because I find it probably safer to talk about it. What does everyone think about the Sheer Relic? Did you see that at Synthplex? The
oh yeah.
Brashears.
Brashears, right?
Brashears, yeah.
I just saw the video. I actually walked right past it because he wasn't there when I was doing a tour, walking through there, and he's certainly a clever fellow, and I'm sure it sounds good when he finally gets an audio demo out there. But the layout wasn't not my cup of tea, really.
So apart from
it's
the fact
definitely
that
it's an interesting step forward from the Oberheim Expander layout.
Mm.
It's definitely the user interface. But I mean, the sound demos for it was very much still in OBX in the older version, like 5 years ago.
Yeah, but that's 5 years ago. Who turns up to a synthesizer show with a synthesizer that doesn't make any sound?
At least give us a sound out of it. It doesn't have to be poly. Yeah. A sound.
You know, I found that odd.
Yeah, that was
I mean, it did work 5 years ago, or a different one.
Yeah, but obviously a lot's changed since then.
Yeah.
So I kind of. Also, it was quite disturbing that he seemed like his dad was Quentin Tarantino. His whole like delivery, you know, he sounded like Tarantino. His phrasing was like it was quite off-putting. But I mean,
maybe he is.
I think he was extremely nervous, but
yeah, I mean, it was just his kind of delivery style. Just it smacked of Tarantino.
But, I mean, it was a cocky delivery, that's for sure.
Well, if you're there is a I can't even bloody say it. There's a fine line between confidence and arrogance, and I'm sure he's super confident because he seems to be an incredibly clever person.
He is very clever,
can't take anything away from that. But I just found it odd that you come to a synthesizer show with a work in progress that doesn't actually do the one thing that it's supposed to do, which is make sound.
Korg Optics.
True. No, I'll grant you that. Yeah.
Yeah, it could have taken the anaglyph. It wouldn't have made any difference.
The Op6 that they brought to NAMM a few years ago was a 61 key thing that was bolted to the wall.
Really big.
It was on a glass case; you couldn't even see it.
But nobody knew anything about it.
Yeah, but the thing is, Korg, they said, look, this is a concept. We're just kind of putting it out there to see what But I mean, he's got this thing. It's all lit up and it's all doing its thing. And I just found it odd that maybe. I don't know. Maybe call me a cynic. I don't know. I know Wagyu's a big fan.
He is. He's just said.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
not coming to
is
the
it
show.
better than not Is it better than not coming to the show? Because
yes, because we're all talking about it either way.
Well, did you
True.
see what was the
if
last
you-
time he appeared on camera? It was some other show recently, and someone asked him, and he says, "Hey, you're that guy from whatever. Are you still doing the thing?" And he kind of was kind of cagey about it, and there you go. This is what he was doing. So.
Yeah. But then I kind of got a feel for him because like 5 years ago he comes up with this concept of an OBX clone, and then this year Oberheim beat him to it essentially.
But clearly, I think actually, if not making any sound is even more interesting because you could say this was just a study for user interface where you could put different synth engines behind.
Yeah, but had he? But 5 years ago he had something that was making noise and it was doing stuff, and people were very impressed with it, rightly so.
Yes, but he was like 17 and had to go off to uni or had his places.
I just think you maybe just putting yourself. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from the guy. I'm sure if it comes to fruition as he hopes it will, then I'm sure it'll be an amazing thing. It'll be a $6,500 amazing thing though, and again, you're coming into a market. Yeah, you're coming to a market right now where it's interesting. It's certainly interesting.
I mean, he was originally doing like the OBX, right? Not a matrix.
Mm-hmm.
But now he's making it more like a matrix or an expander, which is kind of weird to go that direction. And you want more knowledge, right? I mean,
I would put folding money on the next Oberheim to come out of Oberheim to be expander-esque. I'd put folding money on if they've got something else in mind. I would. I'd bet that they would be doing.
It was fun to play Rowan. I got to play the one in the Museum. It was glorious. The expander sounded amazing.
As much as everybody would really love that, it's not really a Tom Oberheim product. So there's always that slight thing with the expander.
Apparently, he's saying it's going to be $8,000 now. I mean, this is. I don't know. I mean, I you got to applaud people who've got the know-how and the enthusiasm and the passion.
He has the chutzpah, that's for sure.
But you've got to worry that it may just never happen.
Or supporting it.
Or it'll happen and it will just die a death because.
Didn't he make some prototypes of the old version that were actually sold to people?
Did he? I don't know.
Because I thought like a limited number of the original version were actually eventually made and sold.
Okay. Now, to be honest, I mean, until somebody said that he did this thing back in, it just triggered a memory. I'd completely forgotten about it. But no, good luck to him. And
I'm surprised that no other company has bought him yet.
Well, this is it. I mean, you wonder.
If you think what is it, Manuel Cavalier or the guy that Waldorf and decided to just
maybe that's why
his
he was
thing
well, yeah, absolutely, yeah. No, that's a good point. That is a good point.
There's a massive gap.
He's out looking for somebody to buy him up.
There is a massive gap between concept, prototype, and
production.
Yeah.
Massive, and a lot of people do not realise just how big that chasm can actually be.
Yeah, but I mean, it was like 2 years that they took to make it the actual Kyra eventually.
Well, sometimes it's not time; it's just money.
No, well, even then, it's a product completely developed by another person, but ultimately, the only thing that they put to it is some Waldorf branding and put actual hardware behind it to make it an actually mass-producible item, and another industrial engineer to then get it to their partner in Germany that actually builds it.
Yeah.
Do they still sell Kyra?
Yeah.
Well, I was approached by a manufacturer about the anaglyph very early on, and talks were going well, but the bottom line was they needed a prototype that they could see,
Yeah.
test, and hear.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to work out the unit prices, and it was like, well, bit of a problem. How long is it going to take to sell the house? Because they wanted a prototype built of the big one, not the little one, which is the big one in the video, but the big one. I was like, oh, Jesus Christ, it's going to cost so much money. What I need is somebody to actually buy one, and then I'll build it, and they'll just have to wait. So, will it ever happen? Oh, I don't know. I think I'm too fucking old now. I just want to go sleep.
Well, you might need to do something to pay your dentist bills.
Well, I mean, it's that, or I start taking up kissing other girls.
Well, I know. What did you say to me on whatever day it was that you said that you could be rather good at doing a certain thing now?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, no.
Yeah, I did. Honestly, God, I did.
No.
Do you know what? I'm wasted not being gay. I really am.
Oh, dear.
I thought I'd get there before Robbie did.
Oh, it wasn't even going there. Oh, you just.
You don't have to be gay to fellatiate.
This is true. This is true.
Just desperate.
I've been spending my money again.
Uh-oh. Oh, is that?
Ooh.
I know what
Must
one
that
of
be
those is.
Organelle or?
It's an Organelle.
I've seen Adam Buxton use one of those.
Organelle M. Yeah, turned up this morning.
No, any good?
So, I mean, I've been looking at it for a while. I love the idea. I thought they are working on a version of it in software that will work with Max MSP, but currently you have to use pure data. Which is
you can't do that yet. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and they're also working on a version that will work with SuperClider.
Wow.
So, but I contacted one of the suppliers and said, because he said, contact us if you're interested. I said, have you got stock? Went, yeah, it's discontinued. And I thought, oh, okay. So I then contacted. So they said I wanted the blue one. They said, oh, we haven't got the blue ones anymore. We've only got the grey one. And it was actually quite a good price. So I contacted. It's because it's Critty and Guitari, isn't it? The company. So I contacted them and said, is it discontinued? Because that's what one of UK suppliers is saying, and it's not discontinued. But they've stopped supplying outside of the US to retailers because they haven't got chips.
Yeah. I forgot. Does Zone have Aftertouch on it?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
I remember I first saw that when did you see when Adam Buxton did the Christmas song with Gaz Coombs from Supergrass?
Oh no,
Have
never
you
seen
have
that.
you seen- he-
It's getting near Christmas. I need to look it up.
He does this podcast, doesn't he? And he films some. He films some of them or all of them, but he's in his shed, and there's a knock at the door, and it's Gaz Coombs from Supergrass, and they decided to do. I think it was what's the Greg Lake song? I believe in Father Christmas.
I believe in Father Christmas. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it does a great version, and Buxton is playing one of those, and then Gaz is on his guitar. It's really, really good. It'll probably get you in the mood for Christmas.
Right. I mean, like I say, I've only just messed around with it for about half an hour so far. I mean, the build quality is not quite as good as I thought it might be. It's metal and plastic. The bottom's plastic, the top's metal. But I shall have some fun creating some patches for it, or converting some Max MSP patches.
That intro animation on their website is really good.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
That's very clever.
Yeah.
Hebden Bridge is in the chat.
He is.
I know he is.
He's all COVID.
He's got COVID.
Yeah.
Wow, God.
Oh.
Poor bastard.
Get well, Andrew.
What does Glory Hole Reverb sound like, I wonder?
All depends.
Depends what type of glory hole you mean. If you mean for one out of a glass blowing oven, that would be definitely an interesting sound. Otherwise, it would depend on what bathroom is on the other side, right?
It all depends on the gape.
Oh, that's a word, isn't it? Gape.
Yeah, it's like
it's up there with
gusset.
moist. Yeah.
And gusset, yeah.
Gusset, yeah.
Good grief, Charlie Brown.
So there's a Middle Eastern restaurant down the street called
Goat's.
Agape, and it looks like a gape.
Gape.
Okay, it's quite common.
Yes.
Dear, oh dear. I don't know why I hang around with you reprobates. I really don't.
It is a
Always
pub
lowest
after
common-
all. So you know.
It's
So
the
you
lowest
feel
common
at
denominator
home.
every time.
Yeah,
It's a pub.
isn't it?
Come on. What do you expect?
Yeah, come on, dude. Get another drink and chill out.
Yeah. See, my first beer of the month.
Oh, good.
Wow.
I must admit, me coming, I did that whole thing. I came off the booze
Yeah.
for a month. It has reset my intake and dropped it
You just dropped it.
significantly, without me even thinking about it. I don't sit there thinking, "Oh God, I wish I had a glass." I just don't even think about it. In fact, I've got to that point where I actually look at a bottle of wine now and thinking, I'm not sure I can finish you tonight. And that was a concept that was completely
Wow.
alien to me 2 months ago.
You
And
see,
now
I
I'm
stopped,
looking at it. Yeah.
I stopped drinking wine quite a long time ago, only because it really, it wasn't, I don't really do hangovers, luckily, but I just never really liked the taste of it.
No.
I gave up red wine first. Now, if I went out to some do and there was wine there, I might have a glass, but I wouldn't. Jane occasionally has a glass of wine, but I just don't drink it, But then again, like I said, I was never really a big drinker.
But I took the missus out for our anniversary, and I just had Beck's Blue, the non-alcoholic stuff. And I had a 3-course meal with fillet steak and everything. Not once did I think, a nice glass of red wine with this steak. That'd be, it just didn't even cross my mind. I thought, maybe I have made progress.
You could clearly go for the rosé. There's like one bottle down immediately. But obviously, rosé with steak is a waste of steak and a waste of fine rosé.
No, hang on, fine rosé.
Rosé.
Yeah, you're pushing it there.
Why?
I'm trying to remember the rosé.
If you use proper, decent, nice red grapes and just process it to be a rosé, rather than the shit that most rosés are, then it's fine.
What was the famous rosé in the 70s when I was growing up? Because my parents could go out and they'd have a chicken in a basket and a bottle of rosé, and
Oh yes.
It
was up there with Blue Nun, wasn't it?
Blue Nun was the leaf
Yeah,
runner.
Ernest and Julio Gallo here. So.
Yeah. Mateus Rosé.
That's the one. Yeah, they've just said Keith.
Yeah.
Well done, both of
and
you.
it came in that sort of
bottle, wasn't it?
strange bottle, didn't it?
Yeah.
Oval.
Thing.
Oh yeah, one of those prawn cocktail.
Prawn cocktail to start. Yeah. Chicken in a basket.
Yeah, at the trifle.
Yeah, at a Bernie, probably a Bernie Inn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God. Oh dear. I'm hungry now. That's what I need to do next, is cut out food for a month, and then maybe it'll reset my appetite. Dear.
Because whenever you're hungry, drink water. Whenever your body tells you to be hungry, just drink your water, nothing else, just water.
Most of the day I drink lots and lots of water now. I used to drink.
I drink lots of coffee. Is that the same? Coffee.
Yeah. Again, another thing I gave up a long time ago was coffee, probably 15, 20 years ago. I had really bad bouts of irritable bowel syndrome. It's probably even longer, actually. It's probably 30 years. And one of the main triggers was, and I loved coffee. I could drink coffee at sort of midnight and go to bed and sleep like a log, I drink coffee all the time. And I gave up coffee then. And I will occasionally have a decaffeinated mocha now. but I never drink coffee. You know.
No, I've got.
Poor bastard.
No, don't, because I'm quite happy not to. I love the smell of coffee, fresh coffee, so it's great. But I'll be honest with you, it's been so long that I haven't drunk coffee that I really don't miss it.
Yeah.
You know, and I drink mainly I don't have an awful lot of caffeine. Full stop. I've tried to cut caffeine out as much as possible. And
I wasn't a
half
big
got
coffee
half biscuits. Yes, it did help. And in fact, the only time I get an irritable bowel syndrome episode now is when they don't make a mocha correctly and they put real coffee in it. And I know about 20 minutes, half an hour later, the sort of gripey, stomachy thing happens. And I'll have that for about 3 or 4 hours, and then it's gone.
Yeah, so I had I suffered from IBS quite badly over the last few years, and it in turn fueled my health anxiety disorder, and it was like a self-perpetuating thing, you know. Stomach cramps. Oh, I think I'm ill. I've probably got something more, you know, stress, more stomach cramps. So on,
stress.
Yeah, so on and so forth. And I had a whole ton of counselling and some medication, and that helped with the health anxiety, which in turn helped with the IBS. And I haven't had a bout for some while now, which is because I bought I was Buscopan, you get Buscopan tablets. So I was taking those, and the doctor said have some of those on hand. When you feel something, just take one of those, and that should help, and then kind of break that cycle a little bit. And there was a time when I was taking 3 Buscopan a day for I don't know how many days in a row, which the doctor then said, you should not do that, stop. So okay, fair enough. But no, I haven't had a bout, and knowing that I'll probably talk it up and I'll have something tomorrow, but haven't had a bout for ages. And I always thought, I had a friend who had chronic IBS for such a long while, and I remember somebody telling me that IBS is just basically a blanket term for you've got something wrong in your gut and we don't really know what it is, sort of thing.
I mean,
I was miserable with it for such a long time.
I put it down to stress at the time because it's running my first business, so I was working 6 days, 7 days a week sometimes, and really under an awful lot of stress, financial stress as much as anything, because you were in hock to the bank and all that sort of stuff, and we remortgaged the house, to actually help pay for the business and stuff. So there was a lot going on back, and the kids were small, and and I mean, I'm not the healthiest person on the planet, but actually doing things like just drinking. I mean, what I've done more recently is I've cut out. I used to drink fizzy water. Okay. And cutting fizzy water out, I'm going to still water, and then now we've gone to tap water that's filtered. But I like flavored waters, so I would buy a bottle of still flavored water and mix that with just ordinary tap water, and that's and I go through probably quite a few liters in the day, and then tea without milk now. So I've cut out most dairy as well over the last probably about the last 4 or 5 months,
Yeah, I knew some people with Crohn's disease, and that's a real serious version of it.
I mean, that sounds horrendous. Yeah.
Yeah, it's it's a sensitive balance, isn't it? Everything, and it's
well, it is, yeah. And I mean, like I say, as I've said before, I don't have the best diet in the world because of this eating disorder thing. So, I don't have a balanced diet. I know that. I try and compensate. Like, I don't eat too much fatty food if I can help it. And they advised me. I did go to a dietitian. She advised me to take vitamins every day. So I do that now.
Yeah,
so
I've been doing that for a while.
Yeah. And I didn't. I mean, sorry, go on.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say that before I went to see her, I wasn't sure whether how good vitamins were for you. Just pop in a tablet and not getting your vitamins in through, shall we say, natural food ways. But she said no. She said it's and she gave me she told me what to avoid, and actually this was the point when I actually stopped having the fizzy water, because there was something in the fizzy water, some chemical which I was told she was telling me to avoid. She gave me a list of stuff to avoid and a list of stuff that was really okay, and which vitamins to try and get as balanced as possible, So one's a multivit, one's iron, one's fish oil,
Yeah.
omega-3 type stuff.
Yeah, I did because sort of initially at the outset of when they weren't sure, I was presenting with all sorts of bowel related stuff, and we talked about the fact that I work from home, I sit indoors, I sit at a computer most of the day, I don't go out a lot, and that's not because I'm I don't like to go out or anything. I love to go out, but I just don't. I work from home, so it's difficult.
Yeah.
They said, consider taking multivitamins to supplement, the fact that you don't go out into the sunlight a lot, and so I started doing that. And then they also said, fish oil capsules and that sort of thing. But I actually found that I didn't really. I don't know why I stopped taking the fish oil stuff. I can't remember now, but anyway, I have found that since taking the multivitamins every day, I almost never get a cold. And if I do get one, it's really mild. It's
vitamin D3 helps a lot with that.
Yeah, a little sniffle, a little sore throat for a day or so. But before that, I used to get a cold, and it would stay with me.
I suffer when I get a cold. I try and avoid getting them now, obviously.
Well, yeah, we all do. Yeah.
We all do. But I had for quite a few years. I had hepatitis, viral hepatitis.
Okay.
Never got to the bottom of it, and it would flare. It went on for about 4 or 5 years. So I stopped drinking completely for those 4 years. Didn't drink at all. And I would know when it was about to start flaring up, and it would last for about 6 weeks or so, and then it would calm down. And I'd have regular monthly blood tests and all. They never got to the bottom of it, and it eventually luckily sort of stopped. But all of that sort of stuff, that left me with a compromised immune system to some extent. So if I get a cold, I'm not a death's door, but I've got it for longer than I should have it.
Yeah.
Like the last cold I got, and I don't know where I got it. I probably got it from one of the pupils who came here on a Wednesday. But I'm still got the remnants of it now, and it's 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks before Sinfest, because I was still a bit ropey at Sinfest.
Yeah.
So it just whatever it is, if I get something, it lingers and lingers and lingers. Now I really struggle to get rid of it.
Yeah, I found to be kind of quite the opposite now, that if I do get something, it doesn't stick around a long while at all. Thankfully, touch wood. Even with COVID, when I got COVID, it was just like having a mild cold.
Well, the first time it was weeks for me. I genuinely thought I had long COVID, because I think I probably already said I got it in the beginning of January. So for 2 months, I couldn't do anything really. I was able to do bits of work, but I wasn't able to play in a band. I wasn't able to stand up for 2 hours and play keyboards till the end of February, and I then went back to the band and was playing for those first couple of weeks in March. But I was still struggling with things that I'd never had before, and it went on for months, which I can only put down to being long COVID.
Yeah,
that's gone now. Actually, it helped when I changed they changed my inhaler, my and that sort of made things slightly better. But a gluggy feeling, and sort of always, I have, sometimes I do cough, but coughing stuff up every morning and all that sort of crap, I have to say, the second time I got COVID, it didn't seem to last as long. It was just, it felt like a cold. It felt like cold, mild flu. I would have put it on as mild flu, because you get flu, you're in bed, aren't you? Proper flu.
Yeah.
you know, I had a couple of days watching daytime TV in my dressing gown. You know, like you do.
Yeah. I mean, I've been working from home now for over 10 years, and even when I get anything like that, even it's stuff where I would just curl up on the sofa or sit up in bed. I still work, and I just don't. And I know I shouldn't. I know because I keep saying to myself, look, if you were going into an office every day and you felt like this, you would not be going into the office. So
that's right. You'd be sat watching daytime TV.
Yeah. So, but the fact that I work from home and everything's to hand and I can get on and do certain things, I just carry on, and that helps in a way because it kind of takes your mind off of it, I suppose. But no, luckily, touch wood, I haven't really suffered with any. The only thing I really suffered from was my atrial fibrillation, which was obviously quite a scary thing, and then the memory's gone now. Look at that. That's long COVID now.
It's brain fog, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. No, that's old age. Seriously. So the classic when you think of something, you get downstairs and you think, why did I come downstairs?
Oh,
I get that sat here. I'll think of doing something and I will get distracted and my attention just goes boom, only for 5 seconds, and then that's it. I think, oh shit, no, I know I was here to do something, and I think I know what I'll do. I'll retrace my steps, and you go back. Oh yeah, there was the trigger that made me think of doing that. Oh jeez, yeah.
I don't mind it so much because I'll go upstairs and I'll see. You're right. It's like squirrel, isn't it? It's something. Yeah, squirrel. And I think then I come back downstairs and I think, no, I went up for something because I was about to do something. So I end up going up. So I'm getting some exercise by going up downstairs. Yeah. So I really don't mind.
But I've got to this point now where if one of the family, if I've got something in mind and I know I've got to. I'm going to do this, and somebody comes up to me and says, "Oh, Dad," or Rob, I'll snap at them. It's just kind of involuntary. I'll say, "Stop! Don't distract me. I've got to do this, otherwise I'll forget." Because if I do, I will forget, and then sometimes I won't remember for like half a day, and then I'll walk into somewhere or I'll see something on the screen or something, and oh God, I was supposed to do that. Shit.
Are you talking about the "What did I come in here for"?
Yes, that's sort of thing. Yes.
Oh, yeah, mate. Yeah, I do that now. Where I do the "What did I come in here for"? Oh, I know what I do. I retrace my steps. So I retrace my steps and go, now hang on a minute, where did I start from?
Yeah.
And Robert's really quiet about this because this obviously doesn't happen to Robert. Being a youngster.
He's too young. Yeah.
Too young. Exactly.
It's coming.
Robert, it doesn't happen, does it? I tell you, mate. 20 years.
What are you talking about?
It will. Yeah.
It will.
I can't remember what you were talking about.
My long-term memory is spectacular.
Yeah, Andy's too.
I can remember intimate details, or very fine details about all sorts of things. And
I can remember every hooker I strangled.
But where did you put them?
Oh dear.
God, I don't know now. Shit, I should have kept the record.
Need a map.
Yeah. I mean, I do this thing. Have I ever told you? I do this thing that it's usually a Christmas thing that we do in our household.
Hello, Fiona.
It's like a game. So I used to work for Argos, okay, and I worked for them for almost like 9-10 years, and so dealing with catalogue numbers every single day of my life, an Argos catalogue number. Even to this day, and I haven't worked for Argos since 1998, I can tell you what the first 3 digits of a particular range of products are. So, like, for example, 102, okay, is bedding, is pillows and duvets, 102s and 103s. So my family will go through. They'll get a copy of the Argos catalogue online, or even one of the old ones, and they'll say, what were the first 3 digits of ironing boards, and I'll say 850, What's the first 3 digits of cameras? 560. And I can tell you, it's just there. I can tell you the first 3 numbers of solitaire diamond rings was 221. And I can remember that. And they've never managed to trip me up ever.
How about this then? DFS 93.
Gearfest.
DFS 93.
DFS.
DFS 93 is Rouge Red Ford Escort Mark II 1979 to 1983.
There you go. You see, our long-term memories are absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm crap at numbers anyway. The best. I mean, I literally, I can't. I've never been able to tell you one of my phone numbers of my mobiles I've ever had. I mean,
phone numbers, car registrations.
No, I can't take. I mean, I know the end of our.
393
I know the end of our.
0755.
No, can't do it. I've never been able to do any of that. But actually, for me, that's part of my dyslexia.
Okay.
It's like we all when the 4 of us lived in the house, when the boys were here, we had our own sort of napkin rings, and they all had birds on them, and I could never tell you. I could tell you which was mine because that was the fat bird. But anybody else's,
that was usually my luck back in the day.
I have no chance. But I mean, it's like with maps. I mean, I was playing with this band in Leeds, and we'd go and rehearse somewhere near Meanwood in Leeds, and it was a sort of convoluted way of getting there. And if I didn't do it for going every week, it's fine. The minute we had a month off, and I thought, I know where the rehearsal spot is. I got bloody lost. I got lost going, and I got lost coming back. This was obviously I wasn't before I had the sat nav.
Again with like if I'm always complimented on the directions that I give, because I'll remember I can get to places without a sat nav simply by visual cues. And so when I give directions, I'll say, well, you'll get to this road and there'll be a post box on the left, and there'll be this on and you'll see this, and the turning is just after the old boy that stands on the corner shaking his box for money for the veterans or whatever. I will remember all these little details, and you don't need sat nav.
No, actually, my argument when we first got a sat nav, obviously before they were installed in cars, my argument to Jane was that we need to get a sat nav to stop us arguing, because Jane would be reading the map, and I'll be getting stressed because she's and there is this is going to sound incredibly sexist. It's not meant to be, but there is a belief that maps are drawn by men, and that so that Jane would struggle with a map sometimes, and it's almost like it's upside down sometimes. Now it might just be my wife, but we would always struggle if Jane was reading the map. Especially if we'd come to a city where we hadn't been before.
It might be the same as that thing about having an engineer write a user manual.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you, I mean, there is something about. I mean, when I was up for doing a PhD many years ago, the fundamental my plan was to the belief that computers were made by men for men, and I was going to test the theory because there aren't that many women. It's probably better now, actually, but back in the sort of 60s, as computers were being developed, all the books you read, there was very, very few women, whichever country, whether it was here or it was America, and I had this theory that computers were designed by men for men. So I never got the opportunity to test it because I didn't go for the PhD, because I thought I don't want to spend the next 3 to 5 years working on this.
Upsetting women, yeah.
Well, no, I don't think I would have been upsetting women. Actually, I think I'd have been on board with me.
Yeah. I remember.
Yeah, Steve Elbow said, but Ada Lovelace was the exception, though, wasn't she?
Yeah, quite.
Yeah, she was really the exception. You know.
I remember one of the first times I drove to Italy. We drove all the way through to Perugia, or near Perugia, and we were looking for our holiday place. It was like there was like a villa, but some outbuildings, and they'd converted the outbuildings. It was in a small town in Western Italy, and we got into the town. We were driving round and round and round. We couldn't find this place, and we didn't have sat nav. This was 90s, early mid 90s. Didn't have sat nav, and the wife kept saying to me, "Just stop and ask, stop," and I was like, "No, don't. We'll find this place. We'll find this place." Eventually, we stop and ask this guy, and of course, my Italian is it. So right now, if you asked me to say, speak to you in Italian, I wouldn't want to embarrass myself.
Yeah.
But so it takes a few weeks for it to come back and have to be in the environment. So we literally just got there. So my Italian was rubbish. So I just sort of like stopped at this junction and said to this guy, I just kind of read him the name of the property or whatever it was.
Bonjour, por favor.
I've got another story about that. So and he's banging on, and the thing was, I can understand what people are saying to me, but I can't respond. I think it's probably a confidence thing more than anything. And Jackie's like, "What's he saying? What's he saying?" And I'm like, "Grazie mille," and off I went. And I just knew, and we found it. And we found it just like that. We didn't. Yeah, it was bizarre. But you said that thing about bonjour. That same holiday, when we came back, we crossed the border from France, from Italy into France, and we were stopping the night in France. And I'd just been 2 weeks in Italy, and it was really getting back into the flow of things. And we get down to the restaurant, and we go in there, and the waitress comes over to take the order, and we'd all been looking at the thing and reading it. It was all in French and everything. And then I turn round to the waitress, and in the most confident manner, start telling her what we want in Italian, because I was just like so in that mindset, and I was so impressed that I was giving this order all in Italian, and she's looking at me going like, "What?"
Okay.
Well, no, that's. But no, I've got to do it in French. And now my I've forgotten all my French because I've pushed that to that part of the brain where I don't need shit, and filled it with the Italian stuff. Oh, it's gone. So forget it.
I was never really good at languages, although I did study a night class in French for a couple of years, and it was really interesting because we went to the Nürburgring to the Grand Prix one year.
Oh yeah,
and my German, it was. I mean, I always like to try and learn a little bit of whatever country I was in, But I was actually quite glad to get back into. It was better back into Belgium, actually, because I could talk to somebody in a supermarket. I could get by, whereas because we were staying out in Trier, and I couldn't read the menus, and I really struggled to just have any conversation with anybody where I could sort of get by a little bit, And I did years and years ago. I went with Yamaha Hi-Fi. They took us to Euro Disney. I probably told you that story about. So here we are. There was about 25 hi-fi retailers, all blokes, going for a week at Euro Disney. And I was the only one who was actually trying to speak any French.
Yeah.
And there's this expectation that, because the expectation that everybody speaks English. But the reality is that that's not true, and certainly, let's face it, the UK's relationship with the French-speaking public has sometimes been slightly dodgy. I mean, and what I found on that trip was if you would try, then they would be happily to speak to you in English because they saw you try. It was the guys that literally were just speaking in English. Then suddenly the barriers would come down, and they'd just speak in French as though they didn't understand.
Yeah.
So I've always felt it was better to try at least and fail miserably. You know,
I've always found it kind of embarrassing if I can't even, just try, even if it's just I've got my phone and I've just Googled, I've put in some phrases that I think I'm going to need when I check in at the hotel or whatever, and just have those to hand and try to do that. And then once they realise you're English, but they see that you've, like you say, you've made an effort, then most of them speak English anyway, especially in the hospitality industry.
Yeah, exactly.
You go to somewhere like Holland. I remember the first time I went to Holland, which obviously English is a second language over there. They virtually all speak it.
Yeah.
And I walked into a shop and we were looking around and we weren't saying much, so it wasn't as if they could hear. And we found something, we went to the till to pay for it. And they just knew. And they just started speaking English, and I was like, "Oh no, I wanted to try something in Dutch. I'd kind of been practicing a few words, but no." But no, they just like, "Oh, hello." So, yeah. But it is because I've done a lot. Obviously, with this job that I've been doing for a while now, I've done a lot of traveling around, Africa and Europe, and it is weird and it is embarrassing that they can all speak really good English, good English, far better than any of us could speak any of their languages.
Definitely, yeah.
And I find that really embarrassing that we don't make an effort. Really,
I know.
We assume.
It's almost like an inbuilt arrogance to some extent, isn't it? Not all of us, but some people, there is.
I know that, I guess, especially in the world of business, that there has to be some sort of common language that everyone can understand. And I work for a company. It's an American company, but it's based all over the world. But everybody, apart from one region, speak good English because they know that they have to, because it's an American company. They will at some point need to converse with people who don't speak their language. And the only region that tends to really not conform in that is Latin America.
All right.
Because Spanish and Portuguese are obviously the two main languages there. And in America, obviously Spanish is very common second language. Portuguese, not so much. And we're often getting asked we get the most requests for translations from Latin America. Everywhere else we'll be able to manage with English or subtitles. But Latin America are very, very, very vocal, should we say, on the subject of getting translations.
Well, we kind of had the same problem with Siri and Noah, because Noah
he speaks Spanish,
understand the fucking word I'm saying.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, where did he come from?
Spain.
Oh, he's Spanish, right? Okay.
He's from Barcelona.
He's from Barcelona, isn't he? And so was Siri. Siri wasn't so bad because she was younger, but Noah was 2, and he you go dinner time and he look at you, go, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
But eventually, obviously, associated dinner time with dinner.
Yeah.
And
he's trying to have a siesta.
Yeah, he does a lot of that.
It was interesting. I was looking at, because Josh's financial company, he's for a start, his partner is German, who's obviously handling all of the German, because with financial markets they have to obviously sometimes speak in other languages, but they've employed somebody who a second language is Spanish, so they've got all of those. I mean, Josh doesn't speak any other language, maybe a little bit of French, but they have done enough to be able to cover all of the potential client languages that they're going to need. Which I was, because you can't, if you're on an important financial call, you can't use Google Translate, can you?
No, quite. Although that I must say that the ability to speak into the phone and then just have it spit out pretty much the accurate translation is amazing.
I have to use Google Translate all the time. We get tickets in our ticketing system in German. I'm like, I can't read German.
Yeah, no, I sometimes get I get messages from abroad. Will I sell something to, it's usually Brazil actually. We stopped shipping to Brazil a long time ago because, there's all sorts of things that happen at customs because the parcels just disappear. But
It's dangerous for me because I absorb the accent of people. Like food colouring. No, honestly, I'm talking away and they're talking to me, and eventually, if I'm talking to somebody from France, I start to put their lid.
yeah, it's that.
And it starts the words start shaping slightly.
Do you remember
differently.
when Steve McLaren, the football manager, went to, I think it was Spain or somewhere after he'd finished managing England, and they interviewed. He was doing an interview session, so there were obviously lots of. I think it was a European game, so there was members of the press from around Europe, and he to be fair, he'd learnt some of the. I think it was Spanish. He was managing. Who was he managing? Atletico Madrid, I think. Anyway, then an English reporter pipes up and asks him a question, and Steve McLaren replies in English, but with a Spanish accent.
Yeah.
Because some people do really pick up the accents, don't they?
Yeah. Don't mean to do it, not take the piss or anything like that.
No.
It was so
kind
funny.
of see now. My next door neighbour, they're from Hong Kong.
Oh yeah.
She speaks English very, very well, and her husband cannot speak English at all. And she said, "Oh, is it all right if he comes round and helps you with things, but also speak English to him to help him learn, to help with learning the language." So I've been outside talking to him over the car, over the wall kind of thing. And I found myself every now and again just putting on the end of certain words when they were coming out. I'm going, what the stop it? Because that's the thing, I'm taking the piss or something.
Yeah.
But it's such a thingy language. It's lovely. I mean, I hear it coming out of the kitchen when I'm in the back garden. I hear it coming out of the kitchen, and it's such a lovely.
It is lovely. I mean, I did try speaking a little bit of Mandarin, but really badly. But I managed to have a sort of half broken English, half Mandarin conversation with a lady in this market in Hong Kong.
And she never says the word China. She says the other country.
Yeah.
Yeah. I went. Yeah.
It's really,
coming
really.
from.
I mean, it's a place that Jen and I have been twice, and we took the boys a few years ago. But I mean, Hong Kong is just a lovely place, and the people are fantastic. And what the Chinese government are doing to the people of Hong Kong is just criminal.
Yeah.
It is oppression. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
I mean, we'll probably never go back now.
No. Well, it's funny because one of our team members, that works with me, he's based, he's a Hong Konger, and when he started, we were all like, "Oh, great! Maybe our next team meeting will be in Hong Kong." But there's only one of him, whereas there's like 4 people in America, so it's cheaper for them to fly him over to the US than for us all to go to Hong Kong. Yeah. And then, of course, things have started to get worse out there, so it's almost certainly never going to happen.
Yeah.
And I think actually Will's thinking about moving out of Hong Kong and coming over here, I think.
Because when it all started to kick off, and we said that that the Hong Kong people could have a British passport, that all went a bit quiet, didn't it? Yeah. Nothing. We haven't heard any more about that for such a long time.
But I would say about 85% of the people that are moving into the housing estate they're building out the back are from Hong Kong, easily.
All right. So maybe it is happening, and we just don't hear about it.
And I'm just looking forward to the cuisine integrated.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean,
Yep.
yeah. I mean, I have to say that to walk through the markets is just incredible, really. I mean, the food doesn't work for me, but that's my problem, not theirs. But the smells and the sort of just the culture is just fantastic. And like I say, such lovely people. Everybody we met was brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
At least I haven't got to be up at the fucking Sparrows Fart tomorrow. Or
Yeah, I'm
today.
with Culture of Ghosts. My feet are like 2 blocks of bleeding ice. Yeah, it's cold tonight.
Yeah, actually, I went downstairs and checked the door, and I touched the handle. Oh, blimey, that's cold.
Yeah.
No, we're quite toasty in here at the moment.
Yeah, because Fiona's refusing to turn the heater on.
Yeah, I'm being reluctant, but
we haven't
I'm
put the
fine with
heating
that.
on yet. We've been managing
fine with
to
that.
have extra layers, you know.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, this because this is double insulated. This is half of the garage that became the studio, but actually, it's really warm in here.
Yeah.
You know, and I reckon that I have got a heated on there, but it's not been on. But I've got my little lava lamp, and that in itself kicks out enough heat to just warm the place over an hour. And then I worked because I thought, well, I wonder how much it's costing. It's costing £1 an hour. And I can cope with £1 an hour. That's all right.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I'm going to have to be ordering some heating oil soon. That's scary. I mean, I think the oil price has fallen a bit, but we're still looking at sort of 85, 90p
Well, did you
a
see what the
litre.
Bank of England announced today?
Yeah.
The
3%.
recession is going on until
Yeah.
at least the middle of 24.
Trouble is, I don't really trust the governor of the Bank of England.
No.
No.
I trust the Bank of England more than the government.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I think they are in cahoots with each other. So there's your big problem, you know. And I think it was Gillian Tett from who's the financial financial journalist from the Financial Times. She said that they were partly culpable when the Truss government did their plans. That it wasn't just the government; the Bank of England were also partially involved.
Yeah.
You know,
I think it's the way
so-
he dresses up as the Heath Ledger of Joker, personally.
Yeah.
That was the giveaway. Oh, hello. What's up, Siri? Right, girl. Come tell your dad. What's the matter? Oh, dear. What?
What's this?
Oh, was it a big firework?
Oh, it's upside down. Well, that's good.
You're a good girl. Oh, man.
How do I do that then?
What you done?
No, Dina's just. I said that they'd. Is that flip? Rotate. Here we go. Rotate.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I can't rotate because I only have the reader. I don't have the fucking thing. Yeah. Dina said that she would credit me on the Synthposium. What's she doing? Has she done that? I don't see it. Acknowledgements. Volunteers. Partners in advertising. Oh, okay. No, don't see my name on there anyway. It's probably because it's upside down. She sent me the flyer, but it's... Oh, jeez. Go like this. But I've only got Acrobat Reader on this machine, and it won't let me flip the thing. It says, if you want to rotate pages, please try our free 7-day trial. I'll just open it up in something else. Additional. I can't see my name on there anyway. Oh. Maybe she just meant sound on sound. Oh well. I won't get my 5 minutes of fame there.
Ow.
As long as it's credited as Puri Kelly rather than Piri Kelly.
Oh, don't. Yeah. Dr. Mike's on there.
Could be purry, Charlie, like a cat.
Yeah. Seriously. Nothing would.
Just that saying doesn't preview return. Is it on? Is it on Pages?
I'm going to open it up in Pages and I'll rotate.
All right,
it
because I'm going to say, is it just like the
Well,
reader?
If it's a standard PDF, can't you just open it in your browser anyway and rotate there?
Yeah, more than likely, it's just when I double click, it just automatically goes.
Because I haven't used Acrobat for a long time.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Or Reader. I mean, Creator is probably the last time I've ever used an Adobe product.
There's Preview in there. You're on a Mac, are you, Rob?
Yes, yeah, I'm going to open it up in Preview.
Yeah,
so I'll do that. Yeah.
Because Preview should do it, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it should do. There we go. Right. View.
It's quite nice to see that Robin Vincent used a bit of my Synthfest footage in the beginning of his in his roundup, his Molten monthly roundup.
Oh, nice!
I was quite pleased to see that. That was quite nice of him.
Here we go. There we go. That's better. I can read it properly now. No, I still don't see my name on there.
You don't even.
No. Content creators. No, it's not there. Oh well. Got all excited for nothing. I reckon she just meant it was sand on sand. Nope. Alex Ball's on there. Understandable.
What is it, Rob?
It's just the 50 years of Arp Odyssey flyer that they're doing
Oh,
for
right.
Symposium. So it's just basically the program of events, and then various contributors. GeForce are going to be doing something on there. A Zoom chat. Billy Curry. Oh, Billy Curry's going to be doing something.
Yeah, that improv thing they posted for that guy for the GeForce new product is cool.
Oh yeah, Marius.
Yeah,
the Odyssey.
That was nice.
Yeah, I made a bit of a boo-boo because Dave sent me those videos a week or two ago, and he sent me the intro video, and he sent me the Marius video, and I just put both of them into my my review that I put onto Gear News, and they launched it, and we put the thing out, and then I noticed that I think somebody posted that Marius video in the ProSynth Network page, and it just dawned on me. I thought, shit, that's still unlisted. Maybe I shouldn't have put that in there. And I'm like, So I frantically sent an email to Dave, and I didn't get a response until the next day. And then he just said, "Nah, that's all right." No, he said I was going to put it out, but they decided they were going to stagger the things. He said it'd be quite interesting to see how many views it gets, just because it's only on your page. They got a few, but yeah, that's a cracking bit of software. That instrument, really, really good.
Did you hear about the Korg Nautilus M1 thing?
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure what to make of that.
No, and that was embargoed. I knew about that 2 weeks ago. They sent me an email and embargoing it. I'm thinking, why are you bothering embargoing this?
Yeah, it's only like a sample pack. It's not
exactly. I mean, yes, it's an interesting sample pack. It's all of the M1 sounds, but
yeah,
like,
you can't. Can you do much with them?
I don't know.
Once they're in the Nautilus.
I mean, I can't use them at all because they don't work with a Kronos. Because my first question was, are you doing the same for Kronos? They went, nope.
No.
Oh, they should have let you play the VST in there. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Robbie?
Yes, no.
Has Cherry Audio announced yet?
No.
They haven't?
No. 22nd.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, 6 p.m. our time, 22nd.
What for Cherry Audio CS80?
the Cherry Audio new synth.
Yeah, the new synth.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we cannot. Yeah. So no. Yeah.
Rather.
I don't buy many VSTs, but if I think it's what I think it is, I think I might be spending me 40 quid.
Yeah, I had a nice chat with Dan Goldstein at the show, and
yeah, I saw him in your Tom Oberheim video.
Yeah, we were talking about all the crazy stuff he has, and it was fun to be able to talk about ones he's never heard of before. So, considering he has a massive collection.
Yeah, exactly.
He's never heard of a WSA one, so.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, he's a nice guy. And they will be on the show
He's a very, very nice man.
After the launch of their new synthesizer.
Good.
Yeah. That's all booked. Looking forward to tomorrow. Well, actually, it's today, isn't it?
Today now, yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And I haven't got, I mean, the only reason I haven't bought Dave's Odyssey is I've got the Korg iPad version, and I don't need more than one because I don't use that many VST synths, really, you know. So if I was going to buy any, I would have bought Dave's.
Boo.
Sorry.
Boo.
I know.
Unclean.
It was fun. It was fun. Was Drew Schlesinger's sound demo.
All right. It's been Bell.
Yeah.
Drew's sound seminar where he played a bunch of his prophecy patches. They're amazing.
Yeah.
I haven't got to get the updated ones. I got to get it so I can get his new patches.
No,
I have to say though. Sorry, go on.
No.
I was going to say, using an Odyssey on an iPad is terrible. It really is terrible. Just trying to get the sliders, you know. I mean, rotary knobs are bad enough, but the sliders are just.
Yeah. That's the one.
I love
That's
that
the one.
sound.
That was the patch. I think it was like the second one I played.
It's amazing.
But it's like it's unapologetically
It's
an
beautiful.
Odyssey.
Yeah.
But it's also this polyphonic. It's a polyphonic Odyssey, and you just got to think, you know.
Well, when you want it to be, anyway.
Yeah, exactly, and the modulation routings and the way you can just literally assign pretty much anything to anything else. So simple and intuitive.
Yeah, it works. Does everything it should do. Thank Christ I found that fault in time. They were able to patch it before it went out.
Yeah. That was funny.
Now they just need a hardware controller for the proportional pitch control, where you like try to get rid of all the skin on your finger to like get some modulation or some.
Well, that was part of the bug that Kent and I sort of we Kent found one bug, and I trying to replicate it found another one.
Yeah.
On Friday last week, and this thing was launching on Tuesday.
Wow.
Yeah.
And we're like, and then they managed to get that sorted.
Yeah, but the bug I found was just so weird.
Yes.
It's the weirdest thing I've ever heard of. Basically, what it was, you fire it up, and your pitch wheel, you know, you when you move your pitch wheel, and obviously it goes up and down in pitch.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the things go up and down on the proportional pitch buttons. But it would not detect the Hydra's pitch wheel. Every other keyboard in this studio, it detects it, but not the Hydra.
That is weird.
Isn't that weird? It's the same CC.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And it was like, but no, not the Hydra. Every time it wouldn't find it. Bizarre.
Such a great.
Stop playing that guitar.
Too much reverb, Mr. Mozart.
Oh yeah.
This one, this one's quite a nice one.
Yeah, that's one of Dave's, isn't it?
Yeah. And then the wonderfully named, and again, this is another classic Spears patch, both in sound and its name, Distorted Polly Bastard.
That's good.
And that distortion just comes in. Yes. Yeah, it's incredible. It just sounds so good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, looking forward to chat. And we've got Chris coming on. Can't believe we've got Chris.
Yeah.
Because Chris never goes on anything.
Well, he was at like 500th Sonic stage.
He was at Sonic's Day, but that's the only other thing I think I've ever seen him on.
Yeah, but
So brilliant.
He turns down every time. I think every time we've had Dave on, I've said to Dave, "Any chance of Chris being around at the same time?" And he's, "No, don't be silly." So I didn't even bother mentioning it this time. And then I got an email from Dave a few days ago. He says, "It'll be alright if Chris comes along." And I'm like, "Yeah."
does he even still exist?
He does, yeah, he's real. Of course, you know, he's got stories for years.
Oh, the stuff he's done in the past. I want him to tell the yes.
What was the phone story? Sorry, Ken.
One for Frank Ellis.
Yeah, it was Frank Ellis, wasn't it? That was it. Yeah. It was the Frank Ellis story.
When he's working for John Anderson.
Yeah.
I want him to tell the John Anderson and the rotating stage story.
Yes.
That's what.
We might get to talk about Odyssey, but probably not. I mean, who's he? Just trying to think. That he's worked with obviously Anderson, Wakeman, Eno.
He's worked with tons of people.
Speaking of Vangelis and even Jarre, that Paul Whiffen lecture was really cool, where he talked about all kinds of stuff he did with those guys.
It was a bit name. Well, it's a bit name droppy at Synthfest.
A bit.
No, really.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
All those people he's made
it
cups
was
of
interesting.
tea. All those people he's made cups of tea for.
It was interesting. So
He claimed he made the laser heart patch on the Synthex, and Jarre liked it and used it.
Yeah,
That's what
which
he
is
said, yeah.
which is different from.
I don't
who
know. I
designed-
don't know. I can't say either way, but it was interesting. So.
He says it that he designed the laser heart patch. It wasn't the laser heart patch. It wasn't called the laser heart patch. It was
It was Bank 4, Pack
Voice
3.
6.
Or is it? Or well, there are two that are nearly the same. but
Bank,
yeah.
No, it's Bank 2.
Bank. Oh, okay, there you go. It's all over.
I'm pretty sure it's Bank 4, the high pass filtered sweep, or the band pass sweep was all the rendezvous.
Honestly, it's Bank 2.
But it's like he
two,
just
7, I think it is.
He may well have created that preset. Like, you know, God knows how many people have created presets that have then, you know, you don't hear like Eric Persing banging on about
What about
D50? Digital
D50?
native dance. Yeah.
I mean, he although he does make it a lot, but I mean,
Yeah, but he's not made a career of it.
But like more John Bowen, he could make a career of the amount of time he heard the Prophet 5 patches.
Well, exactly, yeah. But you don't hear him keep going on about, I created the Jean-Michel Jarre. I worked with Jean-Michel. No, you just...
Well, he didn't say he worked with Jarre. He said he...
how's he going to get invited to stuff if he doesn't say that?
he interviewed him.
He says a lot of things. Yes,
Yeah.
he did.
Where you can find that interview. So,
It's
so
not
that
that
most
sort of-
likely occurred.
Well, the interview occurred, yeah, absolutely. No, yes.
I get the impression you don't like him, Rob.
Really? Where would you get that possible impression from?
I can say I don't know the guy, so I can't say. But I just maybe there's I can sort of slightly tell. But I know you're not alone either.
Google his name followed by the letters UKIP.
Okay, hang on a minute. I'm just okay.
What does UKIP still exist?
I think that at their party conference they had about 30 people, and I shit you not, they had about 30 people there. It was reported.
And he was 5 of them.
And no, I don't think he's not allowed. Yes, literally his name with UKIP at the end. And tell me what the first thing you find is in
First thing that
Google.
comes up: London chairman of UKIP suspended over racist remarks.
Boom!
Oh my god!
Click on the link.
All right, okay.
Oh
my God.
What is sensational about that? That is expected for UKIP.
No, but when you get booted out of UKIP for being too racist,
Yeah, right, okay.
Well, clearly,
you know,
you're going for
it's
Brexit Party.
like being kicked out of the Nazi Party for being too anti-Semitic. I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Wow.
It's hard, but it might be
You
possible.
see, I mean, I didn't know the guy from Adam. I knew the name, and I did go to his talk, and I found it vaguely interesting. Although, like I say, a bit, you know.
yeah. Well, he's dined out on that for about 40 years. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I wouldn't go again. And I mean, my main criticism was the bloody laser harp didn't work.
Why, yes. Which
That's
I
really
thought
what I
quite
went. That's
amusing,
really what I
have
went
to
to.
say.
That's really what I went to see.
What, did you not go and see it later on?
Was he working later on?
Yeah, they stuck him in a little corner by the where the old bar
right.
used to be.
And set fire to it.
Oh no, I didn't go.
I mean, it is a Steve Harbley one, so I wouldn't put my eyes anywhere near it because it might just randomly, the scanner just go all to the center and give you a full power. That's also those devices are disgusting. So when you turn them on, or you lean over, but basically the first thing it does, full power center beam, and then the shutter comes in. It's like
Yeah, everyone
great
gets
design.
cataracts from the show, right?
Yeah.
Rob, did your Oddity 3 play the slow distorted lead guitar in the key of F?
How do you mean?
So if you push a C, you actually get an F.
No,
What's that?
that's F.
I'm playing C.
Oh, well, I'm playing C, and that's what I'm getting.
Yeah. That's a G, yeah.
No, that's C.
That's C.
That's C. You sure
No,
you haven't got
trust me,
some sort
that's
of?
C.
No, that's F.
my digitally locked keyboard says that is a C.
Computer says C.
Yeah. Let's try a different patch. Hang on a second. Oh, that plays in C. Yeah, it's tuned to F.
That's F. That's C.
Play C and then play the patch below it.
So this is C in distorted. And then the patch below it.
There you go.
Well, that's in G. The distorted back then.
Oops.
Oops. But there again, that may be deliberate. I don't know why, but maybe it is.
Well, if you layer it with another pack, then you can play in fifth.
You can get your fifths, yeah. Very CS80.
Or Emerson or other people who play constant fifth.
Yeah, all the rest, yeah.
Did anybody see the Keith Emerson band with Jordan Runas?
That was
Playing
that was on
Tarkus.
Thursday night. I was still driving when they were playing. So
It's on YouTube.
yeah, it sounded pretty good.
It sounded really good, yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, it was incredibly loud. This is why they have the event by the airport, so they can have outdoor music at loud volumes. So.
Yeah.
The only problem with Jordan is when he does a demo of a synth, it turns into a look how many notes I can fucking play. In a
Oh
synth.
yeah,
He's shredding. He loves to shred.
Dude,
He
we know
does,
you're
he
good.
does.
You're a great player. Now can
He's
we
a great
actually
player,
hear what
but
the keyboard
yeah,
sounds
yeah.
like?
yeah.
Well, it's real impressive when he does more proper stuff he learned at Juilliard. You know,
Yeah.
instead of just shredding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was actually quite fun with a lot of Dream Theater stuff. Like when he joined them, whenever I would start putting more classical music randomly into it,
Right.
similar to like what Yes did, where why are the 2 bars of him playing a bit of Mendelssohn in between at a ludicrous pace? I mean, why not?
Sure, man.
Let's go with it.
Absolutely.
His apps are good though. That little Wisdom Music Company has is pretty cool.
I love the. I use it all the time. The
Hello, darling.
GeoSynth.
Yeah. Hey,
I mean,
Rich.
hi, Rich. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan, and use it with the instrument. It's fantastic.
And with those
And,
swam.
Yes,
patches.
I've got this. I've got the flute. I've got the cello.
Sax.
I've got most. I've got the saxophones. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't get the viola because it didn't need it really. But I got clarinet. They're all really, really good.
Yeah.
You know.
You can even get the throaty sax sounds out of it, which
You
is
can do all of the sort of stuff that I won't say all of the stuff because I'm sure sax players would be screaming at me.
Oh,
But
sure, of course.
you can get a lot. You can make a much better simulation than you can get from say a standard keyboard.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, there's something about that patch. It doesn't say. Because even
just
when you
that
audition,
patch?
yeah, because when you in the new patch browser, you can audition the patch just by selecting a note and then pressing the audition button. So this is that patch auditioning in C3.
Yeah.
But if I just turn the volume down on that, this is C. It's coming from another synth, so it's clearly tuned. I can't imagine why that would be deliberate, though. I think we better
Tell him.
File a bug report.
No,
This preset is unplayable.
Ask him
email
tomorrow.
Dave.
It caught
Yeah.
fire
No,
and it's burnt my house down.
Yeah.
What you gonna do about it?
I could not perform because this preset was out of tune. It was in the incorrect key. It was impossible to perform.
It seems that since it's perfectly in tune a fifth away, that this was done deliberately by somebody somewhere sometime.
At some point, yeah.
It doesn't make any sense any other way.
Maybe they're playing it with a mini mode.
Maybe the guy wanted to play in C and hear it in G. I don't know, but whatever. Some of us
happens.
like to play in C a lot.
No, really.
Who could that, Rich?
possibly be?
I feel the same way.
Excuse me, I quite like E flat.
Do you know that
That's okay.
Irving Berlin had a
Oh, he's
transposing
Yeah,
piano?
yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I was reading that. Yeah.
E flat.
So he played. Yeah.
He played
matter
everything
what
in
he
C,
played.
but he wrote. He could his action would track across the strings, so he could play in other keys.
Was it an upright then, where the action and the
Yeah,
So
stems were?
I think, as I understand it, yes.
I saw it. I read it in a book, and there was a picture of him
Right, babe.
playing it, and you could see the little. It was just on the bottom, where underneath the keyboard at the front, and it was just like a little lever.
Okay.
Apparently,
I mean, Lionel Bart couldn't play or read music at all. I mean, he could barely play, but he couldn't read music at all. He
Who's
still
that?
managed to. Lionel Bart, Oliver the musical, and other famous British musicals. He couldn't discern what a dot meant on a page, and he could barely play.
Could you run that name by me one more time, please?
Lionel Bart.
Lionel
Okay.
Bart.
Thank you. Okay.
It doesn't seem to be a requirement if you can
It's
still
not,
sell
yeah.
it.
Rich, do you know there's a new firmware for the Rise
As of when?
as of just now?
Is that so?
Manny. I just seen Manny.
Oh, you've
Hello,
only just
Manny.
noticed?
Yeah, because I was typing an email. So I didn't see.
Hey,
I've
Manny.
just filed that bug
Hi,
report
Manny.
at 4 minutes to 1 in the morning. I'm sure Dave will respond immediately.
Hang on a minute, Rich. Let me.
Yeah, what's in the new firmware? That sounds interesting.
Yeah, let me just try that again because it
It
failed.
works.
Oh.
So let me just check that again for you.
It says I've got the latest and greatest firmware right here.
Well, 1.01
I don't know
something
what-
or other.
Doesn't tell me what it is, but it just tells me how late and great it is.
Never a good sign.
I noticed the cynicism in your voice, Rich.
I didn't. Did it show?
Just a little, just a little, just a little. You know.
Well, it failed to go on. I'm going to try again. Hang on a sec. Let's see what that comes out.
What? The Roadie failed to do something?
Ooh,
Failed,
yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
failed to restart. Oh, great. It's locked up in bloody load mode. Oh, right, died.
Well, Manny, your rig is very colorful. I see red. I see blue.
Yeah, it's got the third wave there.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Can't hear you, Manny.
Got no audio.
Can't hear you, sir. See your lips moving. I assume you're talking.
Anybody good at lip reading here?
There we go. Sorry about that.
There we go.
Oh, feedback.
Got it running. Got it running on YouTube.
Yeah, hold on. All right. Did that cure the feedback?
Okay.
No.
No, it didn't.
It didn't. That's weird. I only have StreamYard running.
Do you have echo cancellation?
Well, let's go there next. Echo cancellation.
That'll
There
do.
we go.
That's better.
My echo's been canceled.
Good.
Well, you know, you think I'd understand this shit by now.
Echo cancellation culture.
Yeah.
We've all been here.
How dare we cancel the echo?
Just in time for
Slow.
the election.
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know about you, Rich, but we just started getting every political mailer show up in the mail the last 2 days.
Oh, I've been getting them for weeks, and
Yeah.
my email is filled every day. Excuse me.
Bless
Praise
you.
be.
Yeah, it is the season for sure, and it's kind of depressing, and I just would like it to be over because I know what I'm going to do. So it's like,
Move to
I
Europe.
just want to do it and be done with it and see what happens.
You're going to become president of the UK, aren't you?
Do a
To help
better
with this
job.
prime minister business, we'll have a president. We don't mind. Just want somebody sensible.
Exactly.
Isn't that
Sadly, I can't get away from it. I work with a bunch of political wackos and anti-vaxxers and all kinds of nonsense. So-
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's a morass over here, and who couldn't use a little morass?
Bum bum.
Hey,
He's here
Trying
all
to
week.
fish.
I could use a little more ass, a little less of the hole.
Oh,
getting all pink on us now, are you?
Too funny. But back to the colors. If I had a white motif or montage, that would give me the all-American.
Yeah.
Oh, who made that yellow keyboard? Was that Studio Logic?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got
Slide.
the black version of that.
Yeah,
I didn't want the yellow one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yellow. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you got the yellow one, Kent?
No. I've got
Oh,
the
you got the
and
black one
grey
too.
like yours.
Yeah,
Got
yeah.
the
Yeah.
LE.
Yeah.
If I ever get a call from Devo, I'm going to ask him.
Oh yeah. That's the yellow. Exactly.
Oh dear me.
But earlier on in the show, you guys were talking about how hard it is to get like development to prototype design and blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
It makes it all the more impressive that the Groove Synthesis guys were able to actually get that thing out the door. You know, especially with everything going on. Now they started like they were telling me a little over 3 years ago they were prototyping the engine.
Wow.
Out for doing that, and of course a lot of other stuff ensued in the meantime. But for better or worse, they know me very well now.
Well, you'll know soon whether they're sending you Christmas cards.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have to tell you, they're taking it real seriously because I had just like a minor glitch with a couple of things, and they brought the parts down, and I took it down Friday, and they fixed it in the hotel suite, and I took it home Friday night. It's like,
nice.
How's that for customer service?
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a really interesting box, but you can tell it's a first synth for them because they have their areas of expertise in what they've done. It does a lot of really great things, and there's a lot of things that I'm just like, but they're very open to getting things corrected. So I'm really happy with it.
Is it a bit like Kodamo were with the Essence?
Actually, very similar to that.
Yeah.
In that, you know, they were able to execute their vision, which is great, you know, but when you're looking at a commercial product where you have to deal with a spectrum of people of competencies, knowledge, and, you know, whatever, it's like you have to sort of like idiot box the system in some degrees. So, you know, that's where they don't have the experience. Like, how do you make this for people so you don't get too many head scratchers? But
yeah,
but no, I'm really happy with it. I'm really happy, and it sounds great. It really does.
Yeah, it's very tempting, but a little out of the price range at the moment.
Ah, come on, trade it for some Fairlight spares.
Yeah,
I've got a touch digital controller.
Get rid of that as soon as you
Get
can.
rid of that DX1, Rob, as well. You don't need that, man.
No. I do. I've got plans.
Yeah, what you need is you need some modern programming on it, Rob.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Rob, surely you have a few extra doorbells you can get rid of. So.
Yeah, I mean, how many front doors you got?
You could replace them all with a DX9.
Oh, I'm ordering the special edition firmware for my DX7 tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
It was the last because I've got 1.8 in it, which I think was the last official version. But then there's this special edition I think that came out of Yamaha Canada. I seem to have read somewhere.
It was something like that. Gave you the full MIDI velocity range and all that other little stuff.
Yeah, and when you're doing like master tuning, it actually shows on the screen what the tuning is rather than just go, oh, yeah, that's kind of it. And it can transmit on all 16 MIDI channels, not just one, and yeah, a few other bits and bobs. So,
Do you have to load it from cassette?
No, it's just a chip. You just drop the chip in, and well, they're saying that I was.
Did they have chips back then?
They did, yeah.
I'm joking.
I was messing because I paired it up with the TX7 and put the corresponding sounds on. And I was reading through the TX7 manual, and it takes you through this process of putting the sounds on both machines in the right places via cassette. And oh Jesus, no. Yeah, but thankfully we don't have to worry about that these days.
Woo, Sysax, it's so amazing.
Oh, we were reminiscing about MIDI sample dump standard at
Oh
Synth.
God! Sample dump, what a great thing! Particularly open-ended, where you just send your data, you hope that it might get there, and then it's corrupted, and then you can't work out what's wrong with it.
Yeah.
Richard, it's a lot slower. Come on.
I'm digging.
Yeah, it was funny because Paul Whiffen made a couple of side swipes at it over time. And by the way, he also told the story of the tractor running into the GX1, Kent. So
Yeah, it didn't run into the GX1.
yeah, so I know. So it's interesting to hear the other perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's always better to talk to somebody who was actually there.
So yeah,
Didn't it, according to the insurance report, run into the tractor into the GX1?
Oh yeah, because
that's what the insurance report said.
he needed to get the alimony together, so he smashed it up and sold it to Hans. And then there was that thing about, oh yeah, you know how old what's his mush put it all back together for him, got it all working.
Will Alexander.
No.
Okay, it was a guess.
You know, a really nice guy.
I'll take Synthex for
Had-
1,000, Alex.
Had it was paralysing in the back.
What, Kevin Leitner? Or?
Kevin
Somebody was
Leitner,
paralyzed in the back?
Yeah, his bones were turning to stone or something.
Is that from lifting the GX1?
No, but it was actually Yamaha Canada that put it all back together because Hans said to me, he said, no, he said, Kevin Leitner walked into the studio, we showed him the pile of parts on the floor and he went, fuck that, and walked out. Which sounds far more plausible.
Well, yeah.
Oh, man.
And that is why Hans is working with you nowadays.
Yeah, because I just go, nah, mate.
Well, first of all, you don't walk in.
How much? Yeah, I don't walk in.
They come to you.
He has to pretend with the cardboard cutout of me walking along. Cost you, mate. Cost you.
Like I said, I don't miss seeing you. I miss seeing Hans. Get on the
Yeah.
floor and turn on the cam.
What's wrong with Cat Kent? Come on. Works for the Daily Planet and everything.
So you sure about this firmware update?
Yeah, just put it on. It
On
updates
which
it
one?
to on the rise.
Well,
And he's
maybe
about
you
to
just
push you.
hadn't done it. Maybe you just hadn't done it in a while because I'm requesting away here and it's telling me that I have the latest and greatest.
What features does it claim?
It claims to
They don't
have
tell you any of
fixed problems with the top two octaves.
British company, Rich. You won't get it for another 2 weeks.
Lower zone has been extended to MIDI channel 1. Blah blah blah. He updated it to 1.18.
I don't see any place where it tell me what the firmware is. It just tells me if I need or don't need.
Does the dashboard tell you?
I'm looking.
Yeah,
at
that's where
dashboard.
it automatically pops up in the dash.
I'm looking at dashboard.
Yeah, because it doesn't
doesn't
say anything in
automatically
Roly
pop up.
Connect.
Excuse me?
Doesn't say anything in Roly Connect. But then Roly Connect never fucking says anything.
What, that software that supposedly updates your
That piece
app?
of shit that they give you. Yeah.
that still thinks I'm running the last.
The
version
dashboard
of
isn't great either, but
You have to,
Still thinks
you
I'm
have to
running
log in
the
about
old
6
Yeah,
times.
here, look.
Yeah.
We've made it better. There is a new update for your device. Update to version 118. Fixed upper two octaves occasionally failing to respond on some Rise 49s. This update contains the new MPE specification, which allows either a lower zone extending upwards from channel 1 to an upper zone extending downwards from channel 16. Or whatever that means.
Not sure about that. Don't know that.
Isn't that how you elect the next PM?
Should I manually update my firmware?
No, because you have to download it and get it on the drive to manually do it.
It's not offering.
But if you haven't got it come up, you haven't downloaded it.
No,
So it's either that or you are already 118 somehow.
But what's funny is I can't find any place that tells me.
It came up automatically when I fired up the dashboard.
I'm looking at dashboard. Where did it come up?
On the screen in front of it. So fired up dashboard.
You mean the
eventually
fact that you needed a new one, not the number of the old one?
No, I just fired up dashboard and the window come up saying new update
Here
available.
we go. Here we go. If I
There you
put
go.
if I put the pointer in the grid where the keys would otherwise display. Yes,
Okay.
I'm running 1.18. That's why I don't need it.
Ah, there you go.
After all that.
What about your bootloader firmware? Is that 007? And now, it's the
Live
quiz
from
of the
Norwich.
week.
Live from Norwich. Quiz of the week, yeah.
Dun, da, 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 da.
And on that note, it's 10 past 11. 10 past 11?
10 past 11, Jesus.
10 past 1. I'm going to say good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Good night, Ian.
Good night, Ian.
Yeah.
Good night, young man.
Yep.
Good night, guys. Bye-bye.
Night, night.
Take care.
Bye.
Shall I?
Go on, it's tradition.
What a wanker.
I was waiting to hear that when you brought up Jordan.
Boom.
Really?
Has anybody
Is he really?
Rarely in life have I encountered such an incredible disconnect between one's technique and one's musicality. I'm not joking. I have tried for decades to like that man's playing because he's incredibly gifted. And
His
I
solo
just
album is alright.
don't. Excuse me?
His first solo album is alright.
You've gotten through one of his solo albums? Seriously? I can't endure him for 20 seconds.
What was it you said about the
It's
GS
an
one earlier?
unbelievable distance to me between his musicality and his technique. It's remarkable that a man with such incredible skills plays so horribly.
Is it the shredding you don't like, or just in general?
No, the whole fucking thing. Every note he plays reeks to me of. It just stinks to high heaven. I don't understand why. I've seen him play in various groups. I saw him play with the Dixie Dregs. I had to leave. It was insufferable to me, and I find him insufferable. I understand he's a really nice man too, and he's got tremendous technique. But I can't listen to him play for 20 seconds. It's just
Ty
drives me
wearing a
nuts.
mask.
Well, Ty and I are very close, you know.
Yeah, I know. He's told me on many occasions.
No, but we do share feelings about some of these kinds of things. I've never heard him talk about Jordan, but this is just a very personal thing for me, and it's been decades.
He's spoken to me about Jordan.
Has he?
And I can't repeat what
It's
he
pretty
said.
much what I'm saying, I would think.
Yeah, more colourful.
Yeah, more colorful metaphors.
More sexual references.
I'm still running for I'm still running for prime minister, you know.
Yeah, you've got to be. Although apparently that doesn't really count.
Ah.
You'll still be all right.
That gentleman has tremendous keyboard chops. I'll give him that. You can't take.
Well, yeah, I
that
mean,
away
with the
from him.
Juilliard, you can't be a slouch going to Juilliard. So.
Yes, you can. But besides
No,
that,
but when did it start going there? When he was 12?
what? Yeah, wait a minute. Let's disabuse ourselves of the notion that just because you've gone to a great music school, you're a great musician. I went to a great
technique,
music school.
technique, maybe
I
not
went to a great
composition.
music school full of amazing players, and I can promise you, most of them aren't working in music today. So I'm
Can we
sorry, I
extend
don't
your
give I don't give a damn where you went to school. Quite honestly, it's what.
Well,
you
that's certainly
play
true
while
in the
sitting down.
sciences. I know a lot of people who are PhDs who are dumbasses, but.
Manny, you know I went to school with Andrew Schlesinger.
I did not know that.
He and I have been friends since I was 18 years old. He showed up my sophomore year at Ithaca College, and we hooked up around synthesizers almost immediately.
The guy that invented the yellow tennis ball?
Pardon?
With the cat, with the cougar, the puma logo on them, right? They had the cat. The original high V tennis balls were Schellinger or what they say?
Slazenger.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I get it now.
Or also golf balls and other things.
He goes by Drew these days.
Yeah, he goes by Drew. Oh, that's fantastic. I love Drew. We've worked together for decades.
Yeah,
me too.
He's a sweetheart. He's
Yeah,
so
he is.
damn personable. It's almost annoying. Because Lord knows I'm not.
We have been, buddies for 40 years or something. It's insane. Yeah,
That's fantastic.
maybe more, 45. Something like that. I think I met him in 1975.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Anyway, I went to music school too. I don't play like Jordan, but I don't mind.
but you didn't start like going to that sort of music school when you were like 10.
I started studying music when I was 5, and I was playing professionally when I was 15.
Yeah, but he was like sent off to Julia as like a preteen.
Do you really want me to start bragging on my childhood? I will if you insist.
No. But
I'm serious. I'm dead
you all
serious. Really? That impresses you?
He was
You
married
buy
when
all
he
that
was
bullshit?
9.
Oh, he was classically trained.
No. He was considered good enough for further training that they happily took him on early. So clearly he had some inherent skill that other people saw.
They took me on early too.
Again, some people saw some skill in you, and
Yeah,
considering
God bless
where
her.
you
I
are
love
now.
That woman was responsible for pretty much everything that followed. That woman I met at 5 years old. But still, all of these biographical kudos about people's childhood. Look, God bless him. He was very talented as a kid, and I'm sure he was. He's got awesome skills. Like I said, there's just some part of him that never really connected with what music is.
Well, you get a guy like Matt Baxley who's just damn good, and I don't think he went to any college for it. So
Right.
he's
There's
just very
plenty of
good.
those too. There's plenty of those too. So no, I don't give a fuck if you went to Harvard or to Juilliard. I want to know what you can do. Now, I play in a band with a guy who went to Harvard, who's one of the most talented people I know in my entire life. So it's not that I'm disdainful of them reflexively either. It's just, it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, plenty of crappy musicians go to good music schools. And plenty of great musicians go to less well-known music schools. It's just what it is.
That killed that.
Yep.
And some of us never went to music school and, became, whatever. Chick
Well, I
Corea
never
or
went
Keith
to music
Emerson.
school, and I'm shit.
You play just fine, Ken.
Oh, it depends on what I'm playing. You haven't heard me play any Rachmaninoff yet. Holy shit, sounds like I'm building a fucking shed.
I love that expression.
Hold on, let me think. That's about right.
Yeah.
That's what our drum tech told our drummer one night. Sounds like you're building a fucking shed.
Is he still a drum tech, or is he
Absolutely.
ex-drum
He's-
tech?
He's a great drum tech, and he's one of the funniest people I've ever met. And very talented. And he didn't go to Juilliard. Much
So
more
why don't
amazing.
you have a keyboard tech when you?
We don't have a keyboard tech, no. That's why I'm still playing Roland hardware.
Letterman had a great comment once when Buckwheat Zydeco was on there. And he goes, "Oh, I went to Juilliard on a washboard scholarship."
To bring your own thimbles party.
Oh, God.
Too fun.
So I just saw a tweet come up from a well-known musician, certainly on this side of the pond. I won't name names. And the tweet reads, "Has anyone got a cracked version of that Strymon Blue Sky plugin? I bought it, but you need to be online to use it, and I can't work like that."
Wow.
Well, then you're fucked then, aren't you?
How the hell did you buy it if you weren't online to get it?
I was
Chicken or the egg?
I was just looking through the Strymon website, and you buy it, you download it, you get an activation code, and you activate it, and that's it. It's not like you need to be online to activate it. But there's that out and out. You know, this is a blue tick. You know, it's not just any sort of random. It's a fairly well-known musician asking for cracked versions of software.
Well, Steve Aoki was using cracked stuff all the time. He got busted for that. So.
Yeah, well, he's just a fucking DJ, isn't he? Talentless,
yeah.
Gobshite.
We're really not holding back tonight.
No, we're all speaking as we find.
Yeah. Indeed.
Which is how it should be. Wow.
So how about Avicii? Was he just a fucking DJ?
I honestly couldn't tell you because I know the name, but I know none of his work.
I watched him work. Trust me, he's not just a fucking DJ.
Well,
it was jaw-dropping watching that man work.
Live, he was basically just a glorified DJ, which was really not what his music was. So,
Who's
so
that?
it was always live. He was just a glorified DJ, which was a bit like why is he doing this live so boring? His live sets were just DJ sets. But in my opinion, he wasn't a great DJ, but I quite like some of his music.
I'm not sure who we're talking about.
Avicii.
Oh, okay.
Like
Brilliant man. May he rest in peace. But point is,
is he the one
I
who
used to
died?
think that
Okay.
about DJs too.
Well,
Then
no, I
met
mean,
Avicii.
I don't know. It's not. It wasn't a broad sweeping statement about DJs per se, because I mean, it's not my thing. But I saw the DeVale brothers, who are also known as Too Many DJs, the two Belgian guys, and I've seen them DJ together, and that's a performance because it was incredible. What I see of other DJs, you know, in videos and stuff, where it is just, I mean, there's a skill there, is the talent, but.
And I stood next to DJ AM about a year before he died at a booth at a special party, and that guy had some serious chops as far as DJs go.
Mm.
Vinyl chops, the whole works, you know.
Oh yeah,
Uh-huh. I'm no like great fan of DJs or anything, but I have discovered that some of them are extremely musical.
Oh yeah, undoubtedly.
Yeah. And
But I saw that video of that Aoki guy, and they were twiddling all of these knobs as if they were doing something, and they weren't. It was totally it was just like, look at us, we're just doing this stuff.
Well, he throws cake at the audience too. So.
Sorry.
He throws cake at the audience. That's his gimmick.
Cake?
Yeah. Big sheet cakes.
Oh. Not copies of Cakewalk.
Yeah.
What are we supposed to do with this?
He throws cracked versions of Cakewalk into the crowd.
Floppy disk.
Yeah,
Cakewalk.
I haven't got a floppy drive, man.
Hey, don't make fun of floppy drives. I got a Commodore 64 with a 1541 drive in that drawer down there.
Oh.
And that is where I shall stay.
Did you see they came out with the C65?
No,
The
she
guys in
didn't
Germany.
say it worked or not.
Yeah.
Alexa, lights cool.
Okay.
I remember the 8-inch floppy drives.
Oh yeah.
QX1
QX1
with an operating 5 1/4 inch.
Oh, nice.
Still works and everything.
Up there, Rob's the TX816 for it.
Yeah, that's what. Well,
That's a great box, TX8.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I have one waiting for me. I've just got to get the money
That
together.
was the pinnacle for me of that series of stuff. Was the 816. I really liked it.
I think every Hollywood TV series soundtrack from 84 to 87 was realized on those 3 pieces of hardware.
Probably so, yeah. Maybe a D50 here and there.
Yep. Doogie Howser, shall he rest in peace.
And then afterwards for Proteus 2. In everything for the 90s. Proteus 2, Kurzweil 1000, and later 2000. What else?
Is it Mike Rutherford's? And it's either Mike Rutherford's or Tony Banks' Proteus 2 is up for sale on Vimeo. Along with a whole bunch of others.
Well, they seem to be completely gutting the place.
They have, yeah.
Yeah.
You can only hold open a very small door with that thing.
He's not holding back tonight.
No.
Well, they were pretty colors if you got the whole library.
I had the Planet Fat. I had some other one that was purple. I can't remember the name of it.
Well,
Carnival.
Orbit?
Orbit was
yeah,
yellow.
the Orbit.
Carnival is a lot of fun, actually.
Carnival.
Gorge member.
You just need a 2500 and call it done for the later generation of Proteus.
2500.
Proteus 2500, which
Or
is
the
one
command
that,
station. You get the ROMs in there. Yeah.
that's basically all of them in
In one box.
Ooh.
It was like a 3 or 4U. It was huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's four.
You still have to
it
get all
has-
the ROMs, though.
and it has like 16 knobs on it to like actually edit it a bit more.
What do they have? Heat sinks on those chips?
It takes 4 ROM slots, and you just got
Why
to
do you
pick
need
ROMs.
4 spaces?
It's for all the knobs.
Yeah, told you, engorged members.
It's a big control surface. Yeah.
I see.
It's basically a command station in a rack.
I see.
I think we're going to have a couple of exclusives for the show, Robbie.
Nice.
When?
For this show?
Probably in the new year.
Oh, yes.
In Jan. Consisting of Keith Emerson's Mini Moog. Not, Keith Emerson's Mini Moog. And the one and
That was the
only,
drums.
yeah, one and only in the world 4 VCO Mini Moog.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Are they coming in for a service?
They are coming in to be fettled and cleaned.
Fettled. I like that word.
Fettled.
You charge extra for the 4th VCO?
You bet your ass. I'll tell you what is interesting about it. The scaling for the keyboard is done by a trimmer in a hole at the side of the case.
For the 4th VCO?
Yeah. Yeah. And then the others have to match. It should be
Isn't it?
interesting.
Isn't that nice? Oh, I see.
Oh my god.
Wow. It looks like they bought an old chassis from Voyetra or something.
Yeah.
So the command station had the pads at the bottom and a ribbon controller, little pitch bend ribbon controller. It's basically the same layout.
As this thing. I see.
Yeah. They're amazing.
Thank God the effects are bypassed.
And here's the great thing about it: is uses Andrew Longhurst will tell you all about this. They use this modular patch cord system inside in the software, so it's basically a software modular inside the unit. But unfortunately, it's hard to do, like you said, the ship in a bottle screen thing. So
Excuse me, the screen is bigger than on a modern Roland MC707.
It's still tiny. But when you have the Pro Data Map, you can explore all the goodies and do all the patch cables very easily.
Okay.
Right.
It's funny because the key clicks are almost as loud as the organ.
It's a feature.
I get it. Paid extra for that.
Sounds like my Op 6, or what my Op 6 would sound like if I had it back from the service place yet.
Have you considered to just chop off the keyboard on that?
Yeah.
Well, you would, but the screen doesn't work.
Yeah, it's coming up on 3 months.
That's terrible.
Well, thank God I have other things to distract me, right?
Yeah.
Just a few things.
Just a few.
So, Manny, what's that directly behind you with the patch cables hanging from it?
So this is that's my entree to the dark side. So over pandemic, I decided, I had to find some way to relieve my teenage dream of having Tangerine Dreams system in the back. So I said, well, I don't know if I'm going to stick with it or not. I can't spend a fortune, so that's a bunch of Behringer stuff.
On the top there is Behringer.
So the top is all the 2500 series. So all this, the top is the 2500.
Yeah.
And the one that I have in the case is basically all the Moog stuff, but it's got a couple of Roland modules and then some
I see.
4MS breakout stuff.
I see.
So that's basically my corruption.
Your modular world.
Yeah.
Cool.
In the other room, I have my real modular thing, which is it's set up to do some oddball analog FM PM stuff. It's based around a bunch of Weston digital audio oscillators. I got a couple of Create Captain Big O's, some of Suit and Tie Guy's stuff, and I have it all set up to do specifically analog FM.
I see.
And it's driven by a Clay sequencer, which I still can't fucking understand.
I didn't know they made ceramic sequencers.
But
KLEE, I presume.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I saw a video of it. Go, that sounds really cool. I have no idea what it does, and I found one for a good price, and it's had it a year, and I still don't know what the fuck it does.
Don't know what it does. Yeah.
Can't be with me every time I look at a bath, and I'm just like, I would really love one, but
I've got a room of stuff like that.
I don't think I would ever use a bath to any extent.
So it's like so I noodle around on it. It drives my family crazy because it's actually set up in the dining room, and it's got speakers and headphones. And sometimes I turn on the speakers, and they very quickly tell me to turn it off.
Obviously, they love you very much.
Yeah, well, they've indulged me lately. But I'll tell you something funny, and I touched on it with Andy, is that we went and did the banquet and saw Suzanne Ciani give her performance, and I'd never seen her, and I've always heard she was fantastic, and I've always loved her stuff. To see, we talk about DJs and people like knowing their stuff. Watching her do it was just like, you got to be effing kidding me, because she showed up 3-4 hours ahead of time, opened up the booklet, was totally unpatched. She starts putting it together. Dinner time rolls around. She gets this thing going. It's basically that, a couple of iPads, some effects, and I'm just sitting there going, she's repatching it in real time. She's resetting the Marf sequences like 4 or 5 times through the whole freaking thing. The thing is seamless as all get out, and she's just got a musicality that even the parts that were pitch noise stuff in space were still very melodic. The rhythmic interplays were great. And I'm just like, I mean, it takes a lot to impress me, and I'm just like, fuck, no wonder. I mean, she's a legend for a reason. And Drew, Andy, and I, we were sitting at the back of the room because our table was off the side. We're just sitting there. It's just like, this is just freaking incredible. It's just like to watch somebody who just knows their stuff. I mean, as Andy pointed out, she's programmed that rig for 30 years. I mean, she could probably do it blindfolded.
Well, I mean, not really that rig, though. I mean,
well, not the 200E, but a bookless system.
Yeah, but I mean, particularly the math and using it for all the way she does it. Yeah, it's definitely because I mean, it's actually a stupidly complex thing.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, at the end, she was like slightly embarrassed. She goes, "I'm so sorry. I realized the last 5 minutes I had forgotten to repatch one of the channel's panning voltages, so that didn't move around. I'm so sorry."
Wow.
It's like, I didn't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But it was amazing.
Thank you for that. I wish I could see that. That's amazing.
Cool. I mean, you saw it recently too, right, Robert?
Yeah, but I saw it in London 2 weeks ago. Was brilliant, and in a big space, but it has a proper a modern object-based surround system, but the surround speakers are properly sized for it, so that when it was actually doing the big panning stuff and the big percussive noise stuff, that was truly fascinating. We're sitting in the middle of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the cool thing is, I found out from some of the people there that there's an ongoing series of concerts that go on in one of the church spaces here in LA, and they do various things in there. But she's going to be there in a large cathedral space in like in a month or a month and a half.
Oh,
cool!
And that's going to be really cool to hear with those kind of acoustics.
Very nice.
Oh, I mean, that's how it sounded in that place in Hackney. It's just like an old burnt out upper half of a cinema. So it's just like a massive cavern.
Can't hurt when you're
No.
pumping synthesizers through speakers to have a little ambience.
It's funny. Speaking of Buchla stuff, I was talking to Drew after his presentation on audio design and stuff, and he said he also loves making West Coast stuff in his Ableton Live setup with speakers to annoy his family. So,
Right, guys, I'm off. I
Yep.
will see you tomorrow.
See you, Robin.
Or
It's
today,
driving
later
well,
today.
actually.
Yeah.
I've got a ton of stuff to do tomorrow. I don't feel up to it, but bollocks, I've got to do it.
But do tune into the show because we have not only Dave Spears but also Chris McLeod, which is going to be.
It's not real.
He is real. He's not a puppet. Well, yeah. Anyway,
he does walk like Tracy. Jeff Tracy.
Yeah. Okay. See you
Right.
later. Take care.
Go.
Bye bye.
yeah.
Take care, everyone.
All right.
Everybody, good times.
Yep.